Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome everybody, the 2026 NACL Summer Split is here, and I am so fired up to be kicking it off with y'all. We've got some great matchups coming up for you, an absolute slapper to kick off week 1 of the regular season. I am 4x4, that is Hawk. Hawk, good to be back with you, brother. How you feeling?
Enrique, we are so freaking back, man. It is summer. The sun is shining. It's like 100 degrees in Los Angeles, and we got some NACL League of Legends. I mean, it's going to be a crazy split. 8 teams in the playoffs, full double elim, a regular season before we even get there. I'm stoked. I'm just stoked.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. We've got a really good one to kick it off, like we said. And so to do that, we're wasting no time here. Just a couple minutes before we get into the actual games. Hawk, I'm gonna toss it over to you to get on to our coach interview before we kick off match number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Ahead of match number 1, we do have the coach of Cupid, one of the new orgs, but perhaps some familiar faces here. We get, we have Convictions coach Mash. So sorry about that. Welcome, Mash, to the stream. And Mash, you all are coming off of a pretty big championship win, running back some of the same roster. How are you feeling?
Same as always. I know we made another bot lane change. I think that one was a little different from the other one, just because Tactical went up to LCS. Bounty got an amazing offer from Ole Miss, but nothing has changed. The goal is still the same over here. I would say spring is more of like a primer and warm up, but summer split is like by far the most important because obviously there's more stakes on the line, right?
Yeah, no, definitely big stakes. LCS promotion potentially on the line. And I want to ask you a little bit about the new bot lane that we have, Cody Sun and Zyko coming in. Tell me about the selection process for these two players and why we ended up going with them.
So for Cody, he was just literally the next best AD, like just simply. I know he didn't look great against us when we played them in spring, but against every other team when he played, he looked very good, pretty solid. Had interview process, just talked to him. And I wanted to know where his line was because, you know, even with older players, I mean, I used to be an older player as well. You know, you're always curious, like, what the goals are, like, you know, why are you still playing? And Cody showed very good, not good passion, but he had it in him to, like, continue playing. And it was really shocking to hear, just to know more about Cody on a coach end, or even for the viewers, is he had a very, like, pretty much a very good, sexy career. And I was like, oh, why are you, you know, still playing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you've been in LCS, you hit world stage, etc., etc. And one thing he said that really, like, kind of shocked me was he really wants an LCS trophy before he retires. So, like, playing in the NACL, you know, it's not always fun, but it's like the step there, right? If you know, win, you make promotion, then you're in the LCS, and that's like obviously one step closer to his goals. And that's what I really appreciate about him. I know I went a little long about that. But as for Zyko, we were just genuinely impressed with him when he was playing on Supernova. Even though they collapsed in playoffs, you know, Zyko was the next best option for us, just to simply put it. Engages really well. had good synergy with Cody right at the start. So just very simple process for us.
I love it. I love especially what you mentioned about Cody, that hunger for a trophy never truly goes away for the best players in this region. But the last major question I have for you is, of course, 2 new in the bot lane, but running it back with the top side. Sniper, Tomio, and Sanity. What's it like getting to work with these guys for yet another split?
So scrims early on, we started last week. We're still we removed a lot of rust, I would say, throughout coming into practice. But it's always enjoyable working with these guys. Even though, like I mentioned, Cody's hunger, like everyone's hunger on this team is amazing. It's easy to like give up, throw in the towel just of XYZ reason, not getting your shot in LCS. But now that I think summer has hit around, like spring was like, it's promotion so far away, or like winning now doesn't really matter. But like everyone on the team really wants it now, because in 4 weeks from now, like you're in playoffs, and you do well in playoffs, you get that shot. And I think even like just getting that shot to play promotion just brings eyeballs on you. Right? You get people would watch promotion more than the NACL. I think that's just the truth, because there's more stakes on the line. You're playing against an LCS team from tier 2 to tier 1. So I think it's a very it is just genuinely exciting time right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Mash, I love all the insight on the team. Sounds like Conviction has got their work cut out for you all for the summer split. Anything else you want to say for the fans before I let you
go? Nothing in particular. Just really wanted to shout out the players for their hard work, Conviction for making this all happen, and to you guys, to making the broadcast amazing. I know we're in a turbulent time, so everyone is doing great work, and I hope we continue to do so, and we all shine.
Yeah, absolutely, Mash. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me today, and best of luck in the opening series against a very strong Cupid Esports roster. I'll let you go and get prepared for that series. We can bring Henrique back on in here, as this is going to be an awesome series to start off the day, but we've got a couple to talk about. Before we even get there, though, Henrique, maybe we got to tell the people about, hey, what the hell's going on this season? We're talking about 8 teams in playoffs. We're talking about regular season format. What's that all about?
Well, fortunately, we have a video that'll take care of all of that. Pre-recorded, so I don't stumble over my words explaining what is a bit of a tricky format, but once you kind of hear it laid out, it'll all make sense. Let's get right into it.
Last split, teams were fighting to stay. Now, they're fighting to leave. 10 teams battling it out for one elusive prize, a spot in the LCS promotion tournament. Welcome back to the NACL. The 2026 Summer Split is here, and this is where North America's next great talents fight for their shot at the LCS. We start with a single round robin best of 3 regular season. Every series shifts the standings. You win, you move closer to playoffs. You fall behind, and you're staring down the barrel of promo relegation. Nothing is guaranteed here. Playoffs are double elimination. High pressure, high stakes, zero room for failure. Fearless Draft returns, and the right to choose changes everything. Choose your side and control the series before it even begins. This isn't about hype. It's about earning your place. The 2026 NACL Summer Split, July 16th. The road to the LCS starts here.
So there you have it, right? 2 groups of 5. You play everyone in the other group once, best of 3. Top 3 in each group automatically qualify. 4 or 5, you play the other team in your group, 1 best of 3 to decide whether you go into the super ultra banger 8-team double elim best of 5 mega slapper tournament, or you go into relegation, which is exciting in its own right, but exciting as a neutral. If you find yourself down there, it's not quite as much fun. As you see, those are our 10 teams, right? We had a couple of changes, right? Supernova out of the league, Cupid in, and kind of leading us to, to preview our first match, right? Our stream schedule. We'll get that up on the screen for you. Essentially running back a similar sort of roster, right? A top side that is very familiar to Supernova enjoyers with Cupid, but then bringing back familiar face in the mid lane as well, and a bot lane to boot as well. After Cupid Conviction, real quick, we do have Dorado Gaming versus Winthrop. I think I speak for everybody watching, and everyone in this broadcast booth, very excited to see how Winthrop move on. after their amazing lower bracket run in spring, and after a member of their roster graduated to the LCS a couple days ago. It was announced Denethor going to be up on Maryville. There we go. I was like, I know. I was like, I didn't do prep for Winthrop, so I'm like, the blood drained from my face. I'm like, I prepped Maryville today, dog. But Denethor did graduate to LCS, and that's worth celebrating. But Maryville, also fascinating to see how they come together with some roster changes as well. Some temporary, some not.
Honestly, it's valid to confuse Maryville and Winthrop because now Winthrop is promoting players to the LCS just like they're Maryville. So, I mean, seriously, big shout outs to Denethor. I know he's obviously not going to be playing in the NACL. I'm sad that I don't get to cast his games, but I'm super happy for that player. So do want to give a shout out. But yeah, 2 great series today. Cupid Conviction, Dorado, Maryville. Starting off, though, with a banger. Henrique, over the course of today and the season, we're probably going to talk about, as a broadcast team, we generally see that there are a pretty solid top 3, maybe top 4 teams that are really contending to be in that promotion tournament, that are contending to steal Disguised LCS slot. And Cupid and Conviction are 2 of them. Conviction, by and large, the reigning champions. Sure, they've retooled their bot lane, but you heard it straight from Mash. They felt that they got the best options available. And as you mentioned, Cupid, it is a new look roster. It's a new org. RIP Supernova, very sad to see them go. But Cupid has been a really great brand in the space as of late. And I'm very excited to see them get to perform in the NACL. And they've put together a very highly talented roster to start things off that I cannot wait to get into.
Yeah, so let's dive right into it. Like you said, for Supernova and Joy, this is going to look really, really similar. Cupid, obviously a stalwart tier 3 org, spoken about very well, and cool to see them, kind of take the side door into tier 2. Okay, they didn't promote it to tier 2 maybe the way they wanted, but hey, they're here. And not only that, they have an amazing roster that, like you said, Hawk, kind of comfortably top 3, at worst top 4, depending on what your take is, right? How you feel about a Blaze Olive coming back, right? He played with Hoarder and Breezy on the 2025 iteration of Supernova. Music going to be such a good captain for 2 very high-octane solo laners. I heard one of our broadcast partners, Slayer, describe this roster as a battleship, because you have so many weapons to play with on this roster if you are Music and just the leaders of this team.
In a bit of a redemption split for many players on this roster, Breezy getting unceremoniously kicked off of the champions Conviction, who he gets to take revenge on here today. Music and Hoarder, you heard it from Mash. They collapsed just a little bit in the playoffs. I think the one player that doesn't really need redemption is the AD carry. It is Mobility. This guy had an amazing split on Winthrop in the spring. I think there's a very strong argument to make that across the entire split, regular season and playoffs, he was the best AD carry in the league outside of maybe Tactical. But hey, that guy is going to play for Cloud9. He was a cheat code. Mobility is the up-and-comer. He played to the level that I think a lot of people wanted to see him reach. And now on this Conviction team, reunited once again with Breezy, a support that he himself, I've heard him say he really likes playing with. And, they saved AoE from relegation. They played a best of 3 together in the LCS. Yeah. I want to see what they can do on Cupid, especially against this Conviction team in week 1.
Yeah, no, and it's so funny, right? Because in some ways, this is a bit of a ragtag group of like, oh, these are guys that you've seen in tier 2, have a cup of coffee in tier 1. But at the same time, like you said, Hawk, there are a lot of connections between these players. So we're not really strangers on this Cupid roster, I guess is what we mean to say. Moving over to Conviction, though, reigning champions. Say what you want about their regular season. They had a little bit of a dip, but the point is, especially with this mid jungle, man, Tomio and Insanity, where they go, success follows to a, depending on who you ask, annoying degree. Because these dudes just win the NACL. That is what they do. Sniper, Tomio, and Insanity returning from last split. And then Cody Sun and Zyko. Talk about, getting kind of the best players available. These guys were absolute stalwarts last split. Zyko especially. We could talk a little bit more later about how the meta is going to affect him. But, I mean, he's an absolute, not to just beat the name over the head, a psycho. He can be in terms of how he can play the map. And Cody Sun, a solid high floor AD carry that is just, it's more the same from Conviction here, Hawk.
Man, I've been calling Zyko the Psycho for literally 5 years, and I mean that as an absolute term of endearment. Mash point blank said he feels that they got the best options available. And you know what, Enrique? I damn well agree with him. The only argument is maybe the guy on the other side of the rift, mobility against Cody's son. That's why I'm so excited. They went band for band in the third place match in the lower bracket between Winthrop and CCG. All split. I think Cody really showed what he's capable of, especially on the aggressive picks like the Kaisa. And Zyko looked completely revitalized on that Supernova team. I was very critical of his performances, especially towards the tail end of 2025, on the tail end of what was otherwise a phenomenal tenure with Maryville. And I feel like we really got to see what he's capable of again. Having gotten to talk to him, he's in a much better place. He feels very motivated. He feels like he's able to focus on the game more and is really excited to be playing on such a high profile team like Conviction. So yeah, straight up, it's not Tactical and Bounty, but it's Cody and Zyko. This is still a championship winning team, Enrique.
You could do a lot worse than that. Also, shout out to Sniper playing in the dungeon or wherever he's playing. Everyone else has a pretty good camera angle, and he's just got this grainy footage. He's like off center. I wouldn't have it.
It's like Blair Witch back there.
This is the Poughkeepsie tapes that we are getting from wherever Sniper's played from. Let's talk about that 80 carry matchup though, because that is our face-to-face matchup presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Shout out to them. Good to have them back with us for another split of NACL. Like you said, Hawk, I mean, these are the two best 80 carries in the league on their day. And I think that's kind of the name of the game, right? For Cupid, it is going to be interesting to see. I mean, actually, for both of these rosters, right? The jungle and support are going to be so crucial because there is so much firepower on all these teams. So as the split develops, as the meta develops, after do we get away from Mage's bot? Shoot, I'll just throw that one to you, right? With that coming up, right? You're probably not going to see. I mean, we'll see like one game of it probably in best of threes, but I'll phrase it to you this way: who do you think's better equipped to tackle the great unknown of Mage's bot in the Big 2-6?
Honestly, great question, because I don't really see either Mobility or Cody as much of a mage player. They're both such strong hyper carry style of players that, like, is one of them going to pull out the Ziggs or the Mel or, God forbid, Vel'Koz? Like, who knows? I'm not really expecting it. I mean, things like the Ezreal, like the Caitlyn, those are still very, very strong picks. The Varus, the Lucian, I know the Lucian and the Ezreal in particular, really big picks for mobility throughout his career. When I look at a guy like Cody's son, he's played it all. So I am expecting a more traditional AD carry matchup, but I mean, it's going to be explosive in the lane. Cody and Mobility, two of the best laning AD carries that we have. They really like to take advantages. They are not strangers to just flipping the 2v2 if they feel it'll put themselves in a good position, and they're damn good at doing so. But then in the team fights, that's when they really get to shine. Cody, to me, he's the one that's going to take the sharper lines for better or for worse for Conviction. Sometimes he might throw his life away, but other times he will do something that just makes your jaw hit the floor. Mobility, a consistent carry that is just going to pump out the DPS the entire time. But, he'll step forward as well when needed, maybe just not to the same degree.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you saw, like Mash was kind of alluding to, right, in when they did face off in the playoffs last split, is you saw Cody just bite off maybe a little bit more than he could chew. But like you said, Tactical played a little bit safer, right, just, towed the line a little bit better, had kind of his micro movement was phenomenal, right, reading the team fight, taking in all that information at the same time, and, and picking out the right pass, right, to use a sports term. But like, yeah, and moving on to the mid lane though, I mean, actually no, let's go to the top lane, because I think that could be really, really fun. I mean, Hoarder into Sniper. Sniper had a bit of an up and down split, but I mean, I feel like he almost went as Conviction went. Started off strong. You saw the Irelia, you saw the Gnar, right, sort of those signature champs, and then he got put on tanks, which are not out of the question in this meta. But we'll see how much how he wants to attack Order. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, because I think that is something that, you can't just kind of wipe away from your memory. As much as Conviction fans will say, look, we won the whole dang thing. Why are you so hung up on the middle of the split?
Yeah, I mean, and you're exactly right, because to be quite honest, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I thought Sniper had a very poor regular season in the 2026 NACL spring split, and it was very disappointing for me as a fan of Snipers. I've been following this player since literally his first ever career competitive game I had the privilege of casting on the PGCQ stream back in 2022. So seeing him struggle like that was difficult, but I thought he really ramped up through the playoffs and became a very big carry for this team. We got to see the conviction that gets to play through all 3 lanes and play triple threat comps, quad threat comps every single game. And Sniper was one of the biggest proponents. His growth was one of the biggest proponents of that. And he's going against a Hoarder that I thought across the board had a better split than Sniper, but when you look at the peaks, it's relatively similar. And I think Hoarder is another player that, while he played well in the spring, maybe didn't quite reach the peaks that people were hoping that he would. And so now on this retooled Cupid roster, the question is still going to be, we know he's got the hands. How is he able to connect with his team? How is he able to translate leads? There were some games where he did that really, really well on Supernova. There were some games where he didn't.
Yeah, and it's the inconsistency, right? Like you said, on his day, he can hang with just about anybody, especially in the top lane in the NACL. But as the playoffs rolled on, Supernova just couldn't quite find the same tune, right? It'd be Shoche has a pop-off game, Hoarder can't quite link up, right? Music kind of doing his best to put out little fires everywhere, right? The bottom lane kind of doing their best, but Music is going to have, quite the task here. But I think everyone's really confident in that, right? Because that's been always the rub on Music is you can kind of put him anywhere. And especially with a test like this, where you can, like you said, sort of with conviction. I'm expecting a bit of a similar thing here with Cupid, is you could play multi-threat compositions. ABO can play a lot of different stuff, right? So how does Music handle on that? How does he link up with Breezy and link up and get the best out of this roster? Because I think Music, this is going to be one of his more interesting tests, because every test he has had in his time in tier 2, he has more or less passed. Maybe he hasn't blown you away all the time, but he's such a high floor player. I think this is going to be a fascinating test to see how he gets on with this Cupid roster.
Yeah, I felt that Music had a really great split with Supernova too. I think he exceeded my expectations. He's never really been mechanically the best player in the NACL, but he's a great leader. He's a great guy to just have on your team by all accounts that I've heard. So I definitely think he's going to be able to bring a lot to the table. And I think what you mentioned, Henrique, which is how are the teams going to move their chess pieces around the board? This is what I'm so excited to watch this matchup for, because I think these are going to be two of the best teams when it comes to just playing to all 3 lanes. You already mentioned Music. ABO, he is a player that is, in my opinion, at his best when he's able to get active on the map on picks like the Rise, like the Talia that we've seen him be really successful on back in 2025. And then on the opposite side, we're talking about Hoarder and Sniper. Zyko, in my opinion, is the best support in the league when it comes to just finding timers to go blow up another lane. And when he was on Supernova alongside Hoarder, they did that to Sniper and to Conviction when they played them earlier on in the season, and also attempted to do so in the playoffs. Now, Ryan, he's with Conviction. He's with Sniper, the shoe on the other foot. We already know how insanely good Tomio is at facilitating these high octane, high mechanics lanes that all want to carry. I am very excited to see how Zyko slots into the texture of this team, because I think not only is he just the best support available in a general sense, but I think stylistically he could be a very, very good fit for this Conviction squad that wants to carry through 3 lanes.
Yeah, and you were kind of talking about it earlier, Hawk, how, Zyko, just where he came from in like the tier 2 scene, right? He is such a student of this, I think you call it the Maryville way of all gas, no brakes, right? What advantages are you finding? How efficient are you being with your time, with your roams? And in the big 2-6, especially in split 2, it was big enchanter energy in split 1, but now in split 2, you are kind of functioning as that secondary jungler. So the efficiency and, and again, coming up through the Maryville school, right? How are you using your time? That's going to be extremely important. And not to mention that you're replacing, you're facing off against the guy you replaced, right? I mean, Zyko had his time there on Supernova and did his job very, very well. But now on the Cupid roster, looking to crash the top 3 party, and who knows, maybe even the top 2 in promotion tournament party against the favorites, at least in the preseason, in Conviction. Into draft we go. Lee Sin taken away, Camille taken away. Not one of those is a jungler. One of those is very much not.
Yeah, and I'm expecting engaged supports to be the name of the game between Breezy and Zyko. I mean, I think these guys are both at their best when they are playing the Nautiluses, when they are playing the Leonas of the world. And again, champions that they can link up with their junglers. Both Tomio and Music are guys that I expect to go towards the meta bruisers, the big six: Vi, Nocturne, Xin Zhao, Wukong, Pantheon, and what's the other one? I'm forgetting it right now. But anyway, those champions are still really, really strong, maybe with the addition of Naafiri also having really risen in priority, at least when it comes to the mid-season invitational. I'm expecting those to be traded back and forth. Orianna was permanently picked and banned basically for Split 1. It was the same at the mid-season invitational. That's a great pickup on one for Insanity to take control of the game.
Absolutely. And reminder, we are in Fearless Best of 3, so just get the expectations set as far as that is concerned. Mobility going to be on an Ezreal, self-sufficient AD carry, all the cliches about this treasure hunter and allowing Breezy to potentially get out on the map. How's it going to be matched with Cody, Sun, and Zykel? They've got 2 picks to mop that up. Maybe you pick the bot lane here, just 3 or 2-3 immediately. But there's that Naafiri you were talking about, Hawk.
Okay, so we do already get a bit of a pivot. I will say Music was one of the biggest purveyors of the Naafiri that we had in our league in the spring split, and I like it alongside this mobility. Ezreal was his most played in the spring split. Funnily enough, not the most impressive win rate, only picking up 3 wins on the champion in 9 games, but still a really solid, just safe, and a pick that he can carry on. But what's the lane gonna look like? It's Caitlyn for Cody Sun. We talked about it. Explosive in the 2v2. I'm not expecting Yuumi. I'm expecting something more along the lines of the Nico for Zyko to pair alongside.
Or
Bard's
the Bard,
also great.
right? Some sort of long-range kind of lane bully enchanter, but again, something that will probably, well, I mean, he's a literal roam enabler. That is, his whole passive is, hey, get the hell out of lane and watch the autos hit a little bit harder every time. So now the question is, do Cupid grab an answer right here, right? Something that can match that roam, or do they say, you know what, we don't need that priority. Let's get something that can go toe-to-toe with Insanity in the mid lane for ABO, or do you trust his champion pool that's looking like where it's going to lean? Like you said, Hawk, a champion that used to be a jungler way back in the day for all the unks in the audience in the Nautilus, something that will be able to impact the map.
I like this so much for Breezy. I think this is really strong. I'm very excited to see this 2v2 already because we are seeing, I think, Cupid going to look to play a little bit more of a skirmish style, get the Nautilus active on the map, leave mobility a bit on an island and find advantages elsewhere. But for Conviction, they've got a 2v2 that can really slam hard and a stalwart pick in mid, one that also does slightly discourage the rise from a Blaze Olive. Other picks that I am looking at for this player, I mean, any of the strong mages. Right, there's a lot of these. Cassiopeia really cropped up in the MSI meta. If we wanted to get aggressive, go double assassin. Akali could be another option. I'm expecting mid lane bans to come through from CNV, unless they did want to try to take away some of the more dangerous counter picks that Hoarder could go for in the sniper, like the Vayne.
I do like the Poppy ban. I mean, and the Poppy ban does set some set some expectations up, right, of what you're going to be grabbing for Cupid and Bessa. The alarm bells are going off in my head for that one. But yeah, like you were saying, there's certain picks you want to take into, there's certain picks you want to avoid. Jarvan, not going to be an option here for Tomio to answer it. And it'll also be interesting to see how much these junglers get in each other's faces, right? Efficiency, obviously the name of the game in just jungling in general, but in 2026, games can be decided off of invades, and it feels like they carry such an outsized impact. Maybe it's just, you know, selection bias that I'm seeing more, but something that can skirmish and something that can hang with Music in the early game, disrupt his pathing a little bit, right? You're looking for him to be a little more self-sufficient as this game rolls on. Olaf will be the ban. Not going to let Hoarder get on that one.
I'm expecting Syndra Cassio here for ABO. Should be solid into that Orianna that Insanity is bringing to the table. Do you know Cassio can be a little dicey, especially against the range that Conviction has? I think Syndra just generally looking strong. Gives you a lot of single target pick potential here for Cupid. I think really strong team identity. It also does help you create space. I think the only thing you're really going to be looking for on 5 is going to be interesting. Is going to be frontline, but it's going to be Victor for Cupid. A bit more of a team fight identity. Not the most pleasant matchup into the Orianna in the early game, to me, this feels like you're giving the lane to Insanity for the first 10 or so minutes until you can hit that Hex Core. I think a lot of pressure now going to be put onto Music and to Breezy to try to influence this lane in a positive direction for Cupid, lest they risk losing control of the bottom side of the map entirely, which is a dangerous prospect when you are against the likes of a Caitlyn Bard.
Gnar blind will be what Sniper pulls up. As we get a little bit of a hiccup in draft, we'll be back on your screen very, very shortly. Pow, 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 pow. Lightning round. You see those picks populate back on your screen. And Pantheon will be the answer here for Tomio. We'll see what gets answered for Cupid. The only role you got left to pick is that top laner. And like you said, Hawk, frontline question mark right now that you've got the Victor, not exactly mobile, need to protect him, allow that damage to stack up. Not exactly the, the shortest range composition, not getting a ton of value out of that ultimate, but there's a lot of damage for this Cupid composition. You've got to keep everyone alive. We're continuing to put our foot on the gas.
This is a very interesting composition that Cupid has put together. It's going to be Jax for Hoarder. Very strong side lane pick. One that, if it gets going, definitely can carry against what Conviction is bringing to the table. A lot of mid-game from Conviction, wanting to get going on the bottom side of the map, wanting to stack Drakes, and wanting to force early fights. You've got Tomio on one of the Tomio specials, this Pantheon, something that can make a lot of plays. It's something that can influence the map. We talked about him and Zyko linking up to play around 3 lanes. This draft with Pantheon Bard is going to do exactly that. For Cupid, it's a little bit more scaling. It's a lot of carry potential, but I am worried about their ability to keep this game together, as you do still have melee versus range on the top side in favor of Sniper. You have an Orianna that should be able to bully the Victor a bit early on. And then, of course, the Caitlyn Bard against the Ezreal Nautilus, likely to dictate push, likely to dictate the tempo of this game. And without Breezy, there is not a lot of setup here for Cupid. So I think very difficult prospects when it comes to the early to mid-game skirmishes in terms of just surviving and getting to those team fights on even footing. But if they do, the side lane pressure and the scaling of things like the Jax and the Victor will be very strong.
Well, you very well encapsulated what I was kind of thinking in my head in a ton more words, which is usually how it goes with me and you. But there is no setup, right? That it's a lot on Breezy's plate. And look, if you are getting on the map and evading Zyko, right, and making sure that your advantages that you get are bigger than his, okay, if you get a bunch of picks and disrupt every team fight with a 500 gold, per lane advantage, it doesn't really matter how good your setup is, or at least it matters a lot less. But Breezy's going to have a lot on his plate for sure. Onto the Rift we go. Nothing crazy here as far as kind of runes or masteries or any of that. But Cupid versus Conviction kicking us off, Hawk. I mean, it's such a treat to get this. As far as a cross-group matchup, right? I mean, this is what you wanted. This is your banner week 1 matchup.
This is definitely 2 teams that have their eyes not just on making playoffs, not just on performing well in the regular season. They have their eyes on playing at the next level and making their dreams come true. But the biggest question for Cupid in this early game, the first step in what is going to be a very long journey for both of these teams, is how can we hold the bottom side of the map together in this early game? How can we have the game in a state where Breezy can try to play towards mid, can try to fight for river control with Music without us also getting slammed simultaneously? We saw early brush control from Mobility Breezy, but already Cody, Sun, and Zyko, a little bit of a health trade, but they dictate pace on the wave.
Zyko and Cody going to hit that level 2 just that little bit earlier, ever so slightly ahead. Music and Tomio starting kind of on opposite sides of the map
at a
here.
level 3 gank.
I was going to say, yeah, that level, the level 3 gank is off in the dead list because it is the most unexpected. Let's see if Tomio can get there in a rush. We got to fight down in the bottom lane. It looks like Music has made contact. Meanwhile, we're going to see Hoarder and Sniper in the top lane. First blood does go over to Music in the bottom lane.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened, but Music, he goes for the gank. That's a solution to the problem that I oppose. And Music picking up that kill is so big. Tomio already having crossed and is clear toward the bottom side of the map. Obviously, will be ahead in camps, but there's going to be no recourse, just a little bit of delay for Music on that pathing. And it does look like they got both summoners out of Cody to boot. So not only do they grab that kill, they also make it a bit easier for repeat. Really nice look and setup from the bottom lane and jungler of Cupid.
Absolutely. Great look so far. You got Music on the board as well, right? You've relieved pressure. Yes, you've gotten a little bit of gold into Mobility and Breezy's pockets. But Music, he's on the board in a big, big way and can keep that pace ahead of Tomio, at least for now, because that's the thing, Hog. If there's any guy that you can't really count on, oh, I should be able to, keep this advantage up if I just kind of keep doing what I'm doing. No. Tomio's not going to let you get away with that. He is in every single game, especially post-6 on this Pantheon. Like you said, it's such a special of his because he is so hyper-efficient at where his map movements are.
Look at this, though. I love this. Breezy getting called over to defend a potential Raptor respawn attack from Conviction, as we will get another look at this gank. It's just a flash forward from Breezy on the Cody, getting the flash early. Still hasn't used the dredge line, right? So he's always able to walk him down, follow through. Very well played from the support of Cupid against the team that did replace him. You love to see it.
Oh, yeah. Now, let's not forget the history between some of these players on these two teams. I guarantee you, I mean, these guys, tier 2 is a very tight-knit community, right? Half these guys, if you spend enough time here, you will have played against or with pretty much everybody in the NACL. And so don't think that these types of things aren't being thought about in as these matchups go on. Blaze Olive getting the business end of that matchup so far. Some of these trades, like you were saying, I mean, an Insanity, I mean, he's just some of the best to ever do it in tier 2 in North America. Weaving those empowered autos in, just barely hanging on in terms of the mana pool, but with a little bit more. Blaze Olive's going to have to be careful. Insanity has a couple charges of that refillable pot, at least one, I should say, left. Meanwhile, on the top side, like you called out, Hawk, range versus melee, but kind of going honors even so far.
Yeah, I actually think we've not looked top too much. I think Hoarder's been doing pretty well in this matchup, but Insanity, really nice trading from him. For those that don't really know why Orianna is so good in the Victor, yes, Victor does have the range advantage, but Orianna's cooldowns are just so short compared to the Victors, and you've got that clockwork wind-up passive that Victor just can't really keep up in any sort of extended trade. Orianna always going to feel free to step forward and basically pressure the Victor, and with ABO having already TP'd back to lane, he's got to call his jungler and support over just to try to push out this wave and get a base off. So well done by the supporting crew of Cupid to be able to buy their mid laner a base. But Tomio, for every play, there's an equal and opposite reaction. He's going to take that timer, take a dragon.
What we said about Tomio, man, it's what makes him so good, right? He doesn't fear the fact that, oh, you got, like you said, you called in support and jungler here. Guess what? I've got one, but I know where everybody isn't, and that's where I'm going to yoink. Dragon number 1. It's a Hex Tech 1. You're going to get out of there with that magical journey that Zyko is going to help you take. Still up a little bit in CS. The only reason for that gold lead for Music is the kill that we saw a little bit earlier. Ocean Dragon up next in a couple of minutes. Zyko going to drop some lattes. I think that is the Cafe Q. Is that the Cafe? Yeah, surely. Or no, maybe it's Spirit Blossom. Something. Doesn't matter. I play Bard too much to not know that.
Spirit Blossom.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you asked that question when he was in the bush, so I'm not 100% sure. we can keep our eyes on that one.
We will. Oh, don't you worry, viewers. I know that's what you guys are worried about. ABO did drop the ultimate there. The Chaos Storm, just to get Insanity's health bar that little bit lower. Insanity coming back with actually the Catalyst, so not a ton of combat power.
Interesting.
But opting to scale into the late game. Yeah, this isn't something you see that much on Orianna. This item is very strong, and it was kind of earlier in the year. It was in its heyday, being built on absolutely everybody. The proto belt of summer 2026, if you will. But you don't really see that much on Orianna.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of dive on the side of Cupid between this Jax, Naafiri, Nautilus, and you don't really have a lot of help. Pantheon, Bard, yes, they can peel a little bit, they can create some space, but your team is mostly relying on outplaying, and your carries, Caitlyn and Gnar, being self-sufficient in the fight. So as Orianna, you need to be able to do the same. So I do think this build does make sense from that perspective. It is going to hamper the powerful, 2-3 item spike that we are looking at for Conviction. Yeah. Again, they're wanting to be ahead in the lanes, but I do think, I mean, Caitlyn, you're also looking at a bit of a mid-game power trough, so it's definitely not the worst. I think this is an interesting adaptation, and with Insanity laning well, I mean, you can definitely get away with it.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're gonna have to. And look, this team from Cupid is gonna scale really, really well, and we'll get into more as the mid game develops. What the side lanes are gonna look like, right? How Hoarder and Sniper are gonna match each other, and how much damage they start to pump out, because that is something that kind of, as you're kind of flagging it up, you go, if you find yourself in an awkward spot here in the mid game for Conviction, in the late game, do you have enough firepower? Because it feels like, as far as just who's gonna put on the capital C carry pants, it's Cody's son. Now, thankfully, don't have a big true tank to chew through, right? On a crit marksman, that can be a little bit tricky, but I think Cody's son, he's going to have a lot of responsibility on his plate.
As we do approach the 8-minute mark as well, big story for me this game is the fact that Breezy has been able to influence the map. He was able to defend Music's Raptor respawn. He was able to make the walk to help ABO push out the wave when he was in a difficult position. And I think that is really beneficial to Cupid's game plan. They are not getting run down on the bottom side of this map. They have been able to get their support involved. He's now making the walk towards Grubs as Music has started these up. And it's helping Cupid maintain a small gold advantage in what is otherwise a very even game. And it's meant that Mobility also has not fallen too far behind.
Oh, and you're seeing the skirmish continue just a little bit here in the mid lane, right? Both these, this 2v2 kind of jockeying for a position, kind of, you know, who's going to let him in to, who's going to let an opponent in to disrupt Music's plan in the Raptor pit. The answer's going to be nobody. Sniper's going to go Mega. Horde are taking very low. Sniper just peppering him with autos. But it might all come down to nothing. He will have flash ult by the time this Narbar runs out. Maybe not. I think it's going to run out at kind of the same time. But yeah, the all-in maybe not quite there for Sniper. Just barely mistimed it on the transformation. But now Music roaming up here. Don't see any red wards on my screen.
Yeah,
does have vision of that Tribe Rush. If Porter can bait him into something, potentially. Sniper read it, though. Able to bounce back, but the Hound's Pursuit goes in, and Music gonna grab kill number 2.
Just really nicely played from Hoarder right there. I was about to say, I think Sniper couldn't have gone for the play even if he had ult, because he doesn't know anything about the top side of the map, and Music had just taken the grubs. Great overstay there for Music to pick up a kill. Second one of the game, putting Hoarder firmly ahead of Sniper on the side lane. Jax, to me, the most important champion in the texture of this Cupid draft, as we're seeing a big trade go down now onto Breezy.
Ooh, Tempered Fate, Breezy. A money dredge line to get himself out of trouble. I think that would have been certain death. Now, both AD carries did have their ultimates available. Cody-sun with a solid-ish spike there with the Berserker's Greaves, but either way, no harm, no foul. 30 seconds until the Dragon comes up here. You see Conviction kind of reestablishing their control of the lane despite Music's earlier visit. This is still a Caitlyn Bard lane, right? This is still the champion with the highest range in the game, can wave clear really easily, and Cody-sun's still making sure that Tomio, excuse me, is going to have a nice time should he want to come down here and prioritize those Dragons. Very generous hitbox, man. Dredgeline be doing Dredgeline things. Zyko just going to buy himself some time. Cody-sun, not much you can do about that. Mobility on the board. Cupid up 3-0 here, Hawk.
It's just all too easy. Music is having a great game so far. It starts with that first play in bottom, and he's just playing for his lane so well. Tomio has just not really been able to get involved, and I think a big part of that is because Breezy and Music have been linking up just better. Yes, Zyko and Tomio, they have walked together, but the Nautilus has always been there. The Nefiri has always been there, shadowing all the plays, whereas Music, he's been the one that's been willing to take an odd timer, to take a risky play, and it's paid off now 3 times, 1.5k in the lead. And you were just talking about, yes, Cody and Zyko, they have control of the bottom lane, but they are far from slamming it. Mobility still got all 5 plates on his tower. There is no advantage to speak of in bottom lane, and 1.5k in the lead coming into the second Dragon. I quite like Cupid's position in this game.
It feels like Music is just first everywhere. It feels like he's just simply getting places first. Breezy having a flash over the stun, still does land. Zyko gonna take the magical journey over. Tempered Fate gonna buy them time to be able to lock in here, but Breezy, is he close enough to his tower? Will it matter with the ace in the hole? It's gonna tickle Mobility as he pops the barrier to absorb the brunt of that. Breezy taken very low. Wanted to go back in, but it's gonna get hit by a Comet Spear instead. Mobility taking a chunk out of Zyko. It's a big old wave. Do they have enough? Can you get a shield vault in? Nice buffer there on the arcane shift by Mobility, and that will mean that Cody-sun takes a tower hit, and that's it.
TP behind. I'm not sure if Hoarder can do anything here. No flash on this Jax, but a lot of low health bars, level 10.
But Music is in the building, and if Hoarder can buy enough time, maybe for the collapse, if a Blaze Olive can get down there in a hurry, Music is massive. He had that Cyclo Sword going into it with the Phage on top of it now. He is huge, Hawk, and he is making a Conviction's problem.
It's a crazy extended play. Now Cupid, they're going to try to take the Dragon. Ultimately going to be pretty even across the board. Conviction, I really like that trap best laid. And just as I talked about Music and Breezy's impact, Tomio and Zyko make a play of their own, and they catch Breezy on his way back down to the bottom lane. But Mobility and Breezy did such a great job of buying time in that fight. Yeah. It did give time for the play to come down. The counterpunch, Hoarder picks up a kill. The Dragon ends up being an extended 1 for 2. Mobility going to be able to answer the wave in top to make sure that Cupid doesn't drop anything. I think the bigger story is that it is gold back into this Caitlyn. It's gold back into this Pantheon. Your big playmaking duo needed something just to keep this gold close.
I think you're exactly right. Like you said, this is kind of the straw that stirs the drink for this composition. I mean, and again, as we get into the mid game, as we are kind of approaching the 14-minute mark, we start to shift our focus a little bit to Hoarder and Sniper, right? Once they exit the lanes, that's something we want to watch as well, because those could be things that swing the mid game and swing control from one side to another, right? Then you've got another factor to worry about. Okay, yes, where's Music and Tomio? Yes, where are these roaming supports? But where the heck are Hoarder and Sniper, right? Where are they going to be making plays? Where are they going to be TPing to? Like you said, that trap was pretty well laid. Whether it was all intentional or not, I guess we'll never know, but it doesn't really matter. Hoarder got involved and made an impact in a big, big way. Dragon split one apiece. Cupid did get that second one off the kill on in that bottom lane skirmish. And now 3 minutes and change until we've got a Mountain Soul to start playing for and Mountain Dragons to start stacking.
And Enrique, all I got to say is we are 14 minutes into this game. It's a decent gold advantage for Cupid, but not a very large one. As you mentioned, Dragons being
it's
even.
a music advantage. That's what it is.
Yeah.
The gold lead is music.
The biggest thing being the grubs for Cupid, which as we did some testing, shout out to Cubby, he was talking with LS, we did some testing. Grubs, not really the most important in 5v5 pushing situations. It can be impactful for Hoarder on the side lane, but that's really about it. So all this is to say that this is going to be a very competitive game, and we are shaping up to see some pretty electric mid to late game team fights if we do keep going at this relatively slow pace. Herald spawning in 30 seconds, first item spikes for basically everybody. And I will say this Caitlyn on just the Hex Optics, this Orianna on a one-stack Roa. I do favor Cupid's conditions approaching this fight, as Music and Breezy are trying to just dictate the pace of the game right now and force Psycho out of the river.
Well, like you said, Hawk, they're going to have to, right? The ball is in their court right now. The power spike is in their court right now. You talk about the Caitlyn mid-game trough, just a couple stacks on the Roa for Insanity. Yeah, he's got the upgraded boots, but ABO with the Blackfire Torch, once he gets his boots complete as well, right? Once the Mana Moon comes in for mobility, that to me is like the big spike that you're going to be able to play around. I think that's where the delta between the two teams is going to be the biggest in terms of just raw strength. But right now, look, you got Music on, 1 and 2/3 items. You're not feeling too bad about this either. But then I think that's what that's what I'm looking for anyways. Do we look up and in 5 minutes see that, the gold difference is still about 1,000 gold? Because to me, it's not going to bode very well for Cupid. Not going to bode as well for Cupid. It's going to feel like a missed opportunity.
But here is the difficult position, though, for Conviction, right? Because their heroes on their side still need a little bit more time to come online.
Yep.
But by the time they do, look at Hoarder. He's got 10 CS per minute. This Jax is going to be such a menace in the later stages of the game, and that is why I do think it is a bit of a problem that Conviction was not able to generate a meaningful early game advantage. But regardless of any of that, it's of course going to come down to execution. You cannot deny the hands that this Conviction team does have, and just why I'm excited to see some of these explosive fights. Herald on the map. No, neither team really looking like they want to commit towards it at the moment. We did see ABO and Hoarder go for a little swap-a-rooney. It is Cupid first into the river. There are some red wards that they still have to clear before potentially starting this one up. Music, he's got a Black Cleaver. He's by far the strongest member on Summoner's Rift. So for Conviction, I think it might be wise to not fight into the Supercharge into Fury.
No, I would agree with you there. And it's going to make mobility and Hoarder's jobs very, very easy as well with that cleaver. Shred down the armor on everybody else. And it's just Music in the pit. And Conviction don't really want this smoke. Maybe they want something kind of after the fact. But Music is going to walk away with the Eye of the Herald. And that's kind of it. Where do you drop it? I guess in the bottom lane in terms of plates. But you want to bust open that mid lane if you can. Luckily, that's not a decision you have to make for a little while here. But Hawk is just continuing kind of the run of the map for Music and Cupid. It feels like, again, it's a bit of an oversimplification, but they are just getting places first. They are dictating the pace of the game right now.
And it all goes back to Music unlocking Breezy in that level 3 play. Have to give praise where it's due. And it's tough for Conviction, too, because you could see, Tomio path down towards the bot side. He's hovering around mid a little bit, hovering down towards Sniper a little bit, but you can't really dive at Jax with Pantheon, Gnar, even with both your summoners available. Hoarder is just a little too difficult to deal with under that tower, can buy a little too much time. So they do at least take control of this third dragon, but of course Cupid has the free control button. Music gonna go ahead and drop that Herald. They've got 5 members with first touch on this mid wave, and now Insanity is a little bit disconnected from the rest of his squad. Breezy gonna try to take some space with Hoarder here. Nice Tempered Fate, but it's a Battle Herald. They got Insanity.
Yeah, Music just decides, all right, I'll just run it into Insanity, and he goes pop like a balloon, completely disappeared from the map. And now with the Hound's Pursuit, Zyko next on the menu for the pack. Music is going to get a little bit of shielding there from Mobility as far as the Ace in the Hole is concerned, and that's enough for them to start up Dragon number 2 for the side of Cupid. Not really much of a contest for Conviction.
Breezy.
How about Breezy? Looking for more. Cody-san wasn't expecting that, able to flash away. But the fact that he had to burn that on just backing off the Dragon. Cupid biting off a ton and chewing it too.
Have a game, Music. I mean, he is really playing nicely on this Nefiri, and I gotta give credit to all of Cupid. That was beautiful setup for the Dragon. Conviction, they did exactly what the book says to do with their composition. Get to the objective first, force the other team to face check you, and take a fight on those turns. But remember, their one-item spike's just not that good, and the use of the Herald here from Music is just beautiful. Fantastic. I love this vision retake from Cupid, Breezy, and Hoarder to take the space. And as I mentioned, Insanity just a bit disconnected, and Music absolutely understood the assignment. Zyko thought he was being tricky, but it was not enough to save his mid laner. A great play, a great kill, and Cupid firmly in control of game 1.
Feeling really, really good. Yeah, it's a bit of a Music masterclass right now in this early game. The gold lead has, ballooned a little bit to 2,000 gold, but that's the thing. I mean, Conviction, they are such a tough customer, man. They are not going to let you accelerate that easily. Certainly not with Tomio at the helm. Insanity, bit of a misplay there. Like you said, a bit disconnected. Now here comes the Grand Starfall. Hoarder might just be toast here. It's tough to dive a Jax, but if there's no tower around, if you can just wait out that Counter-Strike, fantastically done. It's a much-needed shutdown for Tomio.
And it is still a nice look from Conviction. They are still fighting back, trying to keep Sniper in this game, trying to make sure this Jax can't just take the game over in a side lane should we go late, and that should be first tower of the game potentially going the way of Conviction, as we do have a counterpunch in mid.
And now Tomio, how much time can he buy? Potentially ward off this advance. Tower does go down. I think that's a dub for Cupid. First tower of the game at the 20-minute mark. That is the kind of game that we've been having on.
Yeah, Tomio wanted to try to make that move mid to let Sniper get first brick after that kill onto Hoarder, but just not quite quick enough, as Mobility was able to get the Spell Flux W into that tower, and ultimately it does fall. Still 1 for 1 in turrets, 1 for 0 in kills, as ABO on this Victor. Once you get Hex Core, the matchup really starts to flip against the Orianna. The range advantage becomes that much more substantial because you can one-shot the wave, essentially, with the Death Ray, and the poke becomes a lot more brutal, and you can see that on full display.
Yeah, game gets a lot easier for ABO. You talk about how potent he can be when he can move around the map. I mean, Victor isn't exactly what you think of with that, but look, you've got good wave clear. You can move around the map just fine. And so him being kind of this third head of this dragon, the Music and Breezy, two-headed dragon, and how Cupid are accelerating their leads, or at least trying to in the face of, like we said, a pretty stubborn team in Conviction. Sniper.
Four-man play
Under his
bot.
tower now, he's going to have company, but Tomio is lurking, waiting in the wings as well. Going to dissuade the dive from Cupid, and now is the shoe on the other foot? Not going to be the case.
I'm very impressed with how intelligently Cupid is playing this game so far. Really moving together as a unit. Breezy and Music, their coordination, it's looking like they've been playing together for years, and it's day 1 of the split. Very quickly calling off that play when they saw Tomio coming down. Zyko had also just fogged from mid. They knew the Tempered Fate could potentially cause problems, and they don't take an unnecessary risk knowing they are going to have a really strong item spike for this dragon in a minute 30. Mobility already on 2, ABO on 2, Music on 2. You do have the IE now crashing through for Cody as well as Insanity. He's going to hit the 10-stack Roa by that point. So Conviction, I think this is going to be the first fight where they are really starting to come online. Want to see if they're able to bring something to the table, especially with Hoarder going to be down flash for this fight.
You nailed it, Hawk. I mean, like you said, like we talked about earlier, the Mana Moon Triforce spike is huge. Getting 2 items on ABO is huge. But these are 2 big spikes as well for Insanity. That investment finally coming back to pay off, and that IE obviously so crucial for Cody-san. Starting to dig his way out of this Caitlyn mid-game trough. Conviction with the team fighting that they've got. With Cody-san, right? I mean, we talked about how he's got to be able to ride the line on these team fights, do his best tactical impression, and really shore up the late-game decision-making that I think was one of the knocks against him from being otherwise a fantastic AD carry and a dominant laner, and that's kind of what we saw in the early game. But as this game goes on, You've got a pretty good composition, but you've got a lot of dive to deal with. That is going to be a $1 million question, right? How can you do that? And also just how can you break through these setups for Cupid? You talked about it earlier, Hawk, but going into these objectives, and I think this dragon's going to be no exception, it is all blue in these rivers.
And that's the difficult thing, because Conviction really does want to be to the play first. And so my eyes are on Cody's son. How is he able to step up in these team fights? Because he's the one with the range. He's the one that's self-sufficient, but he gets flashed on.
He might just be toast here, Hawk. He goes down. The Arcane Storm dropped on his head off a massive hook from Breezy into the depth charge. Big shockwave, but used completely defensively. Conviction again have to turn tail and run.
I mean, what a find from Breezy. Flash dredge line onto the enemy AD carry, and he removes the guy that we just caster curse the hell out of. I mean, he has got to be the one to step up in these team fights. It's been a quiet game for Cody's son so far, and I think partially to no fault of his own, he's just not really been a focal point, but this is just Cupid being more coordinated. They get Soul Point. They're going to take the third outer turret, and the gold lead is really starting to balloon in their favor.
Yeah, now we're cooking. Right now, this is an actual gold lead. It's 4,000. You got 2 Mountain Drakes stacking up here. Could be a third one in as little as 4.5 minutes. We'll see how much priority they want to place on that, because by that point, Baron will be online, obviously. Or is, actually. But the decision tree will be there for Cupid. Let's see what they end up going with, right? And, you know, do they take advantage of the fact that you've got those grubs, right? Do you start to maybe shift the indexing of your mid game more to Hoarder, right? And starting playing through these side lanes. Start to accelerate the game that way.
A lot of options here if you are Cupid. Not only did they take down Cody, they got both the summoners off of this Caitlyn, so the Baron pressure really does increase. The only investment was that Nautilus flash, and I'm not sure if we will get a replay of that. It was such a quick fight, but it was just Cupid being more coordinated than Conviction. Cupid walking as 5 to contest mid-wave, having already set up their river vision, knowing what their battleground was and was not allowed to be. For Conviction, they were a little bit more split, leaving Cody on the mid-wave a little bit, thinking, oh, he can just go pick that one up safely. We're going to start contesting vision. But no, they skipped steps, and what a great punish it was from Breezy to find that kill and to really put Cupid in a good spot to take game 1.
And now a couple more spikes coming through. 2 items on Hoarder. 3 items. Yes, 3, everybody, on Music. And now you see the Baron setup here. See what they actually go for it. Right off rip here, Music. On my way, pings are coming down. I mean, just 1, though. Let's see how heavily they want to commit to this. You got to get those that top and mid lane pushed out. Create that priority. Give yourself a little bit more breathing room. Because like you said, Hawk, you've got a couple flashes down, 1 on your AD carry, 1 on your jungler as well. So the flash shield vault smite isn't going to be as big of an option. Cupid's starting it up, though.
Why not?
Much better setup initially. They got a little bit of that vision clear, but see,
why not? They're going to
one-shot
this. Nefiri does so much damage to these neutral objectives. Temper Fate will buy enough time for the pull off, but they might die for it.
Another good hook from Breezy. Does find Zyko. Magical Journey taken. Hoarder having to flash away, though, as Sniper finds him and starts peppering him with boomerangs. Sterix Gauge shield popped. Kind of just run right through. Maybe that was insanity, actually, now that I think about it. But he did blow the ultimate as well from Tomio. He was looking to come back in from the other side. Music still no ultimate blown. And Cody's son caught unawares again. Cupid marauding through this Conviction backline. Zyko taken down as well.
Cody is just not on the same page as his team right now. This is the second sequence in a row where he's just been contesting a mid-wave when his team does not really look prepared to, and whether or not he should be hitting that mid-wave, it doesn't matter. You need the support of the team. Music finds his 5th kill of the game, 100% kill participation on this Nefiri. And after what was a pretty good initial stall from Zyko and co, it is going to be Baron going the way of Cupid.
Sniper flash blown as well. Cupid getting even more out of this exchange. So the flash and R, as far as a game-turning play, going to be on hold for at least the next 5 to 6 minutes. Cupid with the Baron buff now. Mobility doing his thing in the top lane. Hawk, I mean, what more can you say about Music? I mean, this feels like the absolute kind of cookie-cutter example of, if you and I would have talked backstage, what does a good Music game look like, right? What does a good Cupid performance with Music at the helm looks like? You'd be hard-pressed to find something much better than this.
Yeah, this is a statement game from Music, and the statement is, hey, I want to go to LCS. I want to show that Cupid is a team to be respected. 6,000 gold in the lead now. I mean, this is going to be a miracle if Conviction is going to come back from this one. Might already be looking towards game 2. You got Mountain Soul spawning in 45 seconds. Cupid already walking into the river. Breezy leading the charge. He understands that he's the setup. Does need to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, I was going to say, now 2 ultimates blown onto him, though. So, I mean, you didn't die. You didn't use your flash. You just used your heal. Not the worst exchange in the world. He's going to have to recall. Does get it empowered, though, because of the Baron buff. You do have Hoarder waiting in the wings. He's hanging out in that bottom lane. Conviction. Maybe do they get a little bit desperate here? Do they bite off more than they could chew? Dragon up in 20 seconds now. This is not a mandatory dragon for Cupid. But for Conviction, preventing this Mountain Soul is paramount.
Yeah, I mean, they get the locket and the heal off of the knot, but you're down Shockwave. And I don't hate Insanity trying to look for it, but there is absolutely no way you can fight this, especially now that Psycho is so low in his own right. Cupid, they might want to chase.
Psycho taken extremely low. Arcane Storm popped down. Breezy and Horde are going to take the magical journey, see if they can put any additional pressure on. Sniper's got his ultimate hanging out on the edge of that transformation. And you saw Breezy, man. I mean, like you said, Hawk, as this Mountain Soul is going to go over, zero problem. With the outsized impact that Breezy has had on this game and just, like, getting fights when Conviction do not want them and do not consent to them at all. I think we're going to get another look at that here. Exactly. With the outsized impact that this dude has had, throwing Qs out on this Nautilus, you can't blame him for trying to just erase him from the map.
It is funny, because Breezy only has 3 kill participation, but I really cannot overstate the impact I feel he's had on this game.
No, like you said, it hasn't been much co-participation, but the plays that he has made have been awesome. Sniper gets the ultimate down onto Breezy. Now the Shockwave coming through again. That is a very short cooldown. Tomio will survive by the skin of his teeth. Breezy does go down. Now over the wall goes Music on to Cody's son. If he can stay alive, maybe they've got a shot, but he's got a target painted on his back. Cody's son, what did you do to Music, dog?
Great question, Enrique. As the base starting to be broken, as Music leads the charge, sure, they lose their Nautilus, but that is his job. Inhibitor broken, Cupid using their Baron buff and their Mountain Soul to great effect, as it is just a party in the Conviction backline. Everybody's got a way to move forward and just throw out spells, throw out damage. Baron buff does barely fall off, so I think the tier 2 will survive for now, but I don't think it's going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things. Little thumbs up from Music as he walks away knowing, hey, I'm kind of having a heater.
I'm kind of saucing on these kids. Look at that.
That is a crazy
right
Hound's Pursuit, by the way.
Yeah.
Zyko tries to get away through the magical portal, but you can't escape the dogs. And then Breezy leading the charge in the front line, gets a bunch of ults thrown onto his head, does eventually die, but look at Hoarder and Mobility on the left side of this fight. They're just jumping forward, throwing in the damage. Music can always follow through with the Hound support. Everybody on Conviction forced to flash away, and they do end up taking down Cody in the end as Music notches a 6th kill. Still 100% kill participation, 700 gold bounty that he sure as hell ain't gonna give up, because he is most certainly above the sheriff in this town. Caitlyn ain't hold a candle to this Neferi.
Hawk, I keep going back to as I watch more of these fights, just something you kind of said was, there's a lot of dive on this Cupid composition. That and Conviction want to be there first. None of those things have happened. Now a Dredge line goes in on the Sniper and Mobility. Just those missing shots are hitting hard, man. Ultimate does go down. Tempered Fate not going to find anybody. Sniper does throw a house at Breezy. He might be in trouble here, but again, can Cupid get something off the back end? It looks like they're going to try to. Hoarder goes over the wall. Shockwave not going to land, but it did burn Hoarder's flash. Tomio has the GA now. See if you can take him down.
Music.
Oh my goodness, Music. Absolute psychopath behavior going forward. Gets stunned down. They blow the GA. The resources being traded one way or the other. W does go down to help secure the kill onto Tomio, but man, oh man, just a little bit dicey there from Cupid, but still in a fantastic position.
Yeah, Mobility and Hoarder are just too strong that Conviction can't really meaningfully chase, and once Music re-engages, they just win the fight. Little hyphy from Breezy, but I think this game is just too far gone for even that little mistake to mean anything for CNV.
Hoarder. Able to get out of there with the weak strike, you'd like to think.
Sniper, he's got lethal tempo.
Yes, he does. And just the more autos he throws out, the more we are reminded of that. Mobility finally gets there, able to pump out some damage in response. Elder Dragon in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Baron up in 30 seconds. See where they try to prioritize. Hawk, where are you looking here? Is it just Baron and just kind of ram it down their throats?
I think so. I mean, you got a really obvious target in the top lane. The inhibitors in bot and mid should still be down for this Baron push. I don't think there's really any reasonable way for Conviction to contest this Baron. Obviously, they're still probably going to try. You may as well. You've got a 3-item Orianna. You do have a 3-item Caitlyn. In fact, everyone's 3 items. But I think Cupid should just be able to start this one up in about one more wave. Sniper did pre-push one bot wave to buy a little time, but yeah, they're going to have to go deal with these super minions.
Yeah, the other side of the map is just suffocating. Right now, if you're Conviction, it's really, really tough to do anything. Like you said, getting a little bit of that advantage. I mean, it's just Cupid, and it's just music and mobility. The Fury, like you said, just absolutely monsters through this Baron. ABO, gonna dodge away the Tempered Fate. Ace in the hole coming through as well. Music and mobility will get the Baron, and now can you make the gold advantage work? You split the fight initially. Cody's son gets ripped through. Hoarder gets on him and just beats him over the head with a lamppost. There is not much you can do about it. There is not enough feel for this man. Cody's son having a world. Man, just a tough game. ABO gonna mop up the rest of it. TP's coming in. That's GG's. Game 1 over to Cupid.
And a really good looking one at that. It was a monster performance from Music. It was a monster performance from Cupid. And Cupid gets to remind us that at least in game 1, regular season Conviction has not gone anywhere.
And they will make sure to let them know that if they can take the rest of this series. Conviction, yeah, kind of punched to the teeth a little bit in this game 1. Cupid, front to back, really never let go of the tempo of the game. And we can't say enough about Music. And I mean, what he's able to do on this Fury, right? I mean, with not as much setup, right? That was something we highlighted in draft, but the little bits of setup that they did have, especially in the bottom lane, to just kind of get the ball rolling so that Music does show up with advantage and then slightly larger advantage, and then an entire black cleaver over your opposition was worked out extremely well, right? Music was just, he was the first one there to kind of everywhere. It's just a masterclass from him.
It truly was. Cannot sing enough praises. Literally from minute 2, the level 3 gank down in the bottom lane, completely changing the timeline of this game, unlocking his support, unlocking win conditions for Cupid, and great individual and team performances all around. They're going to look to replicate that in game 2, but until then, Conviction might have something to say about it.
Yeah, we're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, it will be game 2. We'll see if Conviction can answer back to getting a bit stunned in game 1 here against Cupid. Don't go anywhere.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everybody. 4x4 and Hawk here with you. Game 2 coming up here between Cupid and Conviction. Hawk, not what I expected. Certainly not the how. The what? Sure, Cupid are a top 3 team. They are contenders for the title against the reigning champions who they have jokes about them in the regular season, but that was complete and utter control from Cupid and company. They started and ended with music, but then, I mean, those damage numbers to me are a testament of, yes, not to take anything away from ABO and mobility, but how easy the game was made. Mobility, music and Hoarder just leaping into the back line and just not allowing Conviction to do anything.
Yeah, it was just a clean game, start to finish from Cupid. They gave up a couple kills here and there, sure, but they looked like the better team, and I think some really creative play in the early game from their jungler definitely put themselves in a great position to just completely take over. And Conviction, our reigning champions, they looked like they were at a bit of a loss. Cupid did not look like a team to me through one game that is playing in week 1 of the summer split, whereas Conviction, I mean, I'm going to be honest, they looked like a team that's only been scrimming for a week, like Mash said, right? And I mean, there's plenty of time for them to bounce back. We can always meme, oh, regular season Conviction, regular season Insanity, regular season Tomio. It's never going to be as good. But still, I really don't think that should take away from just how clinical and clean of a game that was from Cupid. You can see the slow rise of the gold graph from start to finish, and a really big statement coming out to start their split.
Yeah. And to keep it on the Cupid train, I mean, we were talking last night and we were talking today about how the game right now is about jungle support, and kind of related to that, but even just outside of that, Breezy and what he was doing, right? Let's dissect it, because you made a point is like, look, the fact that he had at that point kind of like, 5-6 of the way through the game, only like a 3 out of 8 KP did not tell the whole story, because the plays that he was making, the hooks that he was hitting, the space that he was creating it created so much outsized value for his team.
At the end of the day, in many ways, Nautilus can only, help the team kill that guy, right? So it's not exactly conducive to always getting the most KP, but I definitely agree that just the places that he were so consistently correct. And I think Breezy found some really, really clutch engages. And we talked a lot about the bottom lanes in the pre-show, and straight up, I felt that Mobility and Breezy had a better game than their opposite numbers. I think there was some really good plays from Zyko on the Bard. He linked up with Tomio. He did find some of Conviction's positive plays and was a big proponent of that. But I thought Breezy had a great game. And I think in the 1v1, gonna keep it a stack with you, Henrique, Mobility was really, really good in game 1, picking up exactly where he left off, showing why this guy, for the first time in his career, is playing on a contender.
Yeah, well, and look, like we said, we had a lot of sample size to go with. I mean, that Winthrop run, we are not going to soon forget what he did there. And like you said, picking up right where he left off, just electrifying play on a tough to execute champion in these team fights like the Ezreal. When you've got Music and Breezy leading the charge like you do, it does make it a lot easier. Tomio throwing down the gauntlet. He says, give me something with a little more agency. Give me something that can skirmish just that little bit better. He's going to go Lee Sin first pick here, Hawk.
Sin was banned in game 1 by Conviction, so clearly putting a lot of priority on this champion, and they are going to take it for Tomio. It's another very, very strong skirmish jungler, one that I would like to see him spend a little bit less time full clearing on and a little bit more time fighting on, as opposed to the Pantheon. But we asked about the mages, and here we go. It is Ziggs for Mobility, gonna be paired alongside of Vi. This was the most played champion, I believe, at MSI. It was certainly the most played jungler at MSI, and a very strong synergy with the Ziggs. Pick, blow them up. It's the exact same game plan in game 2 for Cupid as it was in game 1.
Yeah, so let's see if they can repeat the trick, if you will, or let's see if Cody-san gives himself something a little bit more mobile. Yeah, as a Caitlyn, you got a 90 caliber net, but if nothing else, something a little more mobile for your carries. Let's get him a little bit more peel, maybe. And with a Dragon's Rage, and with a point-and-click stun, and with another point-and-click stun, you certainly got that in the Leona for Zyko.
Yeah, and the Leona, I mean, again, I think these guys are at their best when they're on tank supports. I like Zyko getting unengaged. Leona can frontliners well liable to getting down by the damage of the Ziggs, and they're gonna pair it with a Kai'Sa. Please lock this in. This was Cody-san's best champion in spring. He had some insane games on this pick, including dropping like a 17 bomb on Kai'Sa. I think it was against NRG, if I'm not mistaken. I am really excited about this lock-in. This is a Cody-san classic. This is going full comfort for game 2.
And a lot of dive this time around. A high-octane bottom lane. Now I'm curious to see how much time Zyko spends in the bottom lane. If this is kind of the formula, right? Do you play to Cody-san's strengths and really try to just dumpster lane and just build organic advantages that way? Tomio on the Lee Sin will be able to make an impact as he did in game 1. The music obviously having an impact in game 1 on the Nefaria, and now with a couple more tools to do so on the Vi. Meanwhile, it will be Breezy on the Alistar, pairing it up with the Ziggs here in the bottom lane. So the solo lanes still, solo lanes for both sides here. And that's the joy about broadcasting a game between ABO and Insanity. You really never know what these two are going to pick.
No, you really don't. Ryze, Cassio, Syndra, all still on the table, all very picks. Ahri, another one that I could see getting locked in, especially with the Vi, with the Leona Kai'Sa comps. I think Ahri, a champion that I could see a lot of priority getting put on by one side or the other. One do mention to look forward to this draft is the potential for an R5 counter here from Porter. I thought he did a lot with the B5 counter jacks into snipers in our last game. I do think that is going to be a strength side for Cupid that they leverage well in game 1. And a bit turn for Conviction. What do they round out their comp with? Expecting a mage for Insanity, but then what is the blind pick for Sniper?
I was going to point to the Syndra again, right? The ability to just isolate and delete a target, but that has been banned away in the first round. Galio going to be taken away as well with a ton of damage coming from the jungle and the 80 carry roll.
Conviction bans Renekton.
You opt for something that's a little more set up here. Renekton and Vayne going to be taken away from Hoarder. Meanwhile, any of these ban anything to you, Hawk?
I mean, I was expecting that to potentially be the blind for Sniper. I wonder if they want to go Ambessa with that Renekton getting banned out. Also, Renekton has been very popular in these Ziggs comps, so I don't hate the ban.
Yeah, and I mean, the evolution of Conviction, right?
Cassio.
Part of that, there's the Cassio for ABO. Part of the evolution for Conviction was kind of putting Sniper back on Renekton, Gnar. He had the Vayne. He had the one Vayne game. He did play it against CCG. Got a dub on it, but on the Renekton, the Gnar, and the Ambessa, those are champions that he went on an absolute heater in the back half of the split and into playoffs last split. So you do have the Ambessa. That's kind of where I'm looking as well. Then what do you answer the Cassiopeia with in the early game? There is that Ambessa.
Yeah, I mean, Jace, Gnar, Ambessa, and Renekton were kind of the Sniper champs in the spring split to me. And 2 of those are banned, one of them fearless out. So I think the Ambessa does make a lot of sense, especially with that Renekton ban coming through. Talia Hover would be interesting, and Sandy really good on some of the roamers, but I think I would like something with a little bit more agency. Talia just to me feels a little bit passive, so we're gonna get a Sylas instead. It is melee dash oriented champion into the Cassio though. Can be a bit scary, but a lot of dive, a lot of skirmish potential on the Conviction side.
Yeah, if nothing else, I would have been sad to see the Talia because, like you said, agency, but also, who are you scooping, right? I mean, like you're not going to get out of Ziggs. You're not going to.
I feel like you just make yourself into a target more than anything. You know,
no, exactly, right? Like
mage.
You scoop anybody, and it's just you get petrifying gazed in the mouth, right? Oh, great, Vi doesn't actually have to use her dash to punch you in the mouth. Zahin on the other side. So another some pretty slapper ultimates to take away. Also, if you're Insanity here.
Yeah, true. I mean, God, Zahin ultimate. You've also already got that Alistar ultimate, which can be so terrifying. I'm a little bit surprised. Cupid's composition to me is lacking a bit in identity. They started with another very clear see enemy, kill enemy style of composition, but now you got a Zahen. He's going to try to be big in the front line, try to create space. Cassio also a lot of ability to space, but you're pretty sure range the Ziggs, and you have a lot of champions that rely on the mix. Conviction composition, so much mobility, so much backline access. 5 champions that I think are all very self-sufficient and able to take care of themselves in these fights. I feel like if things start to break down and we're just seeing, you know, mini team fights devolve into mini skirmishes, if you will, I'm not sure that is a good thing for Cupid. So I like what Conviction is bringing to the table better than in game 1 is what I'm trying to say.
Well, and certainly from a perspective of agency and a perspective of being able to build your own leads and not relying on item spikes and timers and things that are a little more out of your control. Conviction, I'll put it this way, Hawk, if we don't see them asserting control of the game by the 14-minute mark or by the 20-minute mark, then we got problems, because then Cupid, their composition is going to come online in a wicked, wicked way.
No, it definitely will. I mean, Cassio Ziggs do so much damage, and I am really looking at ABO on this Cassio. I think this is such an X factor pick
for Conviction too.
Yeah, if you're able on this Cassio to just keep Conviction in front of you, you're gonna pump out so much DPS. And I do think the poke from Ziggs can be a big problem, because Conviction is not exactly a long range either. Ziggs by far the longest range champion in this game. So very interesting compositions on both sides. I think bot lane, yet again, going to be extremely impactful. I am looking at the Ziggs range advantage for mobility to try to generate leads for Cupid, but it's a hands check for Conviction. Just like Rooster says to Mav, it's a dogfight.
And as we learned from music, you cannot escape the dogs. If you've got that for Conviction, yeah, I mean, this is going to be really, really saucy, if nothing else, right? You are going to get all gas, no brakes for this composition. The champions that they're piloting, it demands it. To do a Nardwar impression, you are playing Sylas, Lee Sin, Kaisa, Leona. We have to go in. This is what you have to do. So creating these advantages, because like I said, once he's getting to 5-on-5 team fights, it's going to be really, really tricky. But you have champions with a ton of agency. And for the best team in the league, or at least the reigning champions, that is uncontested. This is something that, from an entertainment perspective, if nothing else, Hawk, I'm overjoyed that we are seeing that with their backs against the wall, down 1-0 in this best of 3, they are putting everything into their own hands. Ooh.
Already you can see the heavy trading
on mobility.
Yeah, already you can see the heavy trading in the bot lane that I'm expecting to come down. It is credit to Conviction. They were able to take control of the wave, but losing out a little bit in the health bar trade. It's Doran's Bo for Cody's son, trying to get that extra pot for the sustain through the Ziggs and also be stronger in some of these trades. And this is the lane, right, where things are going to be interesting, because Sylas against Cassio is pretty difficult in the lane, but I think Insanity was good in the early lane against ABO in game 1, and if he's able to get out of lane, the level of skirmish potential in team fighting that this champion does bring to the table is quite high.
Absolutely. And right now, it is ABO getting the better of it in the early levels. But this is something that, and with the buffet of ultimates, again, that you can choose if you are Sylas, right? This late into the draft. I think, for me, if you could just Alistar ult alone, that sends the Sylas flag up in the air. Just to be able to do what you do on the Sylas, getting all up in your guts, to be able to do that with those extra defensive stats just buys so much time and space for, yes, a mobile, but squishy and kind of one-way AD carry in Cody's son, who himself, Hawk, is looking for a bounce-back game. It was not his best performance on the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it during the game. Cody just looked disconnected from his team in game 1, and I think a couple of mechanical mistakes as well that he definitely wants to get back. He is going to need to be better. The expectation's very high, filling tactical shoes in this Conviction team. Again, this is one that wants to contend for that LCS spot. I think anything less than that for Conviction would be a failure. So definitely want to see something stronger. But of course, you know, only first game of the split, as Mash said, knocking some rust off their boots with the week that they've been scrimming. Can't expect.
Sniper and Hoarder duking it out in the top lane. Yeah, both these champions looking to have an outsized effect on their game. I mean, you know, just buying space. Sniper, yeah, he wants to go back, but Hoarder, like you were saying in the draft talk, he wants to be that front line. He wants to just take up space, soak up time, soak up damage. To use that ultimate to great effect as well. Be able to get, just buy as much time as he can for the rest of his squad. If this composition gets into that late game, Cupid are going to be absolutely monstrous. Checking it on the lanes here. It's still ABO getting the better of Insanity to the tune of 10 CS here early, but now the supports are coming to party. Flashy from Zyko, responded immediately with a flash of his own from ABO.
It's a positive flash trade, though, for Conviction. Any pressure that they are able to put on ABO is going to be impactful, not just to relieve pressure on Insanity's Silas, but also to potentially put a target on this Cassio's back. As I mentioned, if this Cassio does get going, if he is able to keep himself safe in the team fights, Champion's going to be very strong. It's a nice catch.
Immediate early TP here, but responded pretty quickly here by Breezy. TP is taking much longer than it felt like it would have when Insanity able to show up at the right time. Yeah, kind of going for something big there. Now ABO has shown up with a TP of his own. As Zyko goes right back in with the Zenith Blade. Breezy taking a lot of damage, followed up there with the Resonating Strike. Not going to find its mark. First blood actually over to Cupid as they flip the fight on its head. Zyko lands the stun down. Did he overstay his welcome? The Twin Fangs are coming out. Now Breezy, or Insanity, caught on the business end on the one side of the train tracks. Music survives. It's a disaster for Conviction.
Yeah, you can say disaster again. I mean, that is Insanity TPing back to lane, flashing back in to try to grab a kill and dying, and ABO gets both the kills in the skirmish as it is such an aggressive play from Conviction. I see the angle. You've got the Lee Sin, you've got the Silas, you've got the Leona. They want to try to make a play, and I like the idea to contest for the Raptors. And ABO a little bit disconnected at the start, but they just don't quite have the damage to one-shot Breezy, and you cannot take that Q if you are Tomio. And then Insanity, I think the read is that he's got maybe no way out, or maybe thinking it's better to trade one for one because Cassio's going to run away with the game. Either way, he flashes back, and he doesn't even get music. I still think it's bad, even if he does, but that is... I mean, that might just be game. I don't know how you're going to play if you're Insanity down so much to Blaze Olive this early in such a bad matchup. 1.5k across the board. They're bringing supports again.
ABO has level 6, looking for a high-impact ultimate, gets the Petrifying Gaze down. Insanity has the Unbreakable Will. Can use it to buy himself a little bit more time, but it's not going to matter at all. He pops it just because he's, I guess you gotta, but now it's 4 kills, Hawk. 4 over to Cupid, and 4 onto a Blaze Olive. Who cares about scaling? Who cares about waiting till the late game? I've got 4 kills.
Yeah, I think it's just over. I mean, mid has just exploded. What do you do? Music showed up to that skirmish at level 6. I mean, Conviction basically, the definition of Insanity, one that they would know well, they got him on their team, is trying the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. They're like, all right, first skirmish didn't work. Let's go right back mid. Let's go try to get a shutdown. But I think just being disrespectful of the fight conditions that Cupid can bring to the table. And yet again, Breezy and Music cutting out every play that Tomio and Zyko have wanted to go for in this series.
100% KP, man. I mean, it's just, they're trying to get onto ABO. Like you said, some of these plays, they've just kind of happened around him. Some of them are happening to him. But 100% KP. 004. 004 for Music and Breezy. It's just more of the same. It's remarkable. What I expected from Conviction is what we're getting out of Cupid. And one, like we said, was just a decision that was made that happened to Cupid as they try to close in on this dragon. The Dragon's Rage pop now, but followed up with the ultimate there from the Vibe. Music in the backline now, actually way over the Dragon Pit, gets his own version of the ultimate. Cody's going to reposition himself with the Killer Instinct, and Insanity grabbing himself a kill in return. It's a 1-for-1.
He's got no flash, so it does look a little bit silly, but it is still a 1-for-1, and it's the Dragon going the way of Cupid. That is... It's spent so much time trying to solo that Dragon. His team takes control of the river, but again, ABO is just too strong, so Cupid says, wait a minute, we can fight this. At the very least, it's a kill back. And I think that is absolutely critical for the Silas that is down. Those couple kills that is down 30 CS, but it is a very meager reward for just more advantages going the way of Cupid. Now, that is actually a pretty big base stop, as it's going to delay Blaze Olive into move to these grubs. So he's not been able to see any of the gold that he's gotten recently.
Psycho in some trouble.
So squishy.
ABO gets the petrifying gaze down. Breezy is low. He doesn't have his own ultimate. Tomio looking to encroach on him. Sniper shows up and grabs himself the kill. It's another 1-for-1. Support for support traded again. Just the one grub picked up by Conviction.
Psycho is just so squishy. Gets burned down by Cupid. Saving grace for Conviction this time is that Sniper is to the play first. Now Porter, full HP. Tomio goes in, does steal one.
Does grab one, but at what cost? Grim Deliverance to finish it off. Music shows up and grabs himself another kill. Cupid, I just pick up right where they left off. They see some scraps and they say, thank you very much. We'll be taking those.
And now Music has 3 kills on this Vi after starting at 0-0-4. I feel like you just said that a minute ago, Enrique.
I feel like I did as well. I looked down at the line score. I was like, surely that's not correct.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, when you're playing a skirmish comp like Conviction is, when mid jungle goes this badly, it is rough. And look, I said to Tomio, hey, I would like to see him fight more than full clear than he did on the Pantheon. And I've gotten my wish, but I fear that the monkey's paw has curled a little bit.
Right? Yeah, man. Hey, now gonna try to keep the good vibes rolling here. Cupid, all of a sudden, they're on the front foot, and now a flash headbutt. Gonna get Zyko into a very, very tough situation. TP is used very well. They say thank you very much. We'll go that way. Now Mobility grabs himself his first kill of the game. It's all going Cupid's way, Hawk. This is ugly for Conviction, dude.
10 kills in 10 minutes. Ziggs now starting to come online. Cassio's Thanos. Vi is gonna punch everybody's teeth out. Yeah, this is just brutal. And another really good play. Breezy just having a great series. 7 of 8 kill participation. Great flash pull to knock in Zyko. Leona having the flash doesn't even matter.
No, not even a little bit. So I guess you're glad you didn't burn it. But now, I mean, if you're a Conviction, where do you go from here? I mean, is it just fight where ABO isn't? Because the natural counter to that is, well, Music seems to be everywhere. So how does that work?
Well, and the problem, too, is, like, we're still pretty early in the game. There's not really fight where ABO isn't, because he's the mid laner. He's going to any play that Conviction to, and Conviction has to bring numbers to make a positive play. This Lee Sin is 0-3. He's level 7. He's too far behind. Insanity is down 2,000 gold. He is too far behind to bring numbers. So there's no option to really... I guess you can point to Sniper as the shining light. He did get that kill around the grub. He had Eclipse on the Zambessa and is currently strong in the skirmishes. But I don't... You start factoring in junglers, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Tomio is kept up in CS, and that's kind of all you can say for the boy. Music and Breezy have been everywhere. Breezy, again, quietly, just a near 100% kill participation game. 0-1-7 for him. And what a pairing, right? To be alongside of Ziggs, where you can just leave Mobility down there, just allow him to do his thing. Don't need to babysit him. And Zyko, again, he just feels like he's kind of playing catch-up, right? He doesn't have level 6 yet. Playing around his W pretty well. He just gets blown up so quickly by an outsizedly strong Blaze Olive right now. Cupid continuing to make statements here early. We are at the 12-minute mark, and I mean, it's the exact opposite of what we previewed in draft. If Conviction doesn't get the ball rolling and playing the skirmish-heavy comp by about this point, then we've got problems, and Cupid just completely flipped the script on its head. And again, it's the Music and Breezy show.
Saving grace for Conviction is they do have item spikes on every that matters. Mobility not clear. This ultra strong PS 3 stack row. Now, it is tier 2 boots as well as a 3-stack row. I hesitate to really say that he's not power spiking anyway, because he's just, but I do think this could be the timer for Conviction to fight into this game back under control with the superior spike that they do have. No TP on the Ziggs for him to be able to go back and complete that first item with second dragon on the map. Honestly, Cupid, yes, they have control of the river, but I don't think I want to fight that hard for this dragon. If Conviction wants it, who gives a damn? You can let him have it, but no, this is NACL. I think we're feeling spicy.
We're down to throw hands
when they
here.
found Tomio.
Zenith Blaze does land, but now Tomio looking for a pincer. He gets pincered on himself, has to go over the wall with the Vault Breaker, blow the flash as well. And now it's Cupid giving chase here. Dragon's Rage gonna buy them time. Breezy gets bonked to the back of his team. You see everything being used defensively for Conviction, and now that's the agency that Cupid wanted to be able to start this up. Tomio might not be done just yet. He goes in with the Resonating Strike, out with the Safeguard onto Zyko. Insanity looking for a way in on the other side of the fight now. He's got that Alistar ult, the Unbreakable Will. Get a little bit more survivability. Void Seeker doesn't quite find its mark. Zyko, keep it on aggroing the Dragon. Tomio gonna get onto it. Can they walk away with the Dragon? Can they walk away alive even? In with the Zenith Blade. Breezy knocked up, stunned a little bit. Petrifying Gaze buys time. Zyko's taken pretty low here. Slowed down for now. Double TP from the top laners coming in. Sniper shows up and gets over the wall. Blow your flash. Guess what? I'm Ambessa. I'll go over the wall with you. 2 for 0 for Conviction.
Does get the Dragon to try to salvage it, but that's the timer we were talking about. 1 item spike for Conviction and a good punish does cut the gold lead in half and does slow down the snowball.
And now all of a sudden, Hawk, I mean, 800 gold? That is not a lot. That is really not much. And Sniper, you pointed it out. This could be your saving grace here. You got that 1 kill early, and now he is up 1,000 gold on his opposite number. That's more or less the lead that ABO has built in the mid lane. Let's get another look at how this fight went, because it started off looking not great for Conviction, but their re-engage was fantastic. Breezy was taken really low, and Sniper, I mean, showed up at just the right time to help mop up these kills. Able to get out was Music, but like I said, he took down the Dragon, and then was able to get himself into a good position to wrap up the kill. But a Blaze Olive still up 2,000 gold. The Roa's going to keep getting bigger. The Archangel Staff is going to get a little bit bigger as well. So now around the 2 item spike, is that where you see Cupid fight and try to reassert dominance of this game? Because I don't know about you, all of a sudden, maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe I'm being a prisoner of the moment here, but all of a sudden, I'm kind of worried here for Cupid.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to slow down a little bit. I think they bought into the hype a little too much around that Dragon. Breezy does have his ult forced out. Yeah. And again, like, Conviction is still really strong compositionally at this point in the game. Cupid can't completely disrespect that. They still need their mages to be able to draw good battle lines and not get out-skirmished.
Sanity grabs himself a Grim Deliverance. Trying to take the fight to Hoarder as the strong solo laners have found each other on the top lane, the ones with the big old gold leads. 1 square behind, they'll be skirmishing. Down on the bottom side, Tomio trying to get his team back into it with another neutral objective take here, another neutral objective attempt, I should say, and bite into this 1,000 gold lead that really, when you think about how this game has gone, feels like it could be a lot worse here, Hawk. Now the Rift Herald taken down here by Tomio. That's another avenue to play through potentially. And Zyko looking for a dive here, gets in there with the Q. Does have the ultimate still. Sniper's going to get exhausted. Going to get hit by the outside of the Solar Flare is Breezy, but that'll be enough. Sniper, now 3 kills. You've got a carry threat now if you're Conviction.
Yeah, Sniper is really strong. And who left the cow alone under the tower? I don't really understand that from Cupid. They teleported ABO down to the bottom side. I think they wanted to try to turret race for first brick, but it just meant that Breezy was kind of not connected with his team, and a really good look for Conviction. They get first brick, they get another kill, they get a gold lead. So all of a sudden, that absolutely disastrous early game has been salvaged, and now I'm really just looking at Music and ABO as the only people that are really in that good of a spot right now.
As far as total gold, you see on the left there, Cody Sun and Sniper are right there where ABO is, and Mobility and Music, next one's down, and then everybody else here. But yeah, you've got a legitimate carry threat. I was going to say it's just Sniper. No, Cody Sun quietly accumulating a shocking amount of gold. He's got that call in his inventory still too. So Mobility not in his final form. ABO does have the Seraphs, and once he gets onto that 3rd item, let's see if it's a Death Cap, let's see if it's a Shadow Flame, right? Let's see where he decides to go. Go burn. But Cody Sun is a legitimate threat as well. And again, looking for a bounce back game. Was caught a little bit out on a much less mobile champion a couple times on the Caitlyn in game 1. But now, I mean, it feels like the shoe's on the other foot a little bit as far as the dive potential of this composition and the ability to disrupt that Conviction have to keep Cody Sun safe as well. The setup should be much better this time around.
And Cody's on his best champion, right? And we talked about in team, he is going to see those sharp angles. He is going to be willing to take risky plays. And
and make things happen for his team. So he's put himself in a good position to be able to do so. All the summoner spells that matter are available. ABO, Seraphs, and that Roa is about to proc as well. Strongest member of Summoner's Rift, but the rest of Conviction not far behind.
His execution does not find its mark. Hoarder has his revive. He's got the Grim Deliverance to finish it off as well. One sniper missed that ultimate. It might have been Curtains, unless, of course, Tomio shows up. Insanity joining the party as well. Trying to kite him out like you said, Hawk, and now the revive goes down. Grim Deliverance down. It was perfectly played by Conviction.
Yeah, Hoarder, I think he could have ulted when he saw Tomio trying to anticipate the kick and get the unstoppable, maybe finish the kill on the sniper, but instead he gets kited out, he gets taken down. But there's a pretty big cross map here from Cupid. They got both mid and bottom lane tier 1s, and they're gonna have Hoarder alive in 20 seconds to potentially TP down towards this dragon. Mobility, this is his time to shine. He's got the Ludens, he's got an extra Grenadier, and he's got base to play with, but Insanity doing a good job of marking the flank, not trying to let this Ziggs get a lot of damage down. Dragon already gone.
Breezy in with the Pulverize, buying time with the Unbreakable Will. Insanity's got a version of his own. Now ABO taken down a little bit here. Taken out of the fight just barely, but still able to rip out a bunch of damage. Psycho really didn't do a ton there with the engage with the CC. Now Hoarder into the backline here. He comes post TP. Music and Breezy are low, but everybody else is feeling just fine. On to Insanity goes ABO, but Insanity gonna fight back now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hoarder gonna get revived. Breezy buying time, gets the Pulverize up. On to Cody Sun. He'll take down Breezy, but not before he goes down himself. It's a 2-for-1 after all that. Conviction come out the losers just barely in this one.
Yeah, they do get the dragon though, so the stack is stopped, but a pretty big gold swing, as I think ultimately we can say the pick onto Hoarder, not worth it for Cupid, as they do get the 2 kills back in the end, and they do get the towers. All together though, this game remaining in the balance, as Conviction definitely showing they've got some fight in this game. We can take another look at this fight. It's a really nice engagement. 4 versus 5. Lot of damage to Ziggs. But look at them transition their aggro on the Tomio and reset the battle lines to buy time for Hoarder to arrive to this fight. Full HP carries means that Cupid can still extend, and so they're able to go for the chase. Ultimately, Conviction does still have enough left into the tank to clamp down onto some of the frontliners of Cupid that had expended many resources, but it is a good fight for Cupid. And man, oh man, this game, back and forth and back again. No clear advantage yet, but the scaling for Cupid, something we need to keep an eye out for.
Well, especially as this game goes on, and if Cupid are able to get a couple of fight wins, then what Mobility can do to structures, obviously, as the Ziggs, and the advantage they can create off those fights, something else we got to keep an eye on. But in the team fights as well, right? If you can keep ABO safe, now it'll be either Riftmaker or Leandries. As the third item, Breezy going to get hooked there. Buy himself some time with his ultimate, pops it. Yeah, but I mean, it's just a matter of time. Nobody else is really coming to the rescue. Dragon's Rage just to secure it for fun. Cody Sun going to grab himself a kill, and now it might be Baron time here for Conviction.
Aggressive, but Hoarder's got no TP, and he was shown on the bottom wave. So right now, it's only a 3v5 for Cupid. Conviction, though, they got to try to burn this one a little bit more. They seem like they're playing for the turn, but they're getting kited.
Well, there goes the public execution, doesn't find anything, and they go in, but ABO is ripping right through them. Insanity taken low. Cody Sun grabs himself a kill, but ABO untouched, just ripping Twin Fang after Twin Fang. Cody Sun's not going to win this 1v1. It's a double kill for the Serpent. Now another kill on the Sniper. It's a triple for a Blaze Olive. Cupid, take the fight. Conviction play for the turn. Cupid said, okay, we can play that game.
Blaze Olive is just so big this game, untouched in the fight and able to free fire, as that was not a good Baron from Conviction. I hate to say, as I think the call either needs to be to burn it, or if you can't find a turn quickly enough, they needed to disengage. Instead, they burn, and it just doesn't really come to fruition. Right back out into the lead, 7-0-5 for the 3 items as the Leandries completed.
Yeah, now the fun really starts. Now you're starting to just build damage on damage. You've got your durability down. You've got your scaling down as well. And to me, Hawk, that felt like the early advantage coming home to roost. The fact that you started that Roa stacking so quickly gave you that extra durability. When you got jumped on there by Cody Sun, he starts putting out damage. All of a sudden, you realize, oh shoot, I actually can't take down this mid laner because he is 5 minutes ahead of me. in this game. This 1v1 is not going to go well for me. But Blaze Olive really making good use of that early advantage. Now mobility, he's got himself onto 2.5 items. See what that third item will be. What builds out of? Doesn't matter. He'll be strong. That's the point here. But yeah, a disastrous Baron take from Conviction. I think the only saving grace is that Cupid didn't just turn around after that win and take it themselves. So the gold lead does stay at about 3,000. You do have Sniper able to answer in solo lanes. Insanity has he gotten himself back into this game? He's still on an item and a half.
He is not. He is the weakest in terms of item spikes on Summoner's Rift. He's pretty close to Hoarder, but I feel like Hoarder's just able to do more with his health bar and with his stats than Silas is. This is a bit of a weird fight.
Solar Flare comes out, Petrifying Gaze as well. Insanity trying to get onto Blaze Olive. He's going to be taken very low, but he's going to be able to dodge out the public execution. Sniper, meanwhile, turning his sights onto mobility, trying to get with a proto belt onto Tomio, get himself a kill, get something here. Now Cupid on the way forward. Hoarder with the big grip deliverance in, gets onto Insanity. He's taken low. Zyko's taken down. Music and company are running riot through Conviction. Cody-san gets a shutdown, and that is absolutely it. A 4-for-1, a monstrous fight for Cupid. Now Baron on the menu. Hoarder in this game.
Get you a man that will rescue you like Breezy rescued a Blaze Olive in that fight. Such amazing space creation. And Henrique, what was the thesis we had at the start of the game? This cat can free fire. He will carry. Baron to Cupid, 5,000 gold lead. Cupid looking to close out the series in a sweep.
Holy moly, man. I mean, credit to Conviction because they had Cupid sweating there for a bit. I mean, I don't know if they actually did, but they closed the game to within where you go, shoot, what was all this early gold for? We weren't really actually get anything out of it. Sniper's having a good time in this 1v1 against Hoarder. We've got a legitimate threat on that other side. Can we even get to the late game here? And then Cupid answered the doubters real quick. And with, again, the way these compositions are shaping out, with a Blaze Olive putting the carry pants on, 15 out of 17 KP. It's exactly as you said, Hawk. If he stays alive, Cupid are going to win this game. Insanity trying to get in there and make an impact happen. Tommy actually able to get the kill there onto Music as he goes a little bit too deep. Slowed him down with the Solar Flare. Insanity taken low, and once the damage gets onto him, like you said, Hawk, he is just too far behind. Petrifying Gaze held onto and held and ripped for the killing blow. Sniper played it pretty well, but he eventually goes down. Cody-san doing his dartest out of the Kai'Sa, but his front line is gone. Zyko is headed for the hills. It's another fight that goes exactly how the last one went for Cupid.
They did get a Blaze Olive. Sniper was able to land the public execution and live for quite a long time as Cody does secure the big shutdown, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Mobility's still alive. The tower is getting shredded. The Baron push is on as 4 members were dead for Conviction. Now, I don't think they're going to be able to end as the death timers are too short, but it's going to be an inhibitor turret, and I think that's going to be all. Cupid should back off.
And that they do. The respawn timers just not good enough. Man, oh man. A Blaze Olive died for the first time there. Just by the by. The shutdown did go over to Conviction, but really not going to mean much. Third Dragon of the game will go over to them. X-Tech Soul going to feel pretty good should they get there, but they might not even need to. Tomio looking for the Hail Mary play. They get locked up here by Hoarder, get knocked up just that little bit. Dragon's Rage out of the backline. Hoarder gets taken down. Insanity gets a shutdown. Now he's got the Vial. The cease and desist could be huge here. They're looking for the turn. Sniper, can he get in there quick enough to make an impact? He's got to get a public execution if he wants to have an impact, but it's on cooldown. Music taken low and taken down. They get the Dragon, but surrender a shutdown and another kill.
They are going to be able to get away. It's Soul Point, but that's a lot of important gold back to Conviction. They got some time on the map, too. Maybe could try to make a play for this tier 1, but not live. He's going to make sure that is not a possibility, so we can get a replay of this Dragon. I think this is just a bit of an overstay from Cupid. They got a couple members on reset. It just gets a little spicy. Tomio goes in. Unfortunately, did not go, which would have made this a great play. But that's a big shutdown on the Hoarder. And then I think Music, just a couple fights in a row, has gone a little too deep, gotten a little too far ahead of his team. He ends up giving over his own life as well.
And not taking the Dragon out of the pit as well, maybe not respecting the death timers, right? Because if you take the Dragon out of the pit, that Q doesn't land there from Tomio, and the whole fight maybe doesn't even kick off. But still a 4,000 gold lead for Cupid. You've still got a Blaze Olive on your side. You've still got gold leads for ABO and Hoarder as well. And he's had a pretty outsized impact on these team fights when he's able to get kind of his full combo, take advantage of the revive, get a big Grim Deliverance off, and provide the rest of that CC alongside Breezy, and chain that together with music. It makes the Blaze Olives and Mobility's life just so much easier. But on the other side, for Conviction, yeah, Insanity might not be having the best game, but Cody-san quietly having a pretty solid one here. 4 items for the AD carry. After a tough one on the Caitlyn in game 1, he's bounced back pretty nicely here on this Kaisa, piloting it very well. The high mechanical qualities of this champion seem to be something Cody's really, really comfortable with. If Sniper can land a couple public executions, Hawk, they could get right back into this. Yeah. Yeah, that is the question. Because now, I mean, Sniper's going to show up as well. So buying some time with the Grim Deliverance, trying to get towards his own team. But the healing is starting to come in here. That stance, you've got that for Hoarder as well. So he will survive a little bit longer. Going to get the CC down. Breezy gets the knock up onto Psycho. Psycho using Breezy to try to get towards his team. But it's a kill that goes over to Hoarder. Went from caught to catching. In with the public execution, excuse me, the cease and desist. There's the public execution on the back of it. Cody's starting to get the kill onto music, but the Petrifying Gaze comes in for more CC. Mobility has shown up. He's throwing bombs willy-nilly. Insanity trying to get onto him, but we'll get absolutely nothing. Hoarder with another kill, as again, Cupid, a little bit dicey. It wasn't always the cleanest. Conviction punched so hard, but Cupid looking to wrap up game 2 and the series. Do they have a wave? With mobility, taking down the tower is going to be easier. ABO shows up at the perfect time, uses that TP to try to keep the pedal on the floor. They take one Nexus tower and they will back off afterwards.
Yeah, they were able to get the wave. Credit to Sniper. Okay, so it is a lifeline for Conviction, but I mean, it is a small lifeline. 6,500 gold, not the craziest gold lead, but the map control just feels so against them, and the way these team fights have been going feels so against them. This 11 kill Cassiopeia is just a brick wall for Conviction to overcome, but you do have Flash on Tomio. A Blaze Olive not having access to that summer spell. I've seen Lee Sin create miracles, but it will at least not happen around this Baron, going to be taken uncontested.
I'd be thanking my lucky stars if I'm Cupid that this is uncontested, because Conviction, again, they are not going quietly into that good night, especially here in this game too. I mean, what they did off that third dragon, they almost turned a very just a nothing burger into something that could have been much, much worse for Cupid. But now Cupid seems like they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's on all parts of the map and using the Baron buff to help do that. Tomio just trying to get that little bit more vision, looking for a big wraparound flank. Like you said, Lee Sin can create miracles. Let's see if him and Conviction have another one in their pockets. Insanity Golden buy himself some time. ABO goes in. Big Petrifying Gaze. Now the TP comes in, gets absolutely nothing. Cupid running right through Conviction. It's going to be a 5v4 after all is said and done. Mid-tier 3 down. Inhibitor next on the menu. The clock has it struck midnight for Conviction now. Cupid, the new Cinderella in this one, looking to make it a 2-0 against the league's reigning champion. One last fight will break out. Do Cupid have enough to ram it down into the base? Not enough there from Sniper with the public execution. Cody-san does his darndest, but not going to get enough from him either. Cupid will wrap it up with a double kill from Music and take the series 2-0.
And it's nearly 45 kills, make it 44 in 32 minutes. A crazy game, but a great series from Cupid as they end up closing this one out even faster than they did game 1. 32-23, the time that we have. And what a statement. Cupid, who is expected to be the strongest team in Group B, just took down 3/5 of the reigning champs.
Yeah, looking really, really good. Exercised a bunch of control throughout the entirety of game 1 and through most of game 2, it has to be said. Conviction are never going to go down easy. Tomio, the engine of that team. I mean, he is just the little engine that could and keeps on going. He does so much for that team. We've known him for so long. It's just kind of what him and Insanity do. But a gut punch for sure. Now down 0-1 to start the season off. And they will have to get back on their horse here. And now, thankfully, like you said, Cupid, probably the best team in the group that they're going to play. So the matchup should be easier going forward here. But Cupid, I mean, this is more about them for me than anything that Conviction did or didn't do. As far as an MVP is concerned, I've got an idea here. But as we talk about that or think about that, we're going to get a look at our Philips Norelco One Blade precision play. Yep. Oh, all right. Well, if that's the case, I'll keep going. Yeah, I mean, Music would be my MVP. With Breezy at a close second, but these two working as such a good tandem. They look so sharp. I mean, this Supernova, again, this top side that's coming over from Supernova onto Cupid. Hoarder and Breezy at ADO have priors from 2025 as well playing together. So there is some pre-existing synergy that has been built in here. But when Music and Breezy are able to control the timbre of these fights, it really feels like just a procession, essentially. So, yeah, Music, I think, would be my MVP. Hawk, I think you would agree as well.
Yeah, I think I was muted during my first statements there, but Music, absolutely the MVP. He just had such a great series. He was so impactful in the early stages, the way him and Breezy were able to influence the map. They really felt like the engine for which Cupid was able to play. Not as clean in game two, perhaps. You know, a couple plays where I felt like he got a little too far forward. And I think Conviction did a really great job in fighting back, as we can see from this gold graph. But still an excellent series, a very strong start to the season from Music against the jungler that has pretty much run this league for the last few years now in Tomio. And I think by and large, Cupid should be really happy with his performance. I don't think Conviction is going to take this loss too hard. We know how good these players can get. They're definitely a team that's going to ramp into this. No concerns really there from me, but I'm very impressed with how strong Cupid looks in week one.
Absolutely. I think it's onwards and upwards, right? I mean, because, yeah, okay, you took down Conviction. Congratulations. But the way that the format works with the other teams in this group, there are no real slouches. I mean, NRG and Maryville await. NRG, the best team in the regular season last year, collapsed a little bit in playoffs, or last split, I should say. That's a heck of a team. If I think from the community sentiment that I've seen, if you don't have Conviction as your number one, you probably got NRG as your number one, and then Cupid kind of into that third spot as far as the preseason power rankings are going. And then Blue Otter and Mississippi, they're not going to put up, they're not going to go down quietly either. They are going to have something to say as far as determining who's the number one team here. So, yeah, I think it will be Music as our MVP. We'll get him in for an interview here shortly. But Hawk, anything else you wanted to say about either team, really? But I'll steer it. Let's stay on Cupid. We talked about the two members that really deserved everything in this series, starting off the fights, the amount of crowd control that Breeze was able to lay down. Is there anything else that stuck out for Cupid that has given you positivity heading into the rest of the split?
I think Hoarder did a pretty good job of connecting with his team both games. There were still a couple of situations where he did get caught out in sides that it did not immediately look like Cupid was prepared to answer. And I do think that's still an aspect of Hoarder's game that I would like to see get cleaned up. But man, I just love this. We came into the series being like, yeah, Music's a great leader, but not exactly like the biggest hands carry of all time. And then he immediately came into the series and super carried game one on the Nefiri, and then was a massive engine for the team on the Vibe, punching a lot of people right in the mouth. Like, how awesome is that? How deserved MVP.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely agree. Yeah, and with guys like Blaze Olive and Hoarder, right, being able to play just a litany of champions, right, and if they can hit their consistent highs, right, we've seen these two contend for, at worst, kind of, the best in their position in the league. I mean, Hoarder certainly wants to get to that ceiling a little bit more consistently, but the Supernova roster last split had so many high highs and so many fun moments where it was just the almost, right? And now a little bit more stability, hopefully, in the jungle with Music, kind of pulling the leash. Breezy as well, looking to redeem himself, right? Getting kind of booted pretty unceremoniously from Conviction, from the team that won it all. Got Tactical and Bounty in, won it all without him. Now with Mobility as well, trying to prove that he belongs in the LCS as well. I mean, yeah, Cupid, there's a universe in which they go from tier 3 to tier 1 in 2 splits. Yeah, okay, it's a little bit of an asterisk because they got the Supernova side door in, but still, it would be pretty sweet.
It would be pretty cool. I think we can call this an NACL team, though. I don't think any of these players are tier 3 players. No, I think
no.
they are very much deserving to be here. But still, I mean, for anyone potentially being able to promote, it would be a big deal. And I think Cupid, firmly establishing themselves in that conversation of that top 3, right? Right alongside NRG and Conviction. That is the expectation. And honestly, before we get into our interview, which should be coming in just about a minute, I want to maybe just talk a little bit about our next series, because, you know, I'm talking about, oh, there's this top 3, and you maybe can argue it's a top 4, but Maryville, for the first time in a long time, a team whose name I did not say in that immediate contenders list, which is something that I find very interesting, something that we are definitely going to talk about in the next series when it does come up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it feels like the start of a new era for Maryville. And yes, they've got some roster swaps that were unintentional, just some scheduling mishaps. But even when they get the whole kind of band back together, like you said, Hawk, it's a very new look for them, right? That UG Spyrax mid jungle, right? It's kind of synonymous in my head with Tomio and Sanity, just at first blush of like, who are going to be the guys that, like you said, are kind of top 2 and are the engines for their respective teams in terms of just dominating opposition tier 2 teams, making a run at LCS and getting shouts for why is this not, you know, why are these guys not finding more spots? Why are they not getting more calls for a tier 1 spot? But yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, we should get that interview, like we said, pretty soon. Their opponents, though, Dorado, should be a solid team as well. Kind of, you know, on the, I think, the lower end of the power rankings, right? With Contingent as well coming up. They should be very fun. But Dorado, they had their good moments as well, man. They're not going to have Redemption, unfortunately, which for me was one of the fun spots, one of the bright spots, governing the mid games for Dorado, doing the best that they could to make an impact, to punch above their weight. So many almost moments for them in the split as well. But that should be fascinating. I mean, for both these teams, Maryville, how quickly can they kind of get gelling as well?
Yeah, definitely. It's just going to be a great split. It's going to be so fun seeing how everyone comes together. I think the nice thing is, so as far as the regular season format, like, there is no teams get eliminated in the actual regular season, right? You want to be top 6 so you get the guaranteed playoff spot and you don't go last chance qualifier, because obviously it just becomes one best of 3 then decides your fate. And also being the top of each group does, you know, put you in favorable positioning as well, potentially, just as far as seeding is concerned. So those are going to be really interesting things to see. But I do think I heard a little bit dump. So Henrique, I'll let you take it away with our guy music.
Well said. That does mean that music is in the building. Yeah, our Series 1 MVP. Music, I think, you know, if I was an upset, I think maybe you would have a different take on that. But if nothing else, what a statement game to start things off here. How are you feeling about it? Obviously, you have some priors with a couple of these guys that haven't played with them before, but not bad for a first game against the reigning champions.
Yeah, I think we had an okay showing. You know, could be better, but you know, first game of the series, of the league. So,
with you played a little bit with Breezy back in the day, kind of here and there, but I wanted to, because that was the thing that stood out to me, was the way that you two with Breezy was getting out of lane. Yeah, that's kind of the meta right now, right? To have your support functions as a secondary jungler. How much intentional prep kind of went into that, and how much of it was just you guys in the moment seeing angles and finding ways to affect the map and get advantages for your team?
It's definitely a mix of both, I would say. Like, the meta is a lot of like playing for like mid vision too, and I think it depends on the supports and everything. And I think once we got a lead mid, we were like adapting to what they're doing, matching if we needed to, just making sure like Nick was in a good spot to carry when he got a lead. So I think that's what like we were trying to do.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let you gas up. We'll start with ABO. Gas up your solo laners. I mean, these guys kind of, you know, at the peak of their powers. They were, yeah, no, I mean, I'll just let you go. What does Blaze Olive, coming back for the first time since Supernova 25, what does he bring to the table? What can we expect out of him? What are you liking from him?
Oh, he's got a really big champion pool. He's really smart about the game. He plays really well, in my opinion, and I think we're meshing well so far. I'm really satisfied with how we're all meshing as a team, and we all have the same ideas on how we want to play and where to go, where to be. Obviously, there's work, you know, to do and improve on, but overall, it's been going well with the short amount of time we've been practicing. It's been like around less than a week, so, you know, there's more to do, more to learn, but so far we're starting off strong, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I think you have every right to. last one for you. I don't know. What are you looking forward to? I mean, look, I feel like this for me was probably your biggest challenge as far as the teams in the opposite group that you've got to play, the defending champions. What are you looking to work on? What are you looking to shore up? You are a humble guy, so you're not going to be dancing on conviction's graves here after a 2-0. You said there's some stuff you wanted to work on. What are you looking at to improve as the series goes, as the split goes on?
I think being at the right place at the right time as a team is important. I think like in the second game, we had a good lead and we couldn't really snowball it well. I think we choked a bit on that second Drake sequence. Stuff like that is really important, that when you have a lead, you need to press it properly and not let, funny business happen on the map. I think we can be cleaner on that. We for sure let some stuff happen. Like we knew in the second match, they had a very strong early game and they were looking to bridge to Silas because it's like an impossible matchup. So I think we could have had a bit of a cleaner early game. I know the Raptor scrimmage was like cinema to watch, but it shouldn't be like that, in my opinion, or even happen in the first place with how they played the first sequence. So I think sharpening the knives, I guess, being more clean, that's like the things we need to focus on for the future.
All right. Well, we appreciate your time. Thanks for the game. That was an absolute treat to watch and cast. It was a joy to watch you and Breezy just run around dunking on kids and allowing ABO and Horder to do their thing. So best of luck the rest of the split. Thank you and congratulations.
Yeah, shout conviction, kicking Breezy. Thank you for having me.
One man's trash, another man's treasure. It is just me. This is not podcast mode just yet. But Hawk gonna see if he can mess around with his internet and be in a little bit of a better spot connection-wise as we get into series number 2, which should be a good one. Like Hawk was saying, a lot to talk about kind of narrative-wise for Maryville especially. New kings, new rivalries, not to do the early 2020s LEC bit, but it really does feel like with Aoju stepping in here for Spyrax, that a new era is dawning for Maryville. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna get an interview with Niles, who himself is stepping in as the jungler for a little bit, because again, a couple of scheduling snafus meant that Yuji is not going to be here just yet. Obstinatus for the first couple of weeks will not be here either, but they've got themselves a challenge against Dorado Gaming, a team that languished around the bottom of the standings last split, but avoided relegation and are looking to build on things. They themselves are going to have a sub. Inflame stepping in for redemption for now for the first couple weeks. So works in progress, I think it's fair to say, for both Maryville and Dorado. By the way, Hawk, whenever you get here, I hear the badums in the background. Just feel free to jump in and cut me off. But for now, yeah, look, Maryville, I think it's safe to say, are favored in this one. But Dorado, they showed a lot of good stuff. And, and for me, I think a lot of it centered around redemption. But Lojaz, the jungler for Dorado Gaming, as we will eventually get everything sorted here on stream, he was the runner-up for most improved player as far as we were concerned. And I think the thing that was most apparent from what he said and from what the team side said was that he's trying to grow as a communicator, and that is going to be kind of the next step for him. And with a squad of players around him that have their strengths and have their moments and have their definite power points, accelerating those and really playing to their strengths. AP mids for Decoy in the top lane. Adam has a very unique suite of champions in the mid lane as well. And Hub, that boy loves a caster AD carry in the bottom lane. So we'll see if he and Lojaz can accelerate them to an upset of Maryville in this one. Meanwhile, we've got an interview right now with the coach, and I use that term very loosely, of Maryville University, Niles, coming on in for our Game Face interview presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Niles,
hello.
How you doing, man? Back in the gaming chair, not in the coach's chair. How you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just here to do my job. Got to film for the boys, so I'm excited to join the Rift with them, and yeah, it'll be fun.
Got to do what you can. Like you said, the team is bigger than y'all, and I know you're someone who really prides yourself on that, doing whatever it takes, the late nights, the grinding, and even step in to smack some kids around on Lee Sin, if that is what in fact is necessary. But taking a bit of a macro view with this one, Niles. I've heard it be described as maybe a bit of a new era for Maryville. Aojun stepping in. Yes, Spyrax is going to be kind of role swapping for a little bit, but that UG Spyrax duo was as iconic as it comes for Tier 2. For Aojun, what does he bring to the table? Coming off a great split from CCG, what is he bringing that you're excited about going into this split for Maryville?
Yeah, I think that his champion pool is really wide, and he just got done playing with Dardoch, so he's pretty good at playing for jungle. So he's good to carry me, I think, in the series. Yeah, his champion pool is just really wide, and he's obviously a very motivated player. He's a very young guy, so I'm excited to see what he can do on Maryville.
And for you, I mean, what are you looking to do as far as the in game right now? What's you say? Okay, if Niles coming back after a bit of time off from competitive, if I can do X, Y, Z, I would consider that a success.
Yeah, I mean, just fight with the boys. Obviously, if I get Lee Sin, I'll kick some heads off. But I think that one will be banned. But basically, just play a standard game. Honestly, jungle is very easy when your lanes are all winning. And I think all my lanes will be winning. So I just have to hit my camps, hit some dragons, and play some team fights.
Last one for you, Niles. The Maryville way has been talked about a lot. Obviously, you guys have been the kind of premier tier 2 and collegiate program, and we've kind of on the desk, kind of as a broadcast crew, we've talked about how excited we are that a guy like Aoju gets to step in, right, and really take advantage of what a great support system it is. What to you makes the Maryville way, to use that, so special?
I just think that we are constantly practicing around the season, and I think a lot of programs don't take it seriously year round, and they're not improving continuously throughout the year, whereas I think at Maryville everyone is extremely motivated, and that's one of the things that makes it special. If you're not motivated and you're not grinding, you're not going to fit in at Maryville, and that's the culture that we have here.
Hell yeah, love to hear that. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you go and get on with the series?
Yeah, shout out to my beautiful wife Kelly for putting up with me spamming solo queue recently. Shout out to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and shout out to the boys. Let's get this dub today.
Awesome. Niles, thank you for your time. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
All right. Back at it here. Niles, look, I hope that Lee Sin is banned, because that means that Dorado will have done their homework. But on the other hand, I really hope it's not banned, because I would like to see Niles turn back the clock and start kicking some heads off, as he put it. But yeah, Crimson up in the top lane as well should be a good addition. Let's talk about those rosters here. Get those on the screen for you so you know exactly who we're dealing with. It's not good podcasting if I just say a bunch of names and tell you where their role swaps are going, but don't have the ability to show you. So we'll get the rosters up on the screen for you so you know exactly who we're rocking with, at least for the first couple weeks. Maryville University, Crimson, Coach Niles in the jungle, Aojun, Scary Jerry, and Spyrax going for the mid lane to support, at least for now. Obstinatus will be back in a couple weeks, but hey, stuff happens. So, Opa, is that Hawkeye here?
It might be Hawk. I don't know if
It might be
audible on stream, but look at Aojun. Look at him in a Maryville
Look at our
Saints
boy,
jersey.
dude. He looks good in red and black.
Hopefully we were able to troubleshoot some of those audio issues from you for you all. Thank you, Enrique, for podcasting, but it is definitely a new look Maryville. And look, Niles in the jungle, somehow Spyrax has returned. He may be playing support, but to be honest with you, it is not the role swaps for Maryville that I have the biggest questions for. This team should still make playoffs, and by that time, Yuji and Obstinatus will come back. It is all of the other players that I have the biggest question marks about. Crimson, it's been a little bit since we've seen him play full-time in the NACL, and while at times he's looked okay, he's never really been one of the best top laners in this league, and he has got big shoes to fill in terms of K and Zamudo. Aojun, big shoes to fill, being Spyrax's his current supports, and Scary Jerry, it is time for him to really step up on an individual level. Phenomenal laning, by far the most dominant laning AD carry that we had in the NACL last split, and maybe the most dominant that we've ever had. But he has got to show that he can put on the carry pants, because there were a lot of mistakes in the team fight, unfortunately, for Jerry in the previous split.
The ceiling could be really high with this team, and I think that's going to be the narrative that follows them around, right? I mean, it's almost like, dang, I wish they could have gotten this team from spring on, right? To be able to cook with Aojun and with Crimson up in the top lane. He's had some experience. He got in for CLOL finals. They 3-0'd Winthrop. Yeah, but now, like you said, it's time to step up for a lot of these players. On to Dorado we go. They are running back the same roster. Asterisk, because in the support role, we've got Inflame coming up from tier 3. Pretty hyped by a couple members of our broadcast crew anyway, but these are the names you recognize: Decoy, Low Jazz, Adam, Hub, and Inflame. Again, Redemption should be back in a couple of weeks. They've got a tall task against Maryville, but Hawk, where are you looking for them to find their advantages and pull off the upset here? Let's call it what it is against Maryville.
I mean, it's probably going to come from really everywhere. This was a team that played bigger than the sum of their parts in split 1. Low Jazz, massive improvement from him from his previous year in the NACL to split 1, and hoping to build on that now. I think Adam has shown strong flashes. Decoy, Hub, like
all of these players have shown that they can hang in the NACL. The biggest thing is on an individual level, they are just not quite up to snuff with the rest of the NACL. When they do get through the laning phase, this is a good team. The problem is they don't often get through the laning phase, especially in all 5 roles, and they've lost their general. It's Inflame in the support position, not Redemption. Redemption was the biggest X factor for this team. He will be back later in the split, but every series is going to matter for Dorado, a team that I think is very much in danger of not making the playoffs and going to relegation. So it's going to be a tough start with Inflame, who is a player that I am excited to see.
Yeah, good on Engaged Champs as well is part of the rub on him, so should be a fun one in the current meta. Our face-to-face matchup will be in the mid lane. I mean, Aojun, it's tough not to talk about the kid, right? I mean, it's big shoes to fill, like you said, Hawk, but a fantastic showing in on CCG. They were the surprise fun package last split, just a true treat and a joy. I feel like I got an unnatural amount of CCG games at the beginning of the split when I was broadcasting last split, and it was awesome. It was absolutely awesome to see him and Dardoch. Dardoch just get another kind of duckling to mentor and grow into a real solid tier 2 player. On the other side, Adam, it's a guy who has a lot of unique picks and is going to use them to try to, again, just make something happen here. Him and Low Jazz, that's another mid jungle that is really worth looking out for. But this should be a fun one.
It definitely will be. Adam's such an aggressive player, and Aojun is somebody that has folded to that in the past. And while I think him being in this Maryville system is extremely good for him, there is also an expectation of potentially being able to hit the ground running a little bit, right? And I think for Aojun, that is going to be a challenge. He's been really good in his couple of splits that he's shared with Dardoch and CCG, but I think that's compared to expectations. On Maryville University, you are expected to eventually become a player that can contend with the best in this region. Aojun, not quite there yet, as I am not sure if our names or if our logos are here, but somebody's picking Vi on 1.
And even though that might make some people mad, it doesn't make me that mad. I understand why people get wound up about it, but either way, yeah, like you said, someone is picking it in game 1. And as I'm kind of looking at both these junglers, I could see it being either one. I could see Niles just saying, you know what, pick me the champion where I can press R, do the auto reset thing and full clear to 6 and, and jump over walls, right? That's something that he in his time as a professional has played many, many hundreds of games on, no doubt. But the Pantheon, also a pretty good choice if you're just going to kind of just raw dog it and jump back into tier 2.
So I'm going to use my investigative skills here, Henrique, and I'm going to say I think it's Maryville on the red side, because Niles would not ban his own Lee Sin. That's one of a few jungle champs that he absolutely would have picked if it was available, I think, because he played a top lane back in the day. So I'm going to assume this is a Low Jazz hub, Ezreal Nefiri. Look, we saw this be a damn effective 1 and 2 pick for Cupid in the previous series. I like this a lot for Dorado.
Yeah, no, this, I mean, like you said, it worked out in series number 1. Should be a good one here for Niles to jump back, or excuse me, for Low Jazz to jump back in on. But on the other side, it will be the Ahri. So actually, hold on, now I've got my side scrambled because the Ahri is something that Adam really loves to play.
I'm going to keep operating the assumption of Maryville red side. I really don't know, though. As Ahri Nautilus, I mean, one side definitely really going for a pick comp that is able to really create chances for itself, blow up an individual member.
This feels like Inflame for the Nautilus.
However, okay, Galio Hover, though, if we're... Okay, well, never mind. It's just going to be the Silas for Adam. Hopefully better than the Silas we had in game 2 of Conviction and Cupid, where Insanity, unfortunately, not the best Silas I've ever seen. I think not entirely his fault. I do think he was put in a tough position, but hoping for a bit more impact from this side.
Certainly a lot of firepower on this. We're thinking Dorado composition. But the band's starting to keep it on coming through here. Top side, the solo laner 1. We got support on 1, AD carry on another. Still to be picked here Renekton going to be banned away by, again, we assume Maryville. Or the other side, Kaisa being taken away as well to just go along with that dive, right? I mean, Kaisa Nautilus with the Vi, with the Ahri, that's a combination that they do not want to let through.
Yeah, definitely not. Just taking out a lot of those strongest pairings of Nautilus. The beauty of Nautilus, though, man, you can play this champion with freaking anything.
True.
Now, Varus has been heavily nerfed. I don't know if you would still go for the Varus as Jerry. It is very strong laning AD carry. Jhin, another one. I know a bit unpopular amongst the masses, but it is a really good pick AD carry as well. Those are two champs that I definitely could see coming out. I think Caitlyn I would expect a little bit less with the not already showing. So I feel like after Jhin, after Varus, you are kind of going down the tier list a little bit.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you. Alistar locked in here, not on the opposite side. To the Sylas again. Sivir locked in here for, again, we're assuming Hub. Again, pretty self-sufficient, right? You've got a spell shield, you've got some mobility. Your wave clear is absolutely monstrous, so being able to, again, just take that down. See what it's going to be answered with again. Or, sorry, it is the Ezreal, my bad. The decoy. Covering the Ambessa. So still a lot of dive in this composition here, Hawk.
Still a lot of dive. As Ambessa going to be the blind? And what the answer is going to be. It's very difficult because, again, we don't know which team is on which side, so it's hard to talk about champion pools. So I'm just going to wait and see what does come through, as it's pretty strong skirmishing on both sides. I do think the Sivir does bring a bit of a scaling element to our red-sided team, as we're going to get a Shen. Oh, this is one of the first ones we've had in NACL. We've seen Shen jungle from a couple of players, including Tomio, but now we're going to get a Shen top lane. This is a really strong solo queue pick over the last couple of patches. And either Crimson or Decoy has pulled this one out here in game one.
So this should be interesting here. I mean, yeah, you've got the ability to taunt away some target. I mean, how do you see it fitting in with the rest of the composition, though? Like you said, a good solo queue pick. We've seen it in kind of different compositions or different kind of orientations, if you will. How do you see it matching up into the Ambessa, and do you feel like it actually fits well with this composition?
I mean, Shen is really difficult to move out of the lane, and the trades can be quite punishing, especially for any champion that doesn't have meaningful poke to kind of whittle down the Shen's health bar. Because if you have to get close like the Ambessa, the threat of the taunt, the Spirit Blade, so much damage can come down. A lot of Shens in solo queue are going Ignite. I'm not sure if we are going to see that here in more organized play, but it adds just a lot of laning pressure. And while, yes, Ambessa will scale into the 1 versus 1, it is going to be interesting to see in the early stages, right? When especially you're looking at, as I think, okay, we're getting, I think, clarification on which side is which. So it is Decoy on the Shen, Crimson on the Ambessa. Shen's going to have a lot of early pressure. He's going to be really strong in the skirmishes, which is great to dive in along this Naafiri, alongside this Sylas, and really just party in the back line. Allow Hub to thread damage over the top.
It's going to come down a lot to him. I mean, him and Low Jazz, like we said, we saw this combination work in series number 1. It's a ton of damage coming through for, I mean, and Low Jazz, look, as the Naafiri, we talked about him kind of wanting to be a better communicator, wanting to kind of pilot his little chess pieces around a Naafiri Alistar. You've got the setup for it as well. Low Jazz is going to have to be vocal about when he needs to play for himself as one of the premier damage threats, especially early on, before the Ezreal gets going and you're able to dump that damage over the top. Low Jazz is going to have a lot on his plate, but I think this is what he wants. He's talked about, and Steve has talked about how this kind of the next step for him, his growth, and being able to manage these different types of compositions and being able to manage a different type of champion that he's going to play. On the other side, Niles on the Vi, Aojun on, the Ahri, and Crimson. He's looking to step up and prove that he belongs on this Maryville roster. Pretty cool that he gets to play against his twin brother at some point. On the Conviction side of things. Or wait, no, are they in the same group?
They are in the same group, but I mean, odds are they might get to play each other. We'll have to see if that does come to pass, as I'm not expecting it to be Conviction versus Maryville in the LCQ, but either way, onto the Rift for game 1 of Dorado versus Maryville.
Maryville for sure the favorites in this one again. Spyrax. Yes, that's Spyrax. The mid laner. He will not be on the roster in the future. Obstinatus will be back pretty soon, and Coach Niles will be back on the coaching side of things, and Yuji will be back in the jungle as well. Low Jazz will start off with a bit of an invade. Make sure that Niles, has no camps to come back to. Not enough just to full clear. Place Lee Sin on your solo queue, old man. You got to tango with a Nefiri. Make decisions on the fly. He could just vertical jungle it immediately here. He's going to walk over that ward. Does he know that it's there? Level 2 hit by the dog, or the Hub and Inflame bot lane on the blue side after Scary Jerry and Spyrax hit that on their side.
I love the invade here from Low Jazz. I mean, anything you can do to slow down the Vi, slow down that level 6 is going to be great. And I mean, I kind of like it too, because I want to believe, I don't know if this is true, this is Low Jazz saying, hey, this guy is not a jungler, so I'm going to take advantage.
Now Low Jazz goes in immediately. Hub gets out by the skin of his teeth. Not able to find his mark with one or both skill shots, and First Blood will go over to Scary Jerry. Low Jazz, an unsuccessful trip to the bottom lane.
Yeah, I see the idea from Dorado, as they do have Low Jazz on their side, and Maryville doesn't exactly know it, but they just went a little too early, and Jerry and Spyrax were able to win out in what was essentially a 2v2 before Low Jazz arrived. Now Niles, nothing to do but gank.
Level 3 gank. He's still got the Q-Flash mechanics. Easy as you like. 1 over to Niles.
Just well played. And you know what I like about that? Niles, he didn't even go for the Q flash. He knows he's got grandpa hands, bro. He went flash Q because he's like that. He knows what he's about. And this is crazy. Okay, Low Jazz is going to path by because he wants to make sure he can contest the crab. So Niles is in behind him to take the wolves. Neither jungler knows. Are they going to dive decoy?
And he's certainly very low. Got the Spirit's Refuge. Got the Shadow Dash. Taunt. Can buy a little bit of time. Crimson going in, and Niles mops it up on the back end. Again, beautifully done by Maryville. Now, Low Jazz showing up here should win this 1v1 against Niles, but... Actually, I was going to say he's got the safety of his tower to retreat to. He absolutely does not. He's on the wrong side of the map, old man. Hold up a second here. Goes untargetable. Able to get forward, and Low Jazz picks up his first kill.
Nice play by Low Jazz to get something back. I think a little bit lazy maybe from Niles. I think my guess is the read was that Low Jazz would have been on the bottom side of the map. Clearing camps down there, getting the Krugs and the Raptors. So does end up giving over a kill, but still 2 really nice plays from Niles to get something back. And we didn't get to talk about it much in the draft, the Maryville composition, but this is a quintessential Maryville comp. They've got the really strong mid jungle. They've got a top side that likes to skirmish, that wants to generate leads. And then they've got really good scaling from this Ambessa and from this Sivir that really, in my opinion, puts a lot of pressure on Dorado to snowball this game in the mid game, using this Shen, using this Nefiri, using the Silas and that strong topside skirmish. But Niles already disrupting that. I think Adam needed to be much more respectful of the gank that could come through, knowing that Niles had been denied camps and wouldn't have much to do, and now a mistake from Low Jazz.
Mistake that goes unpunished, but did have to surrender his flash, so that could be punishment enough there. Yeah, Aojun and Niles, like you said, I mean, this is kind of textbook Maryville, right? It is all gas, no brakes. It is able to create an advantage, and then you give the baton over to Scary Jerry, who, I mean, in the late game, look, this dude is undeniable as far as a laner is concerned, and he's a very good AD carry. You don't get to the LCS on accident, but there have been a couple of higher profile mistakes in the later games that he's looking to shore up. And I mean, the ceiling for this team is sky high. I really do believe that if the players here all hit their ceilings, they can tangle with anybody in this league. I firmly believe that. But it's going to start and end with Scary Jerry, especially in the earliest part of the split, in my opinion, as you try to bed in these new solo laners.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. As one of the biggest believers in Jerry, I'm going to be a little hard on him. I think he's doing right now what he does best. Get a massive lead. Just straight up 2v2 better than the opposite number. But he has to limit the mistakes that he makes later in the game. His team fighting, I think, is just not up to the par that it needs to be for a player of his caliber. And I want to believe that he can do it better, but he has really got to prove it, especially on this Maryville team. I said this last night when we were having our story meeting amongst the NACL talent, and I think that this is the weakest Maryville roster since they promoted in 2023. And no, I'm not talking about the Niles Spyrax version of this. I'm talking about the Aojun Crimson version of this. Even with Obstinatus, even with Yuji back in the lineup, I think It's just not as strong as the Zamudo iterations, not as strong as the UG Spyrax iterations that we have seen. And I think Jerry's really got to prove what he's got this split.
Off to a pretty decent start against a Dorado Gaming team that, again, just looking to avoid relegation, live to fight another day in 2027. Got themselves a tough group to play into. It has to be said. You get if you get by Maryville, congratulations. Here comes Conviction. Hey, that was cool. Here comes NRG. Then you get Ole Miss and Blue Water, two orgs that at least the players are veterans of the seed. It's gonna be an uphill climb for them for sure. But hold that thought for just a second here. Adam just gonna rip through Niles. Hang on a second here. Low Jazz able to grab the kill. Spyrax showing up, but is it too little, too late? Able to get the dredge line down. Over the wall goes In Flame.
Shenar.
To get a little bit of CC down. Good charm. Decoy goes in. Spirit's Refuge down. Shadow Dash as well. Aojun, if you can get one more Q off, maybe you've got a shot at taking someone down, but will not be the case.
Really nice play from Low Jazz and Adam to get a second kill over to this Defuri and keep the game competitive. Didn't love the Shen ultimate. Spyrax. No kill to be had. They should be able to walk this one out. Low Jazz standing behind as Spyrax goes too far forward will reveal himself. That should be the end of it. I didn't love the Shenar. I think Decoy maybe could have had better target selection instead of going on the Ahri that still had a charge of the Spirit Dash left. I think you look for the level 5 Nautilus there. Opts not to, and it does mean it just ends up being a 1-for-0.
Maryville, meanwhile, just up 1 kill, but up 1,700 gold. And I mean, it's just so different from what we saw in Series 1, where Cupid had much bigger kill leads than this, but we're just only up 400, 500, 800 gold. You see the brunt of that lead coming from, like you talked about, Hawk, Scary Jerry, just building up a stupid lead, quite frankly, early on. And then Crimson doing his thing against Decoy as well. Decoy on this Shen, man. Yeah, not the Ignite, like you were pointing out, but the Grasp, that's pretty standard. And we'll see where he goes. You see Titanic Hydra sometimes be the first item, and then you go into kind of full tank, right?
Yeah.
And whatnot, but... And I think Tunneler builds into Hydra?
So, yeah, it's going to be Titanic. What the build is it's Titanic, and then Dusk and Dawn is at least the solo queue build. You do a lot of damage, and it also makes your ult pretty strong, so would be interesting to see if Decoy wants to go that direction. You need the Titanic, though, because you have to be able to interact with the wave. Otherwise, you just become useless.
Yeah. Oh, hang on a second here. Adam with the solo bolo onto Scary Jerry. Ult blown as well by the Maryville 80 carry.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry's thinking, I got everything up. I'm the same level as this guy. I can play this wave, but Adam reminding him, hey, you are a marksman, man. I am a Silas. I can take this play. And Inflame now behind Niles. Oh, that's a Q back in. I don't know about that.
Yeah, he had Aojun waiting in the wings, I think banking on the element of surprise. But after all that, nothing ends up happening. Maryville did get dragged in number 1. Don't know if we explicitly pointed that out. TP coming in from Adam. Yeah, Adam. He says, look, once I get in melee range of you, big dog, this is a one-sided fight. Got the kill there on the bot lane, and TP's into the mid lane. He's going to carry on as if he never left. He is down 20 CS to Aojun, it must be said. But thanks to his participation on the other side of the map, he has evened up that gold.
This is the kind of thing we talked about with Jerry. I mean, the biggest criticism is that he just kind of dies sometimes, and I think that's a great play from Adam. That really gets him back into the game. The only member that's close in gold, as unfortunately, even with the kill score being even, you highlighted it, Maryville is just up money. It's partially on Jerry, but also Crimson got so much off of Decoy, going for that Stand United that didn't really result in much. And it's sort of what we've talked about, Henrique, that the biggest problem for Dorado is they do just not lane as well as a lot of the other teams in this league. So despite a lot of things going in their favor, it's really just keeping them afloat in this game as opposed to generating an advantage.
I think you hit the nail right on the head. Their mid game is good, and they showed stuff all through the split, that they can hang, and their team fight is actually solid. But when you show up to every team fight, especially in the mid game, in kind of these man-making moments, for lack of a better term, you're down 500 gold. Remember, right? You're down just that little bit from laning that just isn't quite up to snuff. But if you can improve on that, then look, this team, especially with their continuity, there's something to be said for that, especially when you come up from tier 3, and a lot of these players came up through tier 3. If you played with a lot of these same guys for a while, there's something to be said for the advantages that can give you. The Dragon going to be coming up in another 15 seconds. Dorado trying to be the first ones there, but Maryville know exactly where they are. Sundered Sky has been completed for Niles, but the Cyclo Sword in for Lojaz as well. Crimson with the Eclipse. He does have TP, could join the fight at a moment's notice. Decoy also has TP and the Stand United. So we could get a Slobber Knocker down here in the river, but Lojaz can take the dragon himself. We'll see if Maryville contests.
Gonna start to walk now. No, he fogged, but he is walking back top lane. Maryville, I think they're opting to give this one. A bit afraid of the Voltaic Cyclo Sword spike, perhaps, that Lojaz does have, but Niles is even in items with him. He's got the Sundered Sky, so I'm a bit surprised by this. Either way, nice play from Dorado to take a drag. Maryville just gonna be happy to say, we get a bot wave for our trouble, we get a mid wave for our trouble. We scale very well with our Sivir and Ambessa, so why do we need to take Impool Crimson out of a winning lane?
Yeah, no reason, right? Game's still even, like you said. You've got the Sundered Sky on Niles, but the item advantage isn't anything crazy, so no need to be flipping anything in the early game, especially when you're married.
Flames
right?
coming.
You're just gonna outlane people. In with the public execution. Decoy with the flash away, get the dash off. Hang on a second here. Adams in with the Spirit Rush. The whole cavalry has showed up for Dorado. Crimson gonna grab a kill. Inflame gets one back on the Niles. Now Nautilus has shown up here. Spyrax gonna buy time with the dredge line, but Adam has a couple more charges with that Spirit Rush, and he gets all the way onto Crimson. Shut down for the Dorado mid laner. Lojaz on a killing spree. Dorado turned the dive around. Aljun gonna be next on the menu as Adam mops it up with his own ultimate. A double for the Silas.
Double for the Silas, another kill for the Nefiri. That's 6 for the Dorado mid-jungle as they get a lot back. It was Maryville going too deep. The dive just couldn't manifest fast enough for Maryville as they do ultimately get Decoy, but they weren't able to get away with it. Maybe some fried chicken on the way out for Lojaz, but no, Spyrax and Niles will deny it. But still a great play for Dorado, keeping this game quite close. Adam looking like a Silas that can carry.
You got a bunch of great ultimates to choose from. You can speed everybody up. You can lock down one target. You can lock down one target from distance. You can lock down another target from distance. You've got a bunch of different ways to get in there. Move yourself around as well. Decoy with a nice Stand United to get in. Adam, put the pressure onto Aljun. He had to back off now. Spyrax is going to end up being the sacrificial lamb. Kill number 4 comes in for Adam. A lot of damage from Aljun, but not quite enough.
Ooh, he's not going to get out.
Coming up with the pack. Let's see. Do they even need the wave to dive? Nope, not when you've got Decoy, and Inflame comes in with the CC as well. Juggles the aggro perfectly. How about Dorado here, Hawk?
Yeah, that is such a nice play call from Dorado. I love it. Aljun shows up in the top lane. He's gotten the ulti from the previous fight. So Dorado says, wait a minute, let's just kill this guy. Our composition, this is where we thrive. These mid-game skirmishes, when things get a little dicey, when we can all party. So they call in the Stand United. They end up getting Spyrax for their trouble, as well as a flash off the Ahri. And Lojaz arrives in time to cut off the escape. It's another kill for the Silas. It's another kill for the Nefiri. And it is Dorado now with a gold advantage. And all of a sudden for Maryville, we're starting to look at scaling being the win condition as the Maryville freight train has solidly been stopped in its tracks.
This feels like the leans forward in the chair meme for Maryville, right? Just kind of posting along, and all of a sudden, you find yourself down finally in gold. And look at Dorado, man. This mid-jungle is relentless. The Maryville freight train, not fam, it's the Dorado freight train. They are everywhere, and Maryville just keep feeding them kills. That's 3 more. What are we doing? Dorado, stop it.
You know, I wish I could have talked about this in the pregame, but unfortunately we were having our technical difficulties, so I got to catch up now. Because last night I said, hey, you know, last time Spyrax role swapped, it kind of sucked. And yeah, it was top lane, and everyone was like, oh, bro, support is so easy. You could definitely play support. I don't know, man. This guy's kind of chain dying right now, and Dorado's feasting off of it. So, just saying.
This will be our Phillips One Blade Precision play. The dive from a few minutes ago, that this was the play that turned the game on its head, Hawk.
Yeah, absolutely. It just took too long. Maryville, they get the kill on the Decoy eventually, but Niles had been showing on Vision for a long time, so a great job from Dorado for calling up the pack, if you will, and making the dive happen. And I love this Inflame even popping the heal. They're like, do not let this guy get out. Great follow through from Adam. And Dorado now, with the Dragon in their own pocket, they're going to be able to pick up the Herald. They've already taken the Grubs. They've got a gold advantage. They have everything they need to clear out this game theoretically. The biggest question is going to be whether or not they can out-team fight a Maryville that, in the spring split, now it is a bit of a different look, but did not exactly thrive in the team fights, Henrique.
Now Maryville going to try another dive here. They had one target. Now they're backing off in favor of another because Adam is here. My goodness, he clears so much space. Public execution in from Crimson. Can he make a difference? Gets bonked away there by Inflame. Fantastic defense from the Dorado support, but is it enough? Scary Jerry taking low, trying to get all those down. Gets punched in the face by a flashing cow. Turret on the other side being taken. Meanwhile, now joining the fight. Walked again. Niles stops him in his place with the ball breaker, excuse me. Lojaz gonna grab himself a kill before going down, but it's a shutdown for Crimson. A 3 for 2 for Maryville.
Oh no, that's so bad. Crimson, he got both the shutdowns. That was like 3,000 gold. I mean, it was like 1,900 in shutdowns. Adam was worth a grand, and Lojaz was 900. That's so bad. For Dorado, this Ambessa is gonna be huge. We're talking about scaling. That's exactly what they need, and now it's second Dragon as well.
And now the Dorado freight train has come to a screeching halt as the game is tied in terms of gold. Maryville right back in it with one team fight. And like you said, those shutdowns, my goodness. I mean, how crucial those could prove to be. Crimson already had a sizable lead on Decoy, and now it's just a catastrophe. Now it is just absolutely gargantuan, completely undoing all the progress that Adam had and undoing all the progress that Lojaz had as well. Now it's completely honors even, and like you said, Hawk, you're just looking at scaling at this point for Maryville, yeah, but now you're ahead of the curve.
Yeah, Adam had Magi stags too that are gone, so that is, oh gosh, Spyrax, he's dead again. Guys, support is not that he's have to at least some things to play this role. For anyone, I don't know if you already said this, Henrique. For anyone wondering, Obstinatus will be back for week 2. This is the more temporary of the 2 substitutions, but
yes,
Spyrax unfortunately is 0-5 to make his NACL support debut.
Yeah, 0-5-4. It's a rough one, but hey, look, but that's Nautilus, man. You could be having an absolute, oh boy, Scary Jerry, good night. Lojaz gonna grab himself another kill, shed the aggro, and grab himself another tower. 3-2 now in favor of Dorado. 1,000 gold here. Yeah, but look, hey, with Spyrax, you hit one good hook, you hit one good depth charge, and your sins can be forgiven really, really quickly. So we'll see if they can put themselves in positions to do that, because that's what it's kind of feeling like to me, Hawk. I mean, tell me what you think, but Dorado, when they get there first, when they are the aggressors, if Lojaz and Adam can just work as 2 and find an isolated target, they can kill you in the blink of an eye. So if they're on the front foot, Maryville, quite frankly, don't stand a chance. But if it's more structured, Maryville feels like they have the advantage.
Well, the biggest thing for me is, one, Dorado's doing a great job of leading away from Crimson, who is by far the strongest person on Maryville. But also, Spyrax dying, I think, it's a little harder for me to forgive him because it's desyncing Maryville on so many timers. They've not been able to cover their waves, and Dorado is just deathballing around the map like this.
Yeah, they know they've got 2 extremely strong divers. Oh, hang on a second here. Great turn by Maryville. Crimson, you can find where he's not going to be, but eventually he'll find you. Niles just trying to buy space and time. Decoy will get the kill onto him, his first of the game. Puck execution started out for Crimson, and now he will go down. Played it so well onto the vision, around the vision. Spyrax shows up just to eat dirt. Decoy and company turn it around. Dorado take the fight 3-1.
I mean, again, Maryville just desynced on their timers. That was an initial 3 versus 4, and then Spyrax arrived super late, but it's a 4 versus 5, as it was all 5 of Dorado that were able to gather for the fight. I think the initial 1-for-1 look here for Maryville is good. They execute onto the Nefiri, and they one-shot the dog. But from here, you got to disengage. Niles is gone, and you are at a numbers disadvantage. Crimson, I'm sure, is screaming, I'm strong, I'm strong, I'm strong. But Spyrax arrives to this play absurdly late, yet again, desynced on timers from his team. But what is Nautilus going to do? You're still down numbers.
I think desynced is the perfect way to look at it. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't feel like they're all kind of firing on the same cylinder, and it could be used to feed my little theory of earlier that if it is structured, if it is 5-on-5, if it is a little more predictable, then Maryville's composition and the way they like to play will win out. But you've got to give credit to Dorado, man. And if you are looking for an upset, right, if you are a less strong team on paper, this is how you have to play. And I give Dorado immense amounts of credit, right? Pulling out the Nefiri, pulling out the Shen as well. Not that that's been a huge difference maker, to be fair, but they are running around the map, and they are just kind of, they're out Maryvilling Maryville, dare I say. It is all gas, no brakes from Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, Maryville just getting picked apart. And you got to give credit, like you said. Adam is having a phenomenal game.
What a game, man.
17 kill participation on the Stylus, 9 kills. He is so damn strong. He's got all those Magi stacks right back. And how about Inflame? We've barely talked about this guy. Rookie NACL debut here. And for those that don't know, he is the substitute support behind Bounty for Grandview University. He's someone that I've seen coming up in the space and think very, very highly of. I think he is not Redemption, but I do not think Inflame will be the worst support in the league.
Inflame want to play with the Flash Pulverize. Is it enough to help Dorado take the fight? Public Execution does absolutely nothing. Now Adam's got the Spirit Rush, and he is just styling, breaking ankles all over the map. Dorado take the fight. Take a bow, Inflame. What an engage from the kid. It's an ace.
And how about that? Maybe for the first time in my life, it's not a damn caster curse. Not the worst support in the league for sure. Inflame, what a find. Maryville, clean ace, Dorado on top.
Oh, that brings a smile to my face, man. I gotta be honest, man. That was awesome. It's like you said.
Inflame heard that he was getting the spotlight right now, and he said, hey, watch this.
Went in completely unseen. And again, but you got to credit to the little things that Dorado did as far as not skipping steps, making sure that he had a good avenue in. Maryville had no idea he was there.
Oh my god. I mean, that's just a great engage. I'm going to tell you too, doing the short Alistar combo when you're not at max range, the timing can sometimes be really weird. So shout out to him for not even messing that up. Easy 3-man pulled. And not only is the engage good, look at how cleanly Dorado followed through.
Yeah, dude.
They were all in lockstep. We talked about it. This team, they struggle to get out of lane, but once they do it, man, maybe they don't even need Redemption. Sure, he's their captain. Sure, he's their leader, but Inflame is just as good on an individual level. He is another guy that myself and many others wanted to see playing in the NACL at some point this year, and he is making the most of that opportunity that he's been given.
Well, and kind of going off that, right? Even if Inflame, right, loses the spot to Redemption, which, look, he's the captain. He is, right? It's going to be thank you for your service. We'll take it from here. This is a showing ground for him, right? If Inflame puts together a good performance, right? If you're a top tier 3 team or a tier 2 team that is hitting the panic button, Spyrax doesn't find the hook. Spyrax gets half of his health gone. Spyrax finds himself in the gray screen. Now looking in for the Stand United. In goes LoJazz with a beautiful shadow dash forward. Now trying to do what he can, but it's NoJazz now, or Adam, excuse me, joining in the back line. Decoy on a killing spree after starting off the game in a really rough spot. Decoy gonna grab himself the tower aggro. Adam will survive. And is this just game? I mean, I think it might be.
I think that's just game, Enrique. They are gonna walk it down. Only Niles alive. That's gonna be it.
How about Dorado, man? I mean, what a treat. And to have the game-winning play come off the back of the substitute support. Coming in fresh from tier 3. You see the smile on LoJazz's face. Decoy's buzzing. Inflame, you cannot see below his mouth, but I'm sure he's having a good time. What a game. What an upset.
Inflame looks pretty juiced, man. Dorado, that's a really good look for them. And man, I could sit here and talk about how not good Maryville looked, but let's give flowers to Dorado. They looked so clean. They walked around the map. Adam, Inflame, LoJazz walked around the map and just killed people on repeat until they won the game. And Inflame, massive engage at the Baron, completely put the game away. I have no notes other than I would still like to see cleaner laning, but this team very clearly, Redemption or not, Inflame was able to come in and do the exact same thing. Get out of lane successfully if you're Dorado, and you can keep up with the best of the best.
Yeah, if Inflame just keeps doing this for, however long the spot is his, he's going to be just fine. He will find himself on a top tier 3 team or a low tier 2 team in the very near future. What a debut from him. What a debut for Dorado as they take down Maryville game 1 of this best of 3. We'll be right back with game 2. Don't go anywhere.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. Closing this series out, potentially, if you are Dorado Gaming. Up 1-0 on Maryville, trying to pull off the upset. Hog, it was one-way traffic after, like, the first 3-4 minutes of the game. Well, the first, like, 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, there was an invade that didn't go too hot. Disaster struck early for Maryville, and there was really no way back. Give immense credit to Dorado the way they carried that game out, man.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, that game was real messy. Maryville made some good early plays. They laned well, and then it ended up being a Dorado super stomp. They won in 24.5 minutes. That game just exploded, largely off of the back of the mid-jungle and support, new support in Flame, coming in and not just making a monstrous play around the Baron, which definitely put the game away, but also just an incredible performance all across the board on the Alistair, and a great look for a team that is looking to build on what was a promising spring split.
Avoid relegation, looking to, like you said, keep building on that. Once they get their full roster back, in theory should be even stronger, but in Flame, certainly make it a case to be around the scene at this level. You see the goal difference graph there. Maryville had the, you know, they had things going their way, and the number of kills they had, they expounded on them very, very well, got good leads off of them. Then Dorado, after the fact, just one good fight after another. Man, Adam and Low Jazz, what a duo. Just all gas, no brakes. I've said it 5,000 times. I'm sorry, I'll think of a different mantra, but what they were doing on this Silas and on this Nefiri, man, they had like 10 kills just in the blink of an eye, and then just made the game so easy for Tub. Decoy got himself out of a hole. He team fought very, very well, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely. And for Maryville too, you know, it was that one dive when the gold just completely flipped and the momentum of the game just completely flipped. But it is a really scary thing for them that Dorado, and credit to Dorado, was just able to walk around the map, keep chain killing people over and over and over and over again. And Maryville had no ability to slow the game down. They ended up dying 30 times in that 24.5 minutes. And again, it's credit to the death ball of the mid jungle of Dorado that they were able to put down, but also it was, I mean, it was tough for Maryville, and I want to see them try to clean that up for game 2 if they're not able to get a lead.
Yeah, and I think that the draft is going to be really interesting, right? Because I think it'll be dictated off, well, I mean, there's a universe in which is dictated off what Dorado do, right? Do they try to do a similar sort of thing? Just, you know, a lot of dive, just something that likes to go forward a bunch, right? Because with Maryville, their composition, they kind of wanted to do the same thing. They had the Nautilus, they had the Ari, they had the Vi, and things like that to try and go forward themselves. But Dorado showed up first, and this composition had no way to play backwards. So I guess it's just what type of composition are you willing to draft into whatever Dorado tries to go. But either way, if you're, I guess, yeah, the bottom line of the thesis, if you're going to give Dorado agency, you have to draft something into it that can stop that.
And I do think for Maryville, it is probably going to be more of the same. They do like to accelerate the game. They do like to play aggressive. We're going to get that Ziggs for Scary Jerry. This is a champion that, unlike the Sivir, can take over the lane well and truly and take over the game as a result. But this Nocturne, widely considered to be one of the most powerful champions in current League of Legends, is going to get slammed down, as well as potentially Camille. We might just see full dive yet again. Dorado perhaps recognizing that they can just pull Maryville apart at the seams.
Well, if you're giving yourself a Ziggs, you certainly give yourself a little bit of safety. I mean, it would be pretty electric to see support Camille in Flame. That would be pretty lit. Let's see if we do, in fact, get that. They ban out the Lee Sin.
I'm going to tell you, I don't think Spyrax is going to pick Camille. That champion is pretty hard. I would be very surprised if Spyrax has a Camille support in his bag.
That's a tough champ to play no matter what. And to hop into that off a roll swap and play that in a duo lane like that can be a little bit tricky. Yeah, I think I would agree with you there. Now it's going to be on the Xin Zhao, though. Just as we said, no, don't talk about hovers. The Rumble, well, all right.
God, they actually picked it.
They are doing it. So it will be Ziggs Camille.
I don't know.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what Spyrox does in lane. We'll see what
this.
Spyrox does on the rest of the map, man. But this is a gamble. This is a gamble for sure.
Look, I love Jalal, and I've loved covering his career for the last 5 years now, ever since he was on FlyQuest Academy. And I think he is a very, very good player. But that was some of the worst support I've ever seen in the NACL last game. It was not good. It's just he was kind of nowhere on the map. He wasn't really helping out the team. He was dying a lot. I really don't know if I am a subscriber in the Camille pick. I would imagine this is maybe something they've practiced. You know, Maryville has known that this is going to happen for a little while. So, you know, hoping he's got some games on it. But it is going to be Rel for Inflame. Funnily enough, this is a redemption special, is the Rel. But it's another really great engaged champion, very much in the same vein of the Alistair that we saw in game 1. And I'm really excited to see what he can bring to the table yet again.
Well, I like the setup we're getting for the Rumble, if nothing else. Some lockdown to be able to let Decoy get ahead and get the snowball rolling here. We'll see what they pick as far as AD carry is concerned. But again, expect Inflame to get out of lane. And sort of like Music talked about, right? Yes, the meta is control around mid and control around vision around mid as well. If you can extend that up to the top lane and get Decoy rolling, it could be a very, very valuable snowball you can use to make sure that Maryville aren't allowed to play the game in the late game like it seems like they want to do. We'll see what they draft as far as their solo laners and what they take into the Rumble. Crimson, he had a heck of a game on the Ambessa, but it just wasn't enough. The team fighting just wasn't there. The rest of his team was too far behind. That was the Low Jazz and Adam show. But Crimson, a pretty good game in a loss in game 1.
I'm wondering to myself if there's any world it's a Crimson Camille, but I don't really think I would love playing Camille against Rumble, so I'd be a little bit surprised if that was the case. Regardless, for Dorado, they're still looking for a strong mage mid. I like this pick. Syndra, it's very strong. A lot of good single target, great follow-up in terms of the engage that can come through from the Nocturne, from the Rel. I think Dorado is just building themselves a composition filled with champions that I think are just generally strong.
Yeah, really kind of high floor champions. And things that can just do a lot of damage. And guess what? You still are going to pick an AD carry. Now, with the Twisted Fate, that's probably going to be in the mid lane, could be in the top lane. And now Crimson, he's just going to play a little bit of PvE with the Yorick.
Could this Syndra ever be bottom? Is there a reason that Dorado is holding on to their AD carry pick here? Ooh. I think it's a Syndra bot. If we're going to get a Yone mid, this is an Adam classic right here. And we could get the counter pick into Aojune's Twisted Fate, something that can really help Dorado generate pressure because the counter global from Maryville, the ability to play for sides is so strong. Well, let's see. It's Yasuo.
Holy moly. All right.
Okay.
Well,
is it Yasuo mid or is it Yasuo bot?
It could be Yasuo bot. That's not completely out of the realm of possibility. I imagine it'll be mid, like you said. Is that a matchup you're more comfortable with into the Twisted Fate? I think that's just the question, right? Do you make sure that Aojun just isn't allowed to play the game? I guess that's what they're going to roll with here. How do you view the bottom lane, though? Okay. Just Syndra into Ziggs is just we'll pretend it's the mid lane because the supports probably aren't going to be hanging out in the bot lane that much anyway?
There's a lot to unpack here. So the biggest thing, Maryville, they do have a pretty strong 2v2 and a lot of ability to kill hub once they hit level 6. Ziggs does have the range advantage over Syndra, but Syndra generally wins out in the trades, so it's going to be a little bit tit for tat there. The other big thing is that Rel kind of wins the early stat check against Camille just by virtue of being tankier. However, the trades should be explosive, and I'm expecting level 1 to go the favor of MU. The biggest thing is compositionally across the board. Maryville very much playing for the side lanes. They're the ones with the Twisted Fate. They also have the Yorick and a good matchup into this Rumble, putting Crimson into another position where you can look to have a strong game. But Dorado, exceptionally strong team fighting. They've got the Rumble, they've got the Yasuo, and they have the Nocturne to help both support his own weaker side lanes and look to attack Maryville's strong side lanes. And again, a big problem for Maryville last game was their ability to just not die all around the map when Dorado started moving around as a unit. So I pick a lot for Low Jazz in to what Maryville is bringing. I think the biggest thing is going to be Maryville. I think they're just going to look to slam. I think they just want to look to win in all lanes. But Adam's got a great pick here on this Yasuo into the Twisted Fate to try to be strong.
Ay. Low Jazz is just dead here? Question mark. The Ignite, I don't think will be enough.
Not enough.
Yeah.
Level 1 Ignite doesn't do enough. It like an auto attack of damage. Maybe a little bit more.
Now the Flash blown as well. And Inflame and Adam not in much clearer waters here.
Low Jazz is trying to rush too.
Yeah, trying to get something, right?
Oh,
my, Niall's going to flash forward there onto the Xin Zhao and first blood over to the Maryville jungler.
That's disaster for Dorado. I see the idea for Low Jazz. He wanted to try to rush 2 as fast as possible. If he can hit level 2, he might be able to rejoin the fight. He'll also get the big heal off the Raptors, but instead, Niles heads up flash, gets into the push, knows he has lethal as long as he just secures the camp. So he gets the smite, and this is really bad. Now is super far behind in tempo. This Nocturne going to be very delayed hitting level 6. And not only that, I had just talked about how I think Maryville is just going to try to, like, be strong. They're just going to try to play a solo queue game here.
Aljun flashing away, gets the red card out. Niall's able to follow up very, very easily. Gets the W down and the flash. Oh, we're not going to be successful.
Adam, why? He could have... Oh, I mean, I see it. I see the vision. Unfortunately, he dies for it. Low Jazz going to try to get level 2 off of Niall's Krugs. I don't really understand the Krug start. Niles will not hit 3 off of these... Okay, I guess the kills gave him enough experience because usually Raptors red is not enough for 3. But regardless, he did not do his red, so Low Jazz will be able to take it. He's not certain. He doesn't know where Niles is, maybe.
Don't blame him for being cautious, even though you do have the pink ward right there. You never know what lurks in the dark corners of the jungle.
Oh my goodness.
There.
Enrique, this is a solo queue game, man. What is happening? Everyone's so low.
It's certainly getting spicy early on here. Yeah, Scary Jerry, if he can throw down a couple more bouncing bombs, maybe you could find their way onto Hub, but he's going to heal back up here with the tonics in his bag. Scatter the weak. Just avert a little bit of pressure. But like you said, a touch of the solo queues about this open hog.
And I'm going to be honest, I'm probably giving Maryville too much credit. I don't hate it, as that's a kill and bot.
Wow. Yeah, as Scary Jared, like I said, just throwing bouncing bombs, I guess. Now looking for a dive here. Spyrax gonna land the hook shot down. The Hub has Scatter the Weak. They got to play around that. Whoever gets hit by one, got to go in on the other one. It does indeed land. The hook shot goes down. Now Spyrax might be in some trouble here. He's going to sacrifice his life. Maybe. No. Very nicely done with Scary Jerry juggling the aggro. Now 4-0 in favor of Maryville.
Wow, that was very well played by Maryville's bottom lane. Jerry, great job. As Adam was yet again under some pressure. And as I was going to say, I don't hate this from Maryville because... Never mind. We can't talk. Only fight.
Low Jazz.
Now it's dead. No flash.
Yeah, should be all right. Yeah, no flash, like you said. As Adam comes in, that's a big shutdown for Low Jazz. Gets him right back into the game.
Yeah, Low Jazz really needed that. He's still behind Niles, even after
it's still ugly,
getting another kill back. Niles got the camp, as we're going to get a replay. Okay, this is the first kill on the Inflame.
Oh, nice.
He W's in.
There.
That's a mistake.
Yeah.
You can't do that. He's too low. Inflame needs to be a little bit more precise than that. And then we can look at the dive again. Jerry, he's out of mana, but he knows he can tank because Spyrax, he's a hail. I mean, some doesn't even hit aggro for that last tower shot. I mean, perfect timing on the tactical sweep. And then Niles, he dies, he gets the camp. Low Jazz pretty happy about that. It's something, but I think with how hard Maryville got battered in the mid to late game as a team last time, I don't blame them for just turning this into a solo queue game. And so far, it has worked. But the big question is going to be the transition into the mid game. At least 5 minutes in, they've put themselves in a strong position to try to keep taking control of this game.
1,500 gold up are Maryville. A lot of it coming off of Niles. Scary Jerry on the board. Again, this is just kind of what he does. Hub on the Syndra in the bottom lane. As Inflame turned around, but We'll be able to get the heck out of Dodge. And the side lanes, Hawk, you talked about it, how Maryville want to accelerate this game. Playing for the late game and getting advantages thanks to Aljun, thanks to Crimson. Now Fyrax going in there with another hook shot. Ignite down as well. A good scout of the week will avert, if nothing else, just a really unfavorable trade. As Dorado live to fight another day, but just more advantage coming out of this Maryville bottom lane. Gotta give credit to Spyrax here on this Camille. Hang on a second here. Now's coming in hot. Aljun in with the Destiny. Hub is just dead. Maryville are running riot in the early game.
Yeah, it's all a little messy. I feel like we were really watching chess when we were watching Cupid versus Conviction. You know, Cupid especially really precise in their macro. Conviction not there, but it was really back and forth. This game, it's not even checkers, man. It's like we're playing Canary, drawing stick figure horses. It's really something, but I'm enjoying it. It's entertaining.
No, it is fun. Yeah, I'm having a good time. And look, Dorado, again, they're not going to go quietly, but it's just where is the advantage going to come from, right? I mean, I guess it's just Low Jazz and Adam looking for picks. And to be fair, right, I mean, that is kind of what this competition wants to do, is find and isolate targets and take them down. Now with level 6, not going to hit one. Niles in. Nice stun there from Inflame. Right place, right time. Exhaust comes down as well. The crash down for one more. Spyrax doesn't have the ability to go in there. Just a little too close to their tower. Hawk did want to give Spyrax some flowers here on this Camille. Playing it pretty well.
Yes, you know what? If I'm going to say that was some of the worst support I've seen in the NACL, we should give credit where it's due. He is having a nice game so far. I think he's laned, honestly, pretty well in both games. I do think my concern is once he leaves lane, but I do like this. He is matching the play from Inflame, making sure he is a part of the map, and I definitely want to see a nice bounce back because this is a guy that we know, as a player, is able to perform at the highest level here 100%. In the NACL, and we've seen it time and time again. Is that is finally the level 6 all-important coming through for Low Jazz. Here we go.
That is huge, and the lights get turned out there. As over the wall goes Spyrax. Aljun, it's the gold card on the Low Jazz, but yeah, you're gonna like to be using that on cooldown if you're Low Jazz. Couldn't get anything out of that one. And you got Spyrax's flash, which, to be fair, on a Camille, that is worth something.
I don't know if it's actually that good of a play, though. Dorado using a couple of ultimates there, it looks like, trying to make that pick, and Spyrax is able to get out alive. And now, I mean, yeah, he's got no flash, but for the time being, those ultimates represent more power and more of a power deficit for Dorado, with Grub spawning Dragon still on the map. And I do think that is the saving grace for Dorado at the same time, is the fact that these objectives have not been rushed down by Maryville, at least up to this point. It is just the gold separating these teams, but that is likely to change with Spyrax showing in the top river.
Looking to converge here onto these grubs are Maryville. Looking to keep the good times rolling. They got out to a similar size lead, this one a little bit bigger, into game 1. Dorado, well, if you were with us last game, you know how that went. They just came storming back. But it feels like they're in a bit of a tougher spot here. There is no real kind of lead on any side to speak of for Dorado. Niles going to get complete purchase onto these grubs. The domination continues here from the Saints of Maryville. Niles having a much better go at it this time around on the Xin Zhao compared to the Vi. Just caught in a couple of ugly spots. And you saw kind of, I mean, it feels like they're learning a little bit, right? I mean, yes, look, getting the kill there onto Low Jazz very early, that helps flip the game, right? That just sets the tempo of the game. Niles isn't worried about invades. Niles isn't worried about pretty much anything. Destiny comes down. Aljun having a great time, just being all over the map. Global presence, phenomenal. Niles, kill number 4. Yeah, Aljun is great job early on, man.
Honestly, that's a feels bad for Decoy. He did exactly the right thing. He ulted his wave and tried to back off. He knew exactly what was coming and when it was coming, and it still just wasn't enough as the Destiny Gate gets committed, Xin Zhao Flash gets committed, Camille's body gets committed with the hookshot wall dive, and he still goes down. Really nice pickup. It's a 4th for Niles, and there's not really a for Dorado, as I say, that area, this tower cleared.
Now Low Jazz coming in, gets the fear off, but Scary Jerry going to get a kill on the back end. And how about a 2-for-1? Take a bow, Mr. Jerry. Very nicely played on the dive.
Yeah, that's the danger of diving without a wave. First of all, Hub taking tower shots before that even got started.
Yeah.
As Adam, this is not a kill. He doesn't have
In
enough
with the
damage.
last breath, gets the knock up onto Aojun. Doesn't have the damage to fight back, but he does have a tower, and that's enough. And Spyrax coming in hot as well. Adam going to try to get the cheeky recall off. Spyrax not going to give chase, so gets away with one there.
That's really big for Maryville, though. Now, all of a sudden, Jerry is so strong getting that double, as I think a big difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is that Low Jazz is really getting picked on. He's pretty weak on this Nocturne, does finally have the experimental Hex Plate, but not really making the best plays, unlike Game 1 as, okay, nice Flash Force, but Counterpunch.
Decoy just getting chain dove, man. Niles with the Crescent Guard. Buy a little bit of time for Crimson to cook. He's got kill number 1. Low Jazz shows up, but it's too little, too late.
Yeah, it's like the shoes on the other foot. Last game, it was Maryville being so split up, getting picked apart by the death ball of Dorado. But this time, it's Dorado that's just a little too late to all the plays. Not quite as precise in their own execution in Maryville. They're the ones that are walking around the map. They're the ones that are taking all the kills. And they're the ones that are now up 3,500 gold. This is a much larger lead than they had at any point in Game 1. And I would say for not even 12 minutes into the game, they find themselves in a very commanding position.
They're looking really, really good right now. 100% agree. Scary Jerry is well on his way to his second item. That tier is 2/3 of the way charged, almost. And Crimson, he's on an item, and Decoy, crucially, just not having a good time. I mean, Adam's the only one with a... Well, there are 3 completed items there, but it just feels like without Decoy, right, you're fighting essentially a 4v5, right? Unless you get just an absolutely cash equalizer. Once you get that first item, you're not showing up these fights with any sort of even footing. Niles, turning back the clock, man, on this Xin Zhao. Everywhere all at once. Dominating neutral objectives as well. First Dragon over to Maryville, and now the gold lead gets ever closer to 4,000. Dorado in a very rough spot here. They can isolate and pick off targets pretty easily, but Maryville are not giving them any room to do that, and Hawk, I just don't see any other way back into the game for Dorado.
And remember, they have so many tools to accelerate the game. Maryville, they want to play on all 3 lanes this game. They've got the powerful side lanes. It's Dorado that has to team fight.
Gold card does
so
go
hard to
down.
rebound.
Is the damage enough there? The fear goes off, excuse me. Aojun gets taken down, but with Niles showing up, he is monstrous. He's on an item and a half. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't do a ton, but Adam getting in there with the Hextech Ultimatum with a CC from Inflame. Can they get the kill back? Very nicely done with the last breath. Adam grabs himself a kill, dashing out of trouble, but this might be where the road ends indeed. Scary Jerry shows up to get the kill off the back of Niles' help.
Ooh, bummer. I kind of wanted to see Hub match that roam. I think Adam and Inflame, they kind of cooked right there.
Yeah.
They were almost able to turn it around. It is still at least a kill back to Adam, but Maryville ultimately winning out in the sequence. Hub does get a wave in mid all the same as well, so the gold lead doesn't really increase. That is until first tower gets taken by Crimson in the 1 versus 1. And as I was going to say, Dorado, they're the ones that have to bring numbers, but when you're down, it's so hard to start forcing plays, because Maryville can always match numbers and just beat you with their wallets. As we take another look at how strong Niles is in this fight. So much damage going down so quickly. And even though, yes, he loses a bit of health bar going under the turret, and it takes a little too long for him to be able to get the Spyrax in the end, it ultimately is results still the same. They've got the numbers, they've got the stats. Maryville able to claim the fight, and now right back to their winning ways, deathballing on the top side of the map.
The vibes are good for Maryville. Checking in on the items. An item and a half pretty much for almost everybody across the field, to be fair. Decoy finally on item number 1. It is that Proto Belt. Bojes has had that experimental hex plate going for a while. But you see, yeah, Maryville, you see them just roaming constantly. Niles and Spyrax. I mean, this jungle support duo roaming like a death ball. Like you said, Hawk. Worked out very, very well for them. Low Jazz thinking about getting in on a Miles, but not going to pull the trigger there, and probably for the best. Crimson looking to potentially set up a dive here. Mega Inferno Bomb down onto Adam, trying to get something going. Baby Cage not going to get Adam in any sort of trouble here. Last breath goes out. Not going to get anything, but, oh, hold on a second. All right, you got one. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aojun did die to Decoy on the top side, thanks to the help of Inflame. So kills traded on both sides.
Yeah, not bad for Dorado, actually. That was well played by Adam to be able to get one back on his... I think Spyrax is supposed to be able to be the one tanking that turret. If he does get the Hextech Ultimatum down, he can drop aggro, but either way, it ends up being a 2-for-1 across the map. Bigger thing, though, is that Maryville, they're continuing on their quest to just open up Summoner's Rift. It's going to make the game that much harder to play for Dorado. As here's a counterpunch. I don't think they win this.
You do get the flash out of the York. That's not nothing, but like you said, you just don't have the damage to take Crimson down. He's level 12. He is really, really thick.
I was
tough to break through.
I was afraid of the 1v2. Not going to lie. Ooh,
oh no.
Spyrax.
Oh, Spyrax out of nowhere. Tactical sweep, not going to find anything. Try to get the CC down. Spyrax with the power unleashed. Hub not able to do enough. And a very nice bomb there from Scary Jerry to dissuade any sort of further advance.
Funniest bait of all time.
Yeah.
Correct there. As he, from Dorado dive, it's just out. Being up too far in the side lane. We've seen a couple of times Aljun get picked. I feel like Aljun has had an okay series, but I'm not impressed so far with his ability to keep himself alive. I think part of that might just be the weirdness of the team, but anyway, we have another dive.
Weirdness of the style of game because it is just fight, 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 like we've been saying. A 1-for-1, but the shutdown does go on to Adam. Or Steel Tempest, I should say, not going to find his mark. Now Spyrax clearing like the whole screen with the hook shot. There he goes with the Destiny. Maybe a little too far forward.
Adam.
Not doing the keeping himself alive thing any sort of favors, but with the Hextech Ultimatum able to take another one down is Scary Jerry. So a 4-for-2. Maryville just coming out on top incrementally in these fights. Niles in with the Flash W. Will get the knock up. Steel Temp, Crescent Guard for just one more. Niles with 6 kills now.
It's a 6,000 gold lead. It's very odd to me that Hub is not following any of these plays. Jerry is getting paid, man, routinely showing up to these fights, either with the Mega Inferno Bomb or just in person. He is 5-1-4, whereas Hub has finally gotten that mid lane tier 1. It doesn't feel like it matters at this point.
Fear will land, but the flash goes off as soon as that's over. In Flame with the ultimate. Aljun make an impact here. Gets the gold card down. Low Jazz taken pretty low. Spyrax. And he comes in like a bat out of hell. Man, he just shows up and you can see the hook shot cooking in his head. Trying to get onto someone in the back line, but won't be any dice here. No blood, no foul. Haven't talked a ton about Crimson on this one. Do want to shift the attention there and what sort of impact he's had so far. It's starting to be felt more and more. And I think whenever he gets back with that second item, then you're going to start to see him really, really hit the ground running.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Like, the gold is really out of control. Like, a 6,000 gold lead in 18 minutes is quite huge.
They're going to be fine without Crimson.
I want to give credit to Adam, man. He is really trying this series. Like, he's playing so well. I don't think it's going to be enough this game, unfortunately, just with how far ahead MU is. Even though the game is very goofy, I think with their advantage, they should just be able to win. We'll see, though, dog. They are... Okay, not going to set up a contest. They are just going to walk away, but they're not really getting anything for it either. It's just more of a lead over to MU as they pick up the second dragon of the game at 18 minutes. Good lord.
Yeah. Oh, Adam forward with the flash. Doesn't land the Steel Tempest. That is so much damage. Niles just pops Hub. There is nothing you can do about that. The shutdown does go over to Dorado.
Hang on.
They get one back. Hold on. They get another one. Spyrax maybe a little bit too deep. Another Steel Tempest lands. But now that Crimson has shown up, he and the Maiden have something to say about the direction of this fight. It's a 2-for-2. Crimson looking for more. The fear will land onto him, though. Was that buy enough space for Low Jazz? Doesn't look like it will. Gonna get away with the acceleration from the Q. And that'll be all she wrote.
2-for-2 is a win for Dorado. Remember, they have the team fight composition. They are the ones with the Yasuo, with the Rumble, and Maryville, yet again, taking a fight when they couldn't quite have all 5 members in the same position at the same time. So Dorado able to collapse a bit faster, and they're going to try to get more.
Another Paranoia goes off again, but Scary Jerry has 2 items, and that Mega Inferno Bomb hits like a truck. Aljun does die again, though, so it is a 1-for-1. But Jerry playing this one pretty nicely.
Yeah, Ziggs, call him Biggs, bro. He is very large. 7-1-5. He's gonna go get him. I think he's just gonna go pick up an Archangel as kind of scatter the weak. Great. Hey, Miles gonna punish. But this is good here from Dorado. They're just able to bring numbers to the fight faster. And Niles and Spyrax are kind of disconnected from the rest of the team. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 initially. Once Crimson does finally arrive, they're able to transfer into the 2-for-2, and Dorado has to disengage because Jerry is so damn strong. As we're going to see right here as LeBron James blows up the entire world and gets himself a 7th kill. That sounds like a Mad Magazine article. LeBron James blows up the entire world.
It does. It does. Or something out of The Onion, but a little more Mad Magazine. Yeah, you're right. Just very, very shock value for that one. Yeah, Maryville, man. Look, Scary Jerry. He's been playing his butt off on the Zig so far. Going to grab himself what looks like a death cap, I guess, and then into the Seraphs. But either way, that fourth item, once that does come through, is going to hit super hard. Third item does come in. It is that death cap. Yeah, I mean, you've got nothing even. I mean, you've got Inflame, and that's kind of it as far as anything that's going to be able to absorb an ultimate. If you get hit by that Mega Inferno Bomb, walk away. Just walk away, because there's nothing you're able to do with half your health bar missing.
We wanted Jerry to put on the big boy pants, and I don't know if this is exactly how I envisioned it, but he's playing pretty damn well in this game, so I'll give him that. You know, this game, this series, is kind of like junk food. It's very bad for me, and like I kind of, but also it's so good. It's so gross, but it's so good, right? Like
you can't say you're having a bad time. That's
absolutely
just not true.
This is peak entertainment value. I mean, shoot, Niles, man, we kind of got wrecked by their jungler last game. I'm just gonna burger flip the game level 1, and I respect that from Unk, honestly. So, yeah, shout out.
And it worked out fantastically. Yeah, I mean, from there, LoJazz,
he's 7-2.
Yeah, he's having himself a game, man. 7-2-4, just a great game from Niles, stepping in under less than optimal circumstances. And after a rough one on the Vi in game 1, when Dorado were the aggressors, Maryville, they were the aggressors in the early game, and it seems like that's kind of what they've been able to snowball. It's not like Dorado have, just rolled over and had their bellies tickled in the mid game. Their mid game has always been really good, and they're playing to their composition strengths. But Hub hasn't quite been on the same page as everybody else. Decoy got monstered in the early game, and he's playing catch up. But LoJazz and Adam, again, they are being the engine here, but not everybody's kind of, getting in the speedboat and going cruising.
Henrique, on a scale of Kaboom to Furia,
oh baby,
how CBLOL is this game? Give it to me,
dude. It's pretty. I mean, because Furia, when they're at it, I'm gonna say it's pretty Furia, because this is kind of like when one team takes hold of the game, they can just kind of ride it into the sunset. That's kind of what this has felt like. And Furia, at their best, that is what they have felt like. Now, it has been a disastrous in between split 1 and 2 for Furia. They have disgraced the greatest country on earth, but let's not go into that. That's not what we're here to talk about. But yeah, I mean, but it hasn't been pretty, but yeah, it has had a little bit of that energy, man.
I love it. Yeah, this game has definitely been entertaining. I think this is the longest we've gone without seeing a kill in the entire series. Like, as we've been podcasting a little bit here. There is a soul point dragon spawning in 3 seconds. Now, the thing is, it's soul point, because again, the dragons got stacked so slowly this game. Dorado doesn't have to play for this, but maybe they'll want to. Adam has 2 items. This Yasuo is unironically really strong. But, okay, no, they're not going to. I think this is a wise choice. The problem is, I don't really know if the game gets easier for you as it goes for Dorado. I guess you could make the justification that Jerry will hit 6 items sooner than you will, but like...
I think that's it.
Yeah, I think if we get to that point, there's bigger problems.
Yeah, like you said, Jerry, like you have no tank. You have nothing that can absorb Jerry just kind of one-tapping someone or a couple of people, right? And if you can full combo somebody, then you actually one-tap somebody. Once that time bomb hits, it's curtains. And Crimson, right? We talk about it. Yeah, okay, they don't need him to win, but eventually you're going to have to send someone to answer Crimson. And Maryville are a smart enough team that if you send someone who's probably going to die, if they answer Crimson, they're just going to take everything else on the rest of the map.
That's why I was a little bit afraid, honestly, on this draft too, right? It's like, yes, they have a better team fight, so get together as 5, especially when you're behind, as you so well highlighted. Maryville, they're going to group up around the dragon. I do think this is how you throw. You have no true tank, Maryville, so not just rip the Baron and get like, they found Jerry.
They found Jerry. Is it enough? He gets the bomb off, and he'll take someone down with him. LoJazz is cooked. He's into the gray screen. Now Decoy coming in out of nowhere. A double kill for Adam. The bottom lane has gone goodbye for Maryville. Dorado, they smell blood in the water. Is it Baron time?
I think it is. Maybe not the big work.
Yeah.
But that's a big shutdown. Look at Adam's gold advantage individually. He's got the second biggest individual gold lead. I don't know if production is able to flop our graphic. I've got to see how rich Adam is compared to M. You look at him go. He's got 12.1K. That's my boy right there. Let's go Adam.
It's just Jerry. And we knew that Jerry was Mr. Moneybags in this game. Now he's got 4 items. But Adam, he has been putting on a clinic, man. On this
so
Yasuo,
big. He's so big.
He's huge. No, and he can just kind of rip through anybody. I mean, if you have to send someone to answer Crimson, I mean, I guess if you're Dorado, are you just saying we're just trying to opt out of this?
I don't know. Like, they're doing a good job of LoJazz and Inflame committing together and just basically saying, okay, we're gonna like drop away for this York, but like just go, right? And they're gonna do it again.
They're going to do it again, and it's going to work out for them again. Spyrax goes down. Now the rest of the squad is here. He didn't even press R2 yet. He just turned out the lights, but another bomb goes out. LoJazz gets popped immediately, but if Adam can show up and have an impact, maybe there's hope just yet. Inflame, try to be a nuisance in the back line, but it will not work. Crimson was there, and Crimson made an impact. He grabs the kill. Maryville win the fight 3-1. Adam doing his darndest. Sidesteps very nicely that gold card behind the wind wall, but just a matter of time before he goes down. The question is just, can he take someone down with him? And after all that, Maryville going to grab the Baron and take full control of this game.
Adam's kind of nice on the Yasuo sticks. I know his team is losing, but like, it's just...
Look at him go, man.
All right. Jerry got it.
But like,
that was fun.
But still, like, that was good. That was good Yasuo gameplay in adverse circumstances. He clearly knows his way around this champion.
No, he definitely does. I mean, I'm going to be straight up, like, and again, to kind of make a serious point about Maryville looking ahead, you know, Aljun is a more developmental piece for this, and he's part of the reason that I think Maryville is not immediately a contender they have been. We're going to have to see continued growth from him, and this goes to show, I think Adam's been the better mid laner in this series, and full credit to Adam. He's playing really well against a finalist, but also I do think there's acknowledgement that, you know, Aljun...
Holy!
Good lord.
That is a lot of damage.
That Phil Swift would be proud.
And he's got the Blighted Jewel in there as well.
On the flip side of the coin, Jerry's having a great game, and that's really great to see from him. And I do think, again, still plenty of room to grow for Aojun, which was the point I was making. And also gassing up Adam as Maryville. They're up so much gold.
Yeah, this one is over, barring a miracle. Aojun locks in the gold card. They rip through the bottom lane and mid lane inhibitors. Not bad for a trip to the office if you are Maryville. Gonna grab themselves that Dragon Soul. Would be surprised if you saw Dorado there trying to flip that one. But also would be surprised if Maryville just try for a pick here. They're standing on vision, so maybe that dissuades it. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna try for that. But Dorado, again, LoJazz, he goes on a lot of one-way missions. I'll put it that way. And you're gonna lose anyway. Maybe you flip the soul, but it's going to be tough to even just get out of your own base.
Yeah. The problem with that play around the Baron is they killed Spyrax, and LoJazz is thinking, let's go. We have a numbers advantage, but him and Inflame have done a great job together. But LoJazz sent it, Inflame wasn't able to get in range, and Jerry just erased them from Summoner's Rift before the engage could come together. So it goes to show, when you're down this much, the engage has to be perfect. Yeah. It was not. And I think Maryville has gotten a handle back on this game since some of the fun little mid-game plays that Dorado was able to find for themselves.
Aljun saves his top lane tier 1. Get into a little bit of a lull state here. Gonna come down to some sort of pick. I mean, I don't expect the next fight between these two teams to be around an objective in 3 minutes. I expect either Maryville to just kind of ram their lead down Dorado's throats and just win the game off brute force. Yeah, actually, I think that's exactly kind of what they want to do. All attention being paid up to the top lane. Just try to get 3 inhibs down and just let the game kind of play itself out here.
Yeah, I mean, they're just up by so much. There's nothing that Dorado can do. And the Ziggs is going to one-shot the turrets. They don't have the Baron anymore, so it is a little bit more difficult to siege, but Hub is just not strong enough to clear all these waves.
No, he's really not. Maiden goes out. He might not be long for this world. Gets a little bit of damage onto Adam and LoJazz. Trying desperately to clear these waves. Mount a miracle. Try to keep Maryville on the ropes here, but now goes in with the Crescent Guard. Inflame into the back he goes with the Equalizer over the top, and now Alex going in on a decoy. There goes Low Jazz, but the follow-up isn't there. Again, it's just kind of one at a time from Dorado in the late game here. Not able to find the engages as one. That will be it. Aljun will take Hub down. You'd like to think either way. Maryville tie the series up with a dominant showing here in game 2.
It's not exactly the Maryville that we know and love, but you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. A win is a win, and those are going to matter quite a bit when it means 8 teams make playoffs. Nice pickup from MU. We'll have to see who takes game 3.
Yeah, should be a good one. And again, look, Dorado, they stuck with their identity, right? In game 1, they played just this freight train composition. Game 2, they kind of did the same thing. Maryville gave themselves a little bit more agency, or they gave themselves a little bit more ability to absorb it, I think maybe is a better way to say it. And of course, the jungle flip in the early game went their way, which is kind of what flipped it for Dorado in game 1. In Maryville, it was Maryville that came out on top in game 2. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, our last game of the day to kick off split 1, or week 1 of the 2026 NACL Summer Split. We'll be right back.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everybody. 4x4 and Hawk here with you for the last game of the day between Dorado and Maryville. 1-1 is the series. I mean, it's been a blowout kind of either way. Maryville stomped game 2. Dorado stomped game 1. Again, I am still looking to draft to see how this one ends up shaking out. Scary Jerry, he had the game that we wanted him to have, though, on this Ziggs. Now, my challenge to him is I would like to see him on something where if you get dove, you can't just press R on yourself and watch everyone die.
Yeah, man, Jerry had a great game in game 2, and that is exactly the kind of carry performance we wanted to see from this player. But I agree. For me, you're looking at draft. I'm just looking at early game. I think it's Maryville's either going to get ahead and snowball the game or they won't. And I think that is what this series has really taught me. I want to give a huge shout out to Adam, who I think is really the only player out of all 10 of these that he's had a great both games. He was phenomenal in game 1. He was really strong in game 2, despite how far behind his team was. He put Aojun really far behind. Aojun has not really been able to get involved in this series, and Adam is just popping off. So have a day, man. But I am with you. This has been craziness back and forth, nonstop fighting, nonstop action. And I think it's just really up to Maryville whether or not they can generate a lead and keep it, or if Dorado can use what I think is frankly superior team play to try to come back into this.
Yeah, I think you do have a point about the early game, though, because it has been so one-sided, both of these games. And when both of these junglers, right, Low Jazz and Niles, when they get rolling, they have been able to just take their mid laners along with them. I should say Adam a little more so, because to be fair, Aojun has not had the best game 2 and game 1 either. He was a bit of a non-factor, and even in this game 2, right, he had some good plays with the Destiny, right? He pressed R well, has a Twisted Fate, showed up with a gold card, helped secure a bunch of kills. But depending on what they give him in game 3 here, right, do they give him something like his signature Azir or something with just a little bit more carry potential and put the ball in his hands a little bit? Or do you still run this three-headed triple threat composition and allow Niles to flex his muscles a little bit? Spyrax, again, he's roll swapping in the bot lane, man. It's Maryville are playing on hard mode right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Because I agree, like, how do you get your young developmental mid laner involved with the rest of the team? I do agree. I think draft-wise, Aojun has gotten the short end of the stick a little bit. He was forced to blind in game 1, and then in game 2, again, he was forced to blind, ended up going for the Twisted Fate. Usually when he's been successful, I see Aojun more, as you say, on the champions that can kind of just safely scale up, that are very control-oriented, and I just don't feel like we've really gotten to see that. Anivia, Rise, Azir, Hui, Victor, those to me are the Aojun champs. Hasn't come through just yet. I definitely think unlocking him is going to be a big quest here for Maryville University. It will make their road to potentially closing out the series a lot easier, but they managed to win without a big game from him, which is good. They showed that Scary Jerry and Crimson, I should give a shout out to Crimson. He's also had 2 good games so far. So him and Adam are both on that list, but they showed that they can carry a game together, which is really great for Maryville, because these are 2 guys that are going to have to do that regardless of who's playing jungle or support.
Yeah, and that's what you've seen from Dorado, is that actually the 2 consistent performers have been jungle mid, right? But that seems like kind of the only way that they have played the game. Yes, Inflame has had a really good game 1, whatever of a game 2. Like, everyone kind of got slapped around if you're besides Adam. And on the other side, Maryville just feels like they have more ways to attack draft, whereas for Dorado, their formula in a small sample size feels a little more narrow.
When are we going to get Jerry Lucian on 1? I like this a lot. Jerry has always been really, really good at Lucian. It's a very Jerry-coded champion, something that he can really just dominate the mid game with. I will say, this was like the #1 culprit of get ahead and then do nothing for jittering. So I want to see the growth. I want to see him lock in and really put the team on his back. But I think he was really, really fantastic on this pick throughout most of his career, as well as in the spring split, especially in the late phase.
Rakan and Wukong on the other side now is going to be on the Pantheon. Again, a very powerful ultimate. Just if you don't have, if you've got Unk hands, hopefully the brain still works. And Niles, he's a smart guy, thinks about the game very intelligently. And if you pair that up with a Talia, you've got yourself a pretty potent combo as far as being able to impact the map in a bunch of different ways. You just put Aojun on stun bot duty for game 3. That will be fascinating. But on the other side, Lojaz and Inflame, they've given themselves a lot of agency to start off fights. And that is the one thing that on the Alistar you saw be really, really good from Inflame, is his instinct around fights, when to go in, play pockets of vision well. The setup was good as well. Hub now going to be on the Xayah, synergizing nicely with Inflame's Rakan.
Yeah, Inflame's been having a nice series. I think Xayah Rakan, I like this a lot from Dorado. A lot of ability to fire back in the 2 versus 2. And now Dorado can remove a lot of those meta Lucian combinations, as Maryville did opt for the Annie. Of course, with Dorado also committing to the Xayah Rakan, they can try to remove some champions that would be difficult for this Annie to deal with. Something like the Cassiopeia definitely making a lot of sense. But man, I will say, Aojun is really not getting draft resources in this first series on Maryville. And it is interesting to see, because I think he's been able to play the utility champions just fine. He had 3 games on the Annie in the previous split. He went 2-1 on the pick. I think it was a fine pick for him, but it is difficult when you are put in these positions coming into a new team. Hey, we are just going to blind you these put the fries in the bag type champions, and good luck, because I think Adam has really been given the keys to try and carry. And Dorado right now setting themselves up in counterpicks in both solo lanes. We should see a mid laner here for Adam on 4, unless Dorado really wants to take a top laner away blind.
I would be curious if they try to do that. Yeah, just give something to Decoy that is a little bit safer. But they're going to take away Adam, a couple picks from him, take away the Cassio, take away the Victor. I mean, it feels like Adam's got more of a stable than that. If you're opting for the late game like this, they're denying that for now anyway. Ahri taken away, that's another thing I would have looked for him. The Ahri Wukong is a strong early and mid game style of play. Seems to have been how Adam and Lojaz have made their money in this series, so I'd be hesitant to go away from that, I guess.
Ooh, don't do that. Oh, he's been playing so well. It's fine into the Annie. Like, I don't hate the pick in a vacuum, but I just, given the context of the series, I am not a fan of Galio for Adam. I would have liked to have seen something with a little bit more gumption than that pick. Regardless, it is still a very stalwart composition for Dorado. Once again, the dichotomy is team fighting for Dorado and skirmishing for Maryville University, as we're going to see Nico paired alongside this Lucian. Very strong 2v2.
Yeah, and a couple of really potent, I mean, just 4 really potent ultimates, to be fair, but the amount of crowd control and ability to set up, like you said, skirmishes, get Jerry going, and then just, give him the resources to go ahead and carry that into the late game. That's going to be the $1 million question, because this composition for Maryville isn't exactly printing damage, right? I mean, Aojun, yeah, you're an Annie, but you kind of just cycle spells. You're there for a bit of a CC bot. Jerry is the carry in this composition.
What is Boy going to go for? Vane's been the classic counter into Gnar. I don't think we're going to see a Vane. Decoy's never played it in his career, and it's a little hard to play this game. Okay, it's the Robo special. When in doubt, pick Renekton. Honestly, I am fine with this composition. It is strong frontline and dive that can go in with Lojaz and Inflame. It should create a lot of space in these team fights. And Maryville is, once again, just picked a full skirmish comp. So why not pick somebody that can just try to lock down a single target, blow them up, and be a massive menace?
That's what you're going to have to do. I mean, and you've got a couple targets that can go in and do that, right? I mean, it's Decoy, if it's Lojaz, if it's Inflame, yeah, okay, less threatening as far as the damage is concerned, but then you've got crowd control to avoid. You've got Tangle Barbs to avoid. You've got a Pop Blossom to avoid. That's a shifty 80 carry in the Lucian. Shield Vault. Any passive stun, Timber stun, right? I mean, a Gnar into the wall. So I actually think that Maryville, as far as they've got tools if you want to fight into them, which is what Dorado obviously want to do. So I really do favor what Maryville have done here. And again, I'm going to agree with what you said. Your little tiny professional broadcaster crash out about not giving Adam something that he can really carry on, because that was the only thing that was working consistently across both games. I agree with you. Dorado, as far as team fighting is concerned, like you said, they're kind of sticking to what works, but who is doing what has been very, very different. And you're going to need a big game from Hub. He's been almost invisible in the first couple games, and you're going to need a massive, massive game out of him if this is to stretch into the late game, which if you're Dorado, if it's in the late game, you better be winning, because I mean, this game is going to be over early if Maryville have their way.
Yeah, I think as we spun on the ring for this, the contact same. It's still Mayville going to try to full court press, go take the ball and run with it early for the row if they can, whether that's themselves in a. However, given the history of this series, given the events as they've come to pass, I have to question the decision of not in the forefront of that, instead pick up the stalwart composition objectively, but perhaps in the moment not exactly the most. Regardless, this is the compositions that lie. Maryville wanting to play, Dorado wanting to survive, minions crashing, both junglers opposite sides.
Starting in the western and eastern quadrants of the jungle, respectively, for Niles and Low Jazz. Yeah, might not get a level 1 burger flip from either side, which, I don't know, for my voice, if nothing else, is nice, because that means we're going to get a bit of a slower game. But for entertainment purposes, maybe not going to be the most fun. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something a little more reserved in Game 3. But, of course, that's not how Maryville want to play, right? This is a textbook Maryville composition, right? This is just skirmish. This is peaks in the early and mid game, and then carries that organic advantage into the late game, and with a couple of dominant laners as well. Scary Jerry on the Lucian with an Enchanter, you know, in quotes, right? She's more of a mage, but you get my point. Then Crimson gonna have his hands full with Decoy, but should be fine here on this Gnar.
They're gonna win out early, but you've done it now. Yeah, no early invades, maybe a bit of a slower game, but you're not ready, man. First blood's gonna come down in like 30 seconds because you said that. I'm marking it. Bookmark it.
That's how things tend to go. Crimson was certainly having fun there with Decoy, crashing a big old wave in. Gonna grab himself a little bit of vision. Do you see any of these lanes kind of, I don't know, like what are you playing through if you're Dorado? Because right now, I mean, I think the composition will outscale. I just don't think Dorado get to the late game.
You are playing to level 6 if you are Dorado, because Wukong really, really strong in extended fights and skirmishes, and the level 6 just aids in that so significantly. Low Jazz wants to be selfish this game. I think the fact that he is not getting invaded is really, really big. As first blood, not
you were almost correct.
Okay, that would have been very funny. But regardless, yeah. Low Jazz wants to play selfishly, right? He was put down last game, but he was such a massive carry in game 1. So I like the Wukong for him. And I think for Dorado, again, I mean, their difficulty has been laning phase, but just stick the landing, get to the point when Wukong can try to fight with you, and you have a lot of ability to keep up with this Pantheon Annie composition once you hit 6.
And that's another really strong combo, like you said, the Pantheon Annie. I mean, the amount of crowd control and just being able to execute that from kind of any part of the map. Scary Jared trying to kite Inflame just the best he can, but Inflame's got sneaky range there at these early levels. These autos hit a little bit harder than you would think. Niles goes in, gets the stun down. Hub able to cleanse out of it. Will it be enough to survive? Yes, it will. Niles able to flash Comet Spear, but the flash answered very nicely by Hub.
Very good try by Niles right there. Well played by Jerry and Spires. I was a bit afraid for them as Jerry dashed in but had no mana. And we could see Inflame and able to take the trade, but of course it wasn't just a 2 versus 2 as Niles, a champion we didn't even talk about. Pantheon kind of his signature from him from back in the back in the Golden Guardian days, if you really want to have a throwback to that. But regardless, able to show up, get a couple summoners off, and make sure his bot lane is able to stay alive.
And that's huge to be able to, I mean, this bottom lane, gotta make sure that Scary Jerry has agency in this early game. And look, so far it's been a Scary Jerry lane, right? Up 10 CS kind of in the blink of an eye. He's going to be up even more here, it looks like, as Hub Not sure how much this wave he's going to be able to catch. Let's see how much Inflame wants to stick around. So far, so good here for the Maryville bottom lane.
We knew this was going to happen, right? We knew Maryville was going to win their lanes, just because of the champions that they've picked, but also in theory and even 2v2, right? But also, it's just Jerry and Spyrax have been better in the lane throughout the series. So we knew this would happen. The problem is, how bad does it get? And once they hit level 6, can Dorado fight?
Miles, right place, right time. Aojun with a very nice stun off the Q. The taunt comes down. Does Aojun have the damage necessary to take out him down? Lojaz shows up. Able to dash forward and get the first blood. Very nicely done by the Dorado jungler. Aojun has level 6. If he can get the stun off with the flash, potentially. Spyrax in now, the hero's entrance on the back end. Spyrax got the kill, and now Adam may have bitten off more than he could chew. Gets the auto attack down. There goes the CC. Oh my goodness, Inflame, where did you come from?
Oh man, Adam is a psycho. I see the vision. He wants to try to kill Aojun because Aojun is out of mana. He didn't have the health bar. He's lucky to be alive. Great flash, shield, heal, shield on the Rakan, utilizing that mobility to keep his mid laner up. As a 2-for-1 there would have been disastrous after how well it started. Lojaz picking up a kill, to me, is the biggest story. Much more impactful than the kill for Spyrax. Adam ultimately able to collect the wave as well to make sure the trade is pretty even. What I'm obsessed with is that Adam almost saved Lojaz with the grand entrance. The magic damage shield barely was not enough for the Nico damage. That would have been pretty damn hype.
Yeah, that would have been rough. That would have been a suboptimal start to life on the Galio, but still tied so far in terms of kills and gold. Lojaz ever so slightly ahead of Niles in this one early on. Got the Sheen early on as well. Gonna be a nice spike, just barely on the edge of the taunt. Lojaz get on the Niles, so maybe now with that level advantage, like you were saying, that level 6 is so strong. Lojaz grabs himself the smite, or grabs himself the blue buff with the smite, I should say. Got some help as well, Adam. Moving on forward. They're just trying to get Niles out of this game. There goes the taunt. Here goes Lojaz again. Has the Sheen, a little extra combat power. Now Adam on the board.
I love this from Dorado. You know, for most of his career, Lojaz was not a guy that we really had as much of a carry. He would play the Malakais, the Sejuanis, and he would just set up for his team and do his part. Wouldn't really be much of an individual carry whatsoever, but we were seeing on his tenure in Dorado where, again, he's so improved from where he was at on Apex Mission Impossible in his debut. Hold that thought. This is a bit of a...
Crimson looking for the all-in here. Is Decoy even going to pop the Dominus? No, had every ounce of confidence in the world that he was going to be just fine.
Okay. I think Lojaz got another camp, though. He was around the Raptors. I don't know if he got the whole thing, but as I was saying, we are really seeing him put on some carry pants. He is playing for himself. He calls his mid laner, attacking Niles, not letting the enemy jungler back in the game. I love to see this confidence from a young player, and I think this is absolutely the next stage in his growth, being able to play selfishly when the game calls for it and be able to attack and put your opposite number behind.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about it, right? I mean, he was our runner-up for most improved player last split, and comms aren't just, hey, you go here, cross map here, be here at this time. It's dictating who gets what resources when, right? It's dictating, hey, I see a power spike for me, and power spike forward, but like, I see an opportunity to get an advantage here for myself or yourself, right? Let's execute on that right now. And being selfish, especially when you are that type of player, right? That plays the Sejuani, Maokai, these kind of, you know, these dog junglers, for lack of a better term, right? You are subservient to everybody else's needs. And Wukong, he's a great facilitator and a great skirmisher. But if you see an opportunity for yourself to, you know, to advance your own lead, it's absolutely crucial you communicate that. Absolutely the next step in his career. Couldn't agree more. And from AMI, like you said, now on Dorado, looking to pull off the upset against Maryville, a dominant game 1. Looking to get things going here in game 2, or in game 3, I should say. Now they got themselves some grubs.
And this is the highest level early game that we've seen for sure. I feel like both of the games before this were kind of just solo queue games, especially game 2. But we are seeing, you know, Lojaz, he was playing for himself, invading Niles. Maryville, they're a good team because they say, wait a minute, we got to get our jungler back in the game. They call Spyrax, they go for the invade, but then Lojaz immediately trading back on the opposite side. Now Crimson is going to be able to survive. Good respect being paid to the 4-man stack. Oh, you cannot walk up.
Well, let's see, Maryville, they've got bodies, they got shooters waiting in the wings. Aojun has Flash ult available. Decoy hiding in the fog of war. Lojaz going in with the hero's entrance. It's everybody on Dorado. Gaming coming in hot. Niles comes in with the Grand Starfall. Now kiting away. They're under the safety of their own tower here. Saber's taken low. The taunt defensively by Adam, just in case anyone tried any funny business. But that's 3 ultimates burned compared to 2 for Dorado. Decoy should be all right.
Yep. Nosi can go in, clear the wave, and get that gold for himself. I like the look from Dorado, but good defense for Maryville. I think that's really the first time this series we've seen them be able to really collect themselves as a unit, as this is going to be the precision play presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade. Look at how low Adam was. Inflame the hero. Adam obviously knew he had Inflame in his back pocket. That's why he re-engaged in the first place, but boy, oh boy, was that close. Just barely, I think, misjudging the damage that could come through from MU.
Yeah, no kidding. Aojun up about half a wave. Make his impact felt. Adam ahead ever so slightly thanks to that 1 kill. Hub moving down to the bottom lane. I mean, still not having a great time into Scary Jerry, but hey, you're a Xayah. I know all things considered, you should outscale here. But Scary Jerry's still at 0-0-0. I think that's the one part of the Maryville game plan that's not going totally according to plan here, is just getting him rolling a little bit more. But hey, look, you're up 35 CS. That's as good as a kill and a half.
No, I mean, it's great because you don't need to get a lot of kills. Like, one of the biggest misconceptions about Lucian as a champion, as Decoy is taking tower shots.
We'll be all
it's
right.
okay. Does Crimson have hop?
Hold on a second here. He's got flash though, but so does Decoy. And now maybe looking the other way here. You slice and dice in, potentially no.
All right, I mean, flash for flash. I think Crimson's going to be pretty happy with that. Renekton usually a little bit more reliant on flash than the Gnar in terms of target acquisition. Gnar usually can find a decent ult without that one. Maybe not the crazy 5-man ones, but anyway. No kill's going to go down, and Dorado is going to take a dragon, so those flashes will be back up by the time these teams potentially next fight. It's first dragon of the game at 12 minutes. But as I was going to say about Lucian previously, is that I think common misconception is that this champion needs to be really far ahead out of lane. It's not really true. He's much more of a mid-game champion. You pick Lucian so that you can dominate mid-game, mid-waves, and always have first move to whichever side of the map you want to play. So Jerry being up this much CS, he is chovying is really good for his team. I think the bigger concern for me is just that Hub is CSing very poorly. He's only got 90 at 20 minutes, which is, I mean, I know he's been under some pressure, but I think that's just not acceptable at this level, especially considering you do have the strong Zyra Khan.
Holy moly. There goes that CC chain. Dorado grab a kill for a Hub right on cue. Are they going to get out cleanly? Yes, they are. Inflame grabs the other one. How about 4 kills to 1 for Dorado?
Well, there you go. I mean, shoot, you don't need to farm if you're going to farm champions. Really nice kill pickup. Hub gets one of them, closes a lot of the gap between him and Jerry. Decoy barely going to survive on the counterpunch. Now, Maryville's picking up quite a bit for this, though. Jerry's going to get plates. He's going to get a wave in top that's going unanswered. Aojun also able to crack in mid. He's going to get plates. That goes unanswered. Why not committed for Dorado to be able to get that play on bottom? I think ultimately pretty even across the map from both teams.
Yeah, I'd say so. Like you said, Scary Jerry got a lot out of that. But Hub had himself a ton of gold. Still got the call in his inventory. That gold lead, that individual gold lead, I mean, it just got halved. 1.2k down to way less now. 300 gold. So Dorado making it happen. But like you said, Maryville, they're always intelligent about this kind of stuff. Whether it's Yuji or Niles or, I mean, just Maryville, this is what they do. They are tough customers. They are tough nuts to crack. Spyrax definitely in some trouble here. Yeah, Lojaz is just going to beat the snot out of him. Doesn't need to commit the flash. We'll go over with the W. Doesn't get baited by the clone either. Dash bonk, and there's another one for Lojaz.
Yeah, nice find. Spyrax, Shades of Game 1. It's happened a few times where just kind of alone walking through the jungle, not on the same page as Niles in terms of where they should be moving, and ends up giving over his life. That's going to give control of the bottom side of the map to Dorado. Crimson going to be able to force to back off this tower until his support and his jungle can come back alive to support, as there's a clear target here for Dog, which is going to be the spot lane tier 1. TP committed.
Coming in.
That's Rakan.
Telegraphed pretty good here, but Maryville has the cavalry coming in hot. Tower is down. Inflame is here. He's got flash. He's got the quickness. He's got a hero's entrance on the back end. Good Gnar by Crimson, but is it enough? No, the taunt will go down. Spyrax gets 2 there with the Pop Blossom. Is that enough? Doesn't look like it. Niles throws up the Aegis Assault to try to buy some time. Hub on the board in a big way. Grabs the kill onto Niles. Dorado Gaming grabbed 2 more.
Yeah, and shoes on the other foot. This time it's Jerry that doesn't match the play. He just continues pushing mid. Might take down the tower. I'm not sure the HP on that one, but really good force from Dorado comes through once they realize that the strongest member of the Saints wasn't going to move. It's another kill for Hub, so now he is ahead of Jerry, and everybody's ahead. It's 4,000 gold lead in 15 minutes.
Yeah, this is real, right? This is about where Dorado had their gold lead after they made that dive that flipped the game on its head.
Bit of an overstay.
Hub, yeah, a little too much there. Shutdown for Niles, that's a big gold swing. So 1,000 gold just completely wiped out, and another few hundred here as Inflame goes down.
Yeah.
So, spoke a little too soon, but point is, up until that point, look, still, you know, 3,000 in 15 minutes, that's fine.
It's not terrible, though. It's a mistake from Dorado to overstay. Yeah. There's no reason for them to stay that long. They could have just recalled with their team and redeployed top, but at least it gets the teleport out of Crimson so that Decoy can work on this top lane tier 1. And it also does give them the ability to still set up for this Herald as their bot lane. So, not the worst, but definitely not the best. Regardless of that, as Lojaz caught.
Ay. Niles grabs another shutdown. Boy, oh boy. He just got 2/3 of an item in the blink of an eye.
And that's going to be Herald. That's jungler dead. So, yeah, Dorado. Man, I was going to make a point that, hey, remember, Maryville's the team that really has to go get ahead, and Dorado's ahead, which they still are, but they have thrown away literally half their advantage in the blink of an eye, and they're going to lose an objective for it. So, definitely not the best sequence from Dog, and not the kind of clean stuff you would want to see from them, but it's not the end of the world yet. They still maintain 2,000 and a dragon in 20 seconds.
Who's going to be the first one there? Looks like Dorado have a bit more purchase there. Maryville have 1 deep ward by the enemy blue buff. That's about it. Dorado did get that first dragon, looking for their second, trying to start the stacking off. Yeah, a bit delayed to start off, so the first dragon only went down around the 12-minute mark. TP comes in here for Dorado, trying to bail Decoy out. Decoy's still 0-0-0. He's yet to really get involved in this game in a big way, but has built himself up. Actually, the biggest individual gold lead. Now, it's a bit disingenuous because some of these gold leads have just swung wildly back and forth in the last few minutes, but Decoy quietly having a pretty solid game.
Yeah, he's doing well for himself. I think he's laying nicely into Crimson, putting himself in a position where he can be a menace. And he's liked that teleport from Adam to cover, recognizing that, hey, Maryville, they're not going to contest this dragon. Lojaz can just do it. I need to defend my top laner to stop their cross map. Maryville ultimately will get their objective, which is going to be this top lane tier 1, though. So I think both teams are going to be pretty okay with this sequence.
Very low. Holy moly, Inflame. Goodbye, Scary Jerry.
I can't defend that for Jerry. There's no reason to be at the enemy mid lane tier 1 when you have numbers top, and they're not even going to get the tier 1. Adam is doing something fascinating. Is he going to try to ult out to Lojaz?
He might be all alone here. He does have the ultimate, like you said. He's got to get close to somebody, just trying to buy time. We'll get the taunt off here onto Spyrax. He is squishy. Lojaz, Spyrax portabelts backwards. And now the Cyclone goes off here. He's looking for the kill. He just might get it, for sure. Too. Yeah, Spyrax, if he guesses right, he's just dead.
TP. All right. Spyrax, not the mid laner. Aojun gets out with his life with the teleport right there. Spyrax ultimately does go down. Adam was really on a magical journey there, but does manage to survive it. And just like that, Dorado, they've rebuilt most of their gold lead. Couple really good kill pickups. The bigger mistake to me does come from Jerry. You can't be that far up when your team is doing something else. It just feels like he's disconnected. Another overstay. Good. What is going on?
The game has devolved a little bit. Aojun gonna grab himself another kill. He's got a or his first kill, I should say. Another kill for his team. Another shutdown. But that's been kind of what's been going on is Maryville. They've gotten back into this / stayed afloat just off shutdowns. It's Maryville building, or it's Dorado building good individual leads and then just kind of throwing them away. Maryville have done a great job of punishing them.
Yeah, and again, Dorado's still ahead, right? But they're really letting the Saints hang around, which is just never something you want to see in League, as Decoy's going to die. He's cooked.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, he's just toast. Now Scary Jerry gets a kill back. Dorado, yeah, it's just little by little. The gold lead is just disappearing. It was at 4K, then 3K. Now Spyrax looking for more. Into the backline. Those in flames. Spyrax is dead. Now it's Scary Jerry running backwards.
Strong.
Scary Jerry has to flash. Niles buys time with the Aegis Assault. Crimson coming forward. Going to get healed up from the Honey Fruit. Aldrin looking for the flash. Timbers, he's got it. Sets up. Not a kill. Hold on, not just yet. Well, he gets the one there onto Low Jazz, and Niles able to get the rest of it off the back end.
Dorado looking very disjointed in these plays. They lose one mid, then they have to go deal with the Herald. They lose one bottom as Maryville one step ahead gets to decoy. Then they try to take a fight in the river thinking, hey, we might have even numbers, we've regrouped. But Maryville is able to stall it out, and Aljun, once he joins, numbers advantage for Maryville. Great flash Tivers, and they pick up a bunch of kills. Gold lead evaporated. Maryville very much alive.
Gold lead completely gone, like you said, Hawk, and now Maryville, certainly a team that knows how to accelerate. Scary Jerry, despite an oopsie, still having himself a solid enough game. I mean, is it enough though, right? I mean, do you think that Dorado Gaming's composition is, has scaled enough to where it can shield them from these boo-boos, or is Dorado's downward momentum in this game going to be what does them in the end?
I mean, Dorado theoretically has the easier to execute team fight composition, so I'm not hitting the panic button yet by any means, but it's definitely... I mean, the last few minutes have really gone against them, and they are not looking very clean in how they move around the map. I think the overstays are the biggest problem. There's been multiple members that have just gotten caught staying too long on side lanes after a play, which those are easily preventable mistakes that Dorado needs to nip in the bud if they're going to win this game.
Got a little bit back here. Gold lead up to 500. Dragon up in 45 seconds. Not a ton of vision put down one way or the other. Does look like it's Maryville that has a little bit more purchase on this river. Dorado have had the Dragon stacking in their favor, 2-0. See if Maryville can get first purchase on this one. Start to truly put the momentum in their pocket. Get the wins rolling behind them. And you can isolate and take down a target pretty quickly here. Now Scary Jerry on 3 items. He beats the opposing AD carry to 3 items. Like to favor them in this fight. Dorado, like you said, they team fight pretty well. If they all show up and are in the right place at the right time, they can take down this Maryville squad. Now they go in, and Decoy is nowhere to be found. Aojun in, Spyrax into the backline with the Pop Blossom, does lock up Hub. Is that enough? Decoy goes in with the TP. Big Gnar from Crimson. Is it enough? Now going down, Malz gets one, but he will go down and pay the iron price as well after getting the double kill. Dorado, turn it around just that little bit. Spyrax, be careful, brother. You got to watch out, man. That Croc can dash. It's a 3 for 2. Dorado, get another one. It's a 4 for 2. Dorado, rip Maryville apart. Another sloppy all over the place fight. Dorado come out on top. They'll get a Dragon, their 3rd one of the day.
And despite Maryville being allowed to hang around Dorado, again, just a bit easier to execute in the team fights. They find a nice one. They rebuild a bit of their advantage. They go to Soul Point as we can get another look. A fascinating fight as it's kind of 2 engages happening at once. As I love this from Inflame trying to turn it around onto Aojun, but Spyrax finds a great Pop Blossom on the backside to kind of break this up into 2. The bigger story is that Crimson is late to the fight. I think if that Gnar happens a couple seconds earlier, Maryville maybe has a shot. Instead, it's late, and Dorado is able to pick up the kills.
Now, do they have enough to... I mean, there's still something in the back of my head, Hawk, telling me that it won't be enough. That Dorado are just going to find a way to throw this, essentially, right? They haven't shown me quite enough yet. In the fights, they have shown me enough, but it's in between that makes me worried.
It's Maryville right now with control over the river, so definitely with Baron on the Rift, it's always something you need to be afraid of. I think at the moment, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I think Dorado, outside of some mistakes here and there, I do think by and large they have played a better game. And once again, I really want to give credit to Inflame. This has been such an impressive debut for him. I think doing so well to find really good engages, being very decisive. Yes, there's been mistakes, but I think across the board has looked very in sync with his team, which is great to see.
Niles going for the all-in here. Responded immediately by the hero's entrance by Adam. Gets locked up, does Niles, but the calling gonna buy himself some time. Adam taken pretty low. No neutral objective to fight over. Maryville retreating for now. If someone steps too far forward, Niles looking for the shield vault. Try to get onto somebody. No big summoners blown, but 2 ultimates for 1. Maryville sit at a bit of a disadvantage.
They are going to be able to walk away. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this game just slow down until the Dragon in 3 minutes. Dorado does have numbers in the Baron area, but I think they're just going to drop some wards and likely back away. However, okay, here we go.
They say that. Lojaz goes in with the double Cyclone. Immediately locked up and deleted. Aoju just split a little bit apart from his jungler. Dorado punishes immediately. Now they've got their sights set on the Baron Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? That's a damn good commit. Spyrax was bottom side for some reason. Jerry was in base, so why not go on to Aoju? Yep. No reason for Maryville to contest the river right there.
Jerry going in. He rips right through Adam. That is a lot of damage. Jerry's on 3 items, and he's making it Adam's problem. Now the Pop Blossom going to buy a little bit more time for Maryville. Decoy is down. Hub might be next on the menu here. Going to buy himself some time with the Featherstorm. Blade Caller's back, but the shutdown comes in for Maryville. Crimson with a big one. Niles grabs another one. It's a 3 for 0, and now they've got their sights set on the Baron.
Dorado just can't find an advantage without throwing it away. I mean, this Baron is gone. I don't really know what Inflame's doing. Oh, he has Spellbook Smite. Okay, it's cute, but he's just going to die. Yeah, all right. Oh, man, Dorado. They get such a nice pick on the Aoju, and Maryville makes a mistake, but the call on the Baron was so split. Some of them are hitting it. Some of them are playing for the turn. And in the end, Maryville, they still got 4 members alive. They can still take this fight. See, it's Adam kind of in first. Then Inflame tries to create some space. Then Decoy tries to create some space. All the while, Lojaz and Hub were hitting the Baron. You just can't do that if you are Dorado. Yes, it's not supercharged Maryville, but this is still a good team. This is a team with a lot of experience, and that punish comes through exactly as it was designed. And with 3 members dead, Maryville, they have a much easier time just doing the Baron. Inflame, I see the angle. I think him dying ultimately doesn't matter, but good job from Maryville to make sure no shenanigans transpire.
Now Maryville with the lead. Dragon up in a minute. Dorado don't need this, but Maryville, if they start stacking Ocean Dragons, things are going to get real hairy real quick. He's getting more of that borrowed power in. We'll see what they can do with this Baron buff. So far, it's a pretty neutral Baron power play. Start out at 1,500. Hold on a second here. Aoju gets another stun down. Pop Blossom in off the back end. Doesn't really do much. Hub is free firing. Niles gets in, gets the stun, gets right back out. Jerry taking low. Lojaz taking low as well. Spyrax is down. Now Crimson's got to be careful. He's just Mini-Gnar. Culling goes out. Just tickles Decoy.
Niles.
But a couple members of Dog are low. Niles gets jumped on by Decoy. Gonna buy some time with the Aegis Assault. Decoy goes in, goes big. Crimson is big as well. Gets the Gnar in the backline, but Hub does enough. Ping, pong, ding, dong. It goes back and forth. Dorado now with control of this one. They'll get the soul.
Another very split fight, and that was a big play from Decoy to make sure he was able to remove Niles, as I think the 3-man unit for Maryville had a lot of play against the low health bars of MU, but, of Dog, but Dorado is able to consolidate themselves. They're able to win the fight. They're able to win the soul. This game is crazy.
Absolutely wild. And again, you still have to think, great job, Dorado. Don't throw it. Don't mess it up. Hub, though, do want to shout him out. He's had a really good game on this Xayah. I mean, we said he's been kind of, I've said, he's been kind of missing in the first 2 games. Man, oh man, has he been balling out. And this is sort of the AD carry archetype that he likes, right? Something that builds a, the blue item that looks like a scythe. Son of a gun. Brain.
Oh, Essence Reaver?
Thank you. Something that likes to cast spells. An Essence Reaver. And Hub, he's been playing his butt off on this Xayah. 6-2-8. He's been providing that consistent sort of source of DPS in the late game that they need. Look, it hasn't been a perfect game for him. He's been caught a couple of times, but you got Flash, you got Barrier, and you got Xayah ult, right? You've got tools to keep yourself safe, so you can toe that line just that little bit more. But Dorado Gaming, they have a legitimate late game threat here. If they can close this out, if they can make the smart decisions between fights, they can win this game, Hub.
And you think Hub, to give credit as well, has done a good job of not making himself into a target. I think Dorado's front line has done a great job of staying a front line. Is another catch. This Jerry.
Goodbye. Lojaz gets another. That's 16 out of 20 for the boy. Another really good game from Lojaz on the Wukong. Now Adam gets picked.
I don't think they get away with this, though. Dorado maybe going to try to run them down, but okay, too much space created. Wow. So instead of just being a 1-for-1, I mean, like, this game is so wild.
Weird.
Like, Jerry is just walking around in his jungle. I think that's a nice find from Logaz and from Inflame, who have really done a great job creating plays in this game. They've done a great job creating plays in game 1. But then, like, Adam is just for some reason in the bot jungle of the enemy team while that's happening. So he dies. It's all a little silly, and it just means that we're back to square one, which is Dorado being on the front foot, being the ones with the Ocean Soul, but the game, by and large, still being competitive, and it's really just going to come down to more fights.
Now's coming in with the Grand Starfall. Decoy's got shooters as well. He's got Hub waiting in the wings. Inflame joining the party as well. TP for the big flank. Here comes the rest of Dorado. Big with the big taunt. Crimson able to bounce out. It's just Niles and Crimson. They will get torn apart. Not much Niles can do. He can buy himself some time, but the rest of the squad for Maryville is in the mid lane. Hub grabs another kill. He might get a second one here. He's a little far away. Niles just trying to turn and run and not die. In with the heroes, with the charge there is Adam. They're going to get the top lane tier 3. Dorado building on their lead, and now trying to get onto Scary Jerry here. Lojaz bit off way more than he could chew.
See the angle from Lojaz. If you can stop Jerry and Spyrax, Dorado might be able to end the game. Instead, he kind of just throws his life away. Jerry's going to trade the tier 2 because he knows there's no threat. Dorado cannot end the game. Jerry will get back.
Yeah, not a big wave.
So it ends up being a 2-for-1, a tier 2, a tier 3, and an inhibitor for a tier 2. So it was definitely a win for Dorado, but a pretty big salvage from the bottom lane of Maryville, as I'm not sure if we'll get a replay. The initial pick attempt from MU was very ill-advised, and I think a great punish from Dog does ultimately come out.
They've got themselves the Ocean Soul. 2.5 minutes left until an Elder fight. A structured 5v5 around an objective, Hawk. You'd like to favor Dorado? Again, especially with the way Hub is playing, you've got the big late game carry.
Here we go.
Scary Jerry has it. He's playing well as well. Let's get a look at this fight, though.
Yeah, we're kind of coming in after the initial pick attempt from MU, but it's just such a bad call, I think, from Maryville. Look at the amount of blue wards on the top side of the map. They're nowhere to be found. There's 2 near mid lane, where your mid laner and your AD carry are. But they try to make a play with their top laner and their jungler with the vague idea that the enemy team is on reset. But they have no idea how much time that they have, and the general assumption can be made that it's going to take Pantheon and Gnar a pretty long time to kill this Renekton. So I think that's just a bad call that comes out from the Maryville squad, and they get punished rightfully by a Dorado squad that had reset after placing vision that they could TP to and leverage to know that they had a numbers advantage there.
Hub's now got a GA. Scary Jerry's now got a GA. I think both teams recognizing that you've got 2, maybe 3 fights left in this game. I mean, if Dorado win a decisive fight, they could just run it down. The death timers are starting to get a little long. They're going to start up the Baron here, Hawk. Should be able to take it.
Gone. What about the fight?
Yeah. But what about that fight indeed? Dorado get the Baron. Do they even want this? They get the TP committed from Crimson. Yeah, Decoy is nowhere to be found. He is elsewhere. I think just happy to reset things. Scary Jerry going forward. That's a lot of damage onto Adam. Good ultimate there by the Maryville AD carry. Oh, Decoy, my brother, please be careful. He gets smacked into the wall immediately, able to dash over, and will survive.
That was insane. Did you see that McHale's from Inflame? Oh my word. The timing was ridiculous, as Decoy able to just dice out, so it ends up being TP, but nothing for MU. That was a really clean Baron start right there from Dorado. Got a little funky on the exit, but ultimately not enough to matter now in 25. Another potential stage for a fight. Dorado off the redeploy. Aojun still answering top, which means they're going to take all the space.
Able to clear out all that vision. Crimson alone in that Tri-Brush. I imagine that's where he'll set up camp. But if Dorado do their due diligence, they will get a ward down in that Tri-Brush. You've got to be able to mark that, if not with a champion, with a ward beforehand. Lojaz, surely that's what you're going to do, right? No, guess not. I think they know where everybody is, so maybe it's not the end of the world here. Here comes the TP.
I mean, Elder doesn't do as much damage as
charge.
Baron, so there's not too much cost to starting this up, but it does mean that Maryville's able to walk into the river. That's pretty big.
A lot of HP, though. Taken low is the clone. I'll go in.
Chris is
Low Jet's
losing
gonna
Mega.
pop the Cyclone in with the hero's entrance. Good engage there. Aoju gets the stun off, but he gets deleted. Spyrax gets nothing with the Pop Blossom. Dorado go forward. Dorado
Wow.
win fight. Dorado might win the game. It's been the recipe for success for them in game 1 and here in game 3 as well. They started off and painted beautifully. They take the fight 4 for 1. They're looking to end the game.
Yeah, that's going to be it, Jerry. He may have solo killed Low Jazz, but I don't think it's going to matter. Inflame going to try to walk him down. He might die, but he's just buying time. The Nexus Tower certain to fall. The game certain to be a wrap. Dorado taking down Maryville. How about that?
What a way to start off the split, man. Couple of fantastic series. Cupid pulling off the upset over Conviction, and now Dorado taking the series over Maryville. A monster game 1, a game 2 to forget, and then a game 3 where they showed a lot of grittiness, a lot of suspect play, but a lot of grittiness and a lot of composure to be able to come back from a lot of those throws against a Maryville team that, look, yeah, they're playing guys on off-roll, not their starting lineup, but you've got a substitute support as well in Inflame, who played his head off. He played so well on these engaged champions. The Alistar, obviously that huge engage in game 1 to win them the game. Good on the Rakan as well, though. And Adam, good on the Galio as well, right? We were worried about that coming into draft, and especially because Hub had been invisible. But it worked out, and I think that's a huge feather in the Dorado cap. That's something we said in draft was, look, Maryville just have more ways to play the game. Dorado, they haven't proven to me yet, and I'll speak for myself, they haven't proven to me yet that they can play a couple of different styles, especially with Adam being so as high octane as he was last split and this split. But Hub stepped up huge in this game, man.
Yeah, Hub stepped up. The whole team stepped up. I mean, Maryville, they couldn't get ahead. And Dorado made a lot of mistakes. I mean, I would definitely like to see them clean up members getting caught out on side lanes, overstaying after plays. Like, those are very easily fixable problems. But by and large, they out-team fought Maryville. They out-macroed Maryville when push came to shove. Yes, there was one game where Jerry got absolutely out of control and carried. But, you know, the other 2 games, they played phenomenally. And I can say right now, Inflame, he's not going to be the MVP, but he had 3 really solid games. I really liked what I saw out of Inflame. I think that's a fantastic debut for the support of Dorado, and I'm really excited to see what this player is able to continue doing.
Yeah, he's going to get some looks. Again, if he keeps playing like this, right, it's not just the individual performance, but the results are coming with it so far. Again, small sample size, but shout out to Inflame. Man, you can only, you can only beat what's in front of you. You can only take the opportunities that you are given. But if you do, you take advantage of them, you play well, good things are going to happen to you. And I wish nothing but good things for that kid because he showed out coming in here, playing a tier above where he normally is and helping Dorado to a signature win to start the split off.
Yeah, a signature win to be absolutely sure. And one that, again, I'm hoping they can continue building on. But finding that one win, I mean, shoot, when you're looking at bottom 2 teams having to go to that last chance qualifier, I think Dorado, one of these teams that's kind of a favorite, if you will, if you can call it that, to be in that last chance qualifier to potentially be looking at relegation. Big time win over Maryville, because especially if you look at this group and you're thinking to yourself, well, Blue Water, Ole Miss, those are the teams that really most of us are looking to pick up wins. Taking down MU again, Spyrax and Niles or not, that is a fantastic win, and they get to continue building on the momentum that they started with in the spring.
Really good stuff from them. We will have an interview with our MVP here pretty shortly. Hawk, let's talk about it, though. I mean, you could make a case for a couple of players, but I think one player kind of stood out above the rest. For me, that's Adam, and I think you would agree.
Yeah, he is the guy that had 3 amazing games in this series, and you just have to give credit for that. I think Adam, he's shown us a lot of flashes in his time in the NACL, but we've also seen a lot of rough stuff, and he's not really played on a very great team, right? But this was a series that, you know, if in a couple of years we can look at how far Adam's come, this is the kind of series that shows you what this player is capable of, because we have seen the mechanical talent that he can bring to the table, and I think 3 straight games, he got the better of Aljun. 3 straight games, he was a leader for his team, and 3 straight games, he was a big-time carry.
On a couple of different roles as well, like you alluded to, the Silas, the Yasuo, these mechanical melee in-your-face champions. Galio, a much different role. And credit to, got to give credit to Low Jazz as well, right? He's a big shot caller and communicator on this team. He had a good game on the Wukong as well. On the Defiri, he balled out. Hub stepping up as well. Decoy having himself a solid series. But yeah, Adam and this mid jungle are really the straw that stirs the drink for this Dorado Gaming squad. And look out, man, right? Because if they could get their laning short up even a little bit, this team is going to be really, really scary. If nothing else, just they're not going to be a team that anyone wants to face. It's going to be like, we got to play these guys again? Are you kidding? I don't want to do that. Why would you do that? But for now, we're going to take it to an interview. We've got Adam waiting in the wings. Hawk, take it away.
Yeah, let's bring Adam in here. Man, Adam, how about that series, man? Taking down Maryville. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I think leading up to the series, I was a little bit nervous, but I think after game 1, I kind of felt like the series was going to be pretty quick, pretty easy.
Shoot, I mean, it was definitely entertaining, and y'all made the wins look pretty simple. I got to ask you, like, right off rip, though, you busted out the Yasuo in game 2, which is incredibly based. The game was a loss, but there was some styling happening there. Can we expect some more of that moving forward in the split? What do you think?
I'm not gonna lie, before the split, I told my whole team I have a lot of picks I want to try. I feel like last split I was a bit too restricted in my champ pool. I feel like I had a lot of champs I could play but just didn't play. But I feel like this split, I think you guys can expect a lot more spicy picks for sure.
That's really cool. Well, and it's awesome too that your team, again, kind of running it back with the same 5. I know Inflame's a bit of a change, but yeah. Is giving you the confidence, right, to be able to bust those picks out and you being able to really show it on stage. And I kind of wanted to ask a little bit more about, running it back with mostly the same team. How do you feel that your team is going to be able to grow from last split into this split? And do you have any new expectations for the summer?
I feel like last split, I'm not going to lie, I feel like our season should have been way better. I feel like in a lot of games, we were kind of choking our leads. And I feel like if we made playoffs, we actually would have done a lot. I feel like this split, we have really high chances of actually meeting our full potential. I feel like we're actually a really strong team, and we're really good. Even though some people for some reason have us ranked at 10, but I think our scrims have been pretty good. I think we're way better than people think, and I think we're definitely gonna pull off more series like this. And
I love it.
To kind of build off of last split, I actually feel I love my team so much. I feel like we're really good friends. We actually enjoy being around each other, and we definitely have the friendship buff going up for us. So yeah,
I love it so much. That's awesome to hear, because it's always great when a team does run it back. And I know Redemption's not with you currently, but again, playing with Inflame, just tell me a little bit. What was that like? Because from our perspective, looked pretty good for Series 1.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Redemption got kind of trolled by the whole schedule thing, but I feel like Inflame was a support since I've started going pro. I remember playing with him in the running the Rift Combine or something, and I was like, man, this guy's pretty clean for support. This guy's insane mechanics. His engages he was finding were absolutely insane. I feel like this guy is the first game he ever played, and NACL, this guy was just really comfortable. I feel like playing with him is really easy because I feel like he has a really clear idea of how he wants to play the game. And he has the mechanics and the game knowledge to back it up as well. Honestly, I thought at the beginning it would have been kind of hard to get him to play with us, but it's been really easy to play with him. I want to give a special shout out to him.
I love that so much. Shout out to Inflame, man. Yeah. He had your back too in game 3. That flash Rakan-y heal.
Yeah.
That was sick. That had us popping off. Man, Adam, anything else you want to say to the fans before I let you go?
Nothing much. I just want to take this opportunity to thank God. I want to thank my family for always supporting me. I want to give a special shout out to, again, Inflame today. Made his debut against Maryville, and he absolutely smurfed it. I'm going to give a shout out to all of my teammates. Shout out to Bobby, shout out to Phil as well. And yeah, just shout out to the whole team. I feel like we really showed up today, and I want to give them props for
that. Thank you so much. Adam, shout out to you. Shout out to Inflame. Shout out to Dorado. A massive win, an upset win over Maryville University. And as Adam said it, who knows? Maybe more of those to come. My friend, I will let you go and enjoy your evening. But I am definitely looking forward to seeing what else you got in your bag for us moving forward in the summer split. For now, we can bring Enrique back into the cast to get things closed out after what was a very interesting day, I will say, of the first split.
I had fun.
Yeah, it was definitely fun. 2 upsets. If you can call Cupid an upset, I don't know. It was close, but
yeah, that is something to watch as the year goes on, as the split goes on, right? Who ends up being the better team? Cupid certainly looked it. They just looked a little more put together. They looked really, really sharp. And Dorado, man, I mean, yeah, what a dub. It's so cool to see, to hear Adam talk about just how good of friends they are. I think that really matters. Again, I talked about continuity, the wonders that can do for you, unless you hate each other and you're forced to spend a lot of time around each other and you keep wanting everything back. But luckily they like each other. So yeah, to get you caught up on today's results, again, Dorado take this one 2-1 over Maryville. Game 2 was not pretty, but they won the series in the end. They won the games that mattered. And Cupid, of course, taking down Conviction 2-0. Feels like an eternity ago, but they take down the defending champs. Let's see if they can bounce back. Cupid with a much needed dub over the strongest team, I think we would have thought, in Group B or in Group A. I don't know which one's which, but the group that Conviction is in. And yeah, and as we go looking ahead, should be some good games tomorrow as well. We've got Blue Otter versus CCG, and then Ole Miss against Winthrop. Same time, same place tomorrow. Yeah, make sure you're here. It'll be Slayer and somebody on the call. So, you know, shout out to Slayer. We love him. It'll be fun. Yeah, and again, Blue Otter CCG, right? Can they continue off what they did last split, losing out June? How are they going to move forward in the summer? Ole Miss taking the Citadel slot, kind of running back a very similar roster. Winthrop with some changes after their miracle run in the lower bracket. What are they going to do? So should be really fun. Hawk, I'll leave it to you, man. Anything else you want to say before we get out of here?
no, all I got to say is NACL is back. Every series going to matter a lot because you don't want to be in that last chance qualifier. You want to be one of the 6 that just auto qualifies for playoffs. 8 teams get to make it, but it's going to be a fun road to get there. And for tomorrow, it's been said, Ole Miss versus Winthrop, best rivalry in North America. Both teams going to be looking a little bit different for when they play each other, but that's just going to make it all the more fun. But that's tomorrow, so make sure you're back here at the same time, same place, twitch.tv/NACL. And all I got to say is, what a pleasure.
Yeah, pleasure as always, brother. Thank you to Liga Ace for pulling the strings behind the scenes. Thank you to you, Hawk. Thank you to the players, the teams, the coaches, everybody. Thank you to you guys for watching and supporting North American Tier 2 League of Legends. For all those people, I've been 4x4. Have a great rest of your Thursday.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.